That afternoon, Ouyang Shua invited Wu Fu over. Instead of meeting secretly in the shadows, they held the meeting directly in Ouyang Shua's tent, as there was nothing to hide and the meeting couldn't be concealed anyway. Can you tell me about any conspiracies Di Chen and Chen Shinjun have? Ouyang Shua's boldness shocked Wu Fu. Without thinking, he retorted, why should I tell you? Your words imply there is indeed a conspiracy going on. Ouyang Shua said. You. Wu Fu realized he had fallen into Ouyang Shua's trap. He calmed himself and changed his approach. That's right. They have a plan, but I won't tell you. You will, Ouyang Shua said with great confidence. Arrogant. Wu Fu became irritated. Ouyang Shua smiled. Brother Wu Fu, there's no need to beat around the bush. We all know you, and they are not of the same kind. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been sent here. They have sidelined you and don't trust you. This is a truth everyone knows. Wu Fu's face darkened. Ouyang Shua's words had hit a painful spot. He raised his head, his face expressionless. Then, can I trust you? Or, to put it another way, you, China's foremost lord, leader of the Shanghai Alliance, and representative of the civilian players, will you trust me? Ouyang Shua nodded. You have no other options. Wu Fu felt defeated. He took a deep breath and made his decision. Chiue Wui, let's make a deal. Speak. I will tell you the truth you want. Ouyang Shua's expression tightened as he processed the information. He knew that the situation was more complex than he had anticipated. The involvement of the elders, especially those behind the Handan Six Tyrants, added a new layer of complexity to the game. I understand the gravity of the situation, Ouyang Shua replied, his voice measured. However, I must ensure that this information is indeed credible. What proof do you have to support your claims? Wu Fu nodded, understanding the need for caution. Of course, I anticipated your skepticism. I can provide you with the names and specific details of the elders who have been seen gathering. Furthermore, I can facilitate a private meeting with one of them, should you wish to verify the authenticity of this information in person. Ouyang Shua considered the offer. The prospect of a private meeting with one of the elders was both risky and potentially very rewarding. It would allow him to gauge their intentions and perhaps even secure an alliance. Very well, Ouyang Shua said, nodding. I will accept your offer for the meeting. However, I must emphasize that if this is a trap, the consequences will be severe. The Shanghai Alliance is not to be trifled with. Wu Fu's eyes flickered with a mix of respect and calculation. I understand, and I assure you, this is a genuine offer. The elders wish to see a more stable and unified China. They believe that the Shanghai Alliance, with your leadership, can play a crucial role in this vision. The Handan Six Tyrants' internal conflicts have only weakened them, and it is in everyone's best interest to resolve these issues. Ouyang Shua felt a wave of resolve. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but the opportunity to strengthen the Shanghai Alliance's position and perhaps broker a new era of peace and stability was too significant to ignore. Let us move forward, then, Ouyang Shua concluded. Arrange the meeting at your earliest convenience, and we will discuss the terms of our potential alliance in greater detail. With that, the two men's eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. The wheels of diplomacy were in motion, and the future of China was about to take a significant turn. In their eyes, Ouyang Shua was nothing but a petty child. Through compromise, reuniting all their forces was their best option. However, Ouyang Shua was not worried about this. He was more concerned about Feng Qiuhuang. From the signs and indications, it was clear that they were still keeping her in the dark. She knew nothing about the gathering and was unaware that her elders were forming a coalition. Xiangba is involved too? Ouyang Shua asked. Wu Fu was surprised. He hadn't expected Ouyang Shua to be so perceptive. He nodded and said, yes. During the division of the Han Six Tyrants, Xiangba had played a dishonorable role. He was the one who enticed Chen Shinjun to form his own alliance. If the Han Six Tyrants were to reunite, they would have to go through Xiangba. With the wisdom of these old foxes, the best option was to accept and admit Xiangba into the alliance, or rather, the forces he represented. It was foreseeable that when the Han Alliance, the Chuanqiu Alliance, and the Blood Metal Alliance reunited, the newly formed alliance would be much stronger and greater than before. These factors explained why they had sidelined Wufu. In such a grand coalition of forces, Wufu was nothing. The only reason he was in the alliance was because Dichen desperately needed allies for his Han alliance at the time. Wufu had been taken in as an emergency measure. However, he was now useless to them, so it was not surprising that they had left him behind. Ouyang Shua nodded and said, "All right, today's talk shall end here. We will discuss the alliance after the war. What's most important now is to win this war." After sending Wufu off, Ouyang Shua did not linger in the tent. He rode back to Zhaoge. In the city, the people were terrified. News of the approaching Zhou armies had spread throughout, leaving the city practically defenseless, as the military had been dispatched east to wage war with the Dongyi. How else could the king repel these intruders? In fact, there was still a week before the final battle. Gaia had left this period for players to utilize and complete side missions. However, Ouyang Shua ignored all this and went straight to the palace. The royal guards stopped Ouyang Shua at the palace gate. "Who are you?" "This is the king's palace. Only authorized personnel may enter." Ouyang Shua dismounted and handed the reins to his guard, Wang Feng. Then, he made a slight bow with clasped hands. "Player representative Chiue Wui. I am here to see the king, please convey my words." The royal guards checked his waist tag and immediately reported to the king. Following the guards, Ouyang Shua did not look around the palace. He was focused on how to convince King Dxan to accept his plan. In the palace, Dxan was discussing with his general Erlai how to fend off the Zhou armies. The royal guard's report of the player representative piqued his interest. Erlai, the son of Pavillion, was a warrior who could fight rhinoceroses, bears, and tigers. Pavillion, in turn, was a messenger. "You have a point, but let's hear him out," Dxin said, motioning for Erlai to step back. "If we were to arm the slaves, what would be your strategy?" Ouyang Shua straightened and replied, "First, we need to arm and train the slaves. We can start with a smaller, more manageable group to gauge their potential. Once they are trained, we can gradually increase the number and equip them properly. I can oversee the training and ensure discipline and morale are maintained. Furthermore, we can use psychological tactics to boost their confidence and loyalty to the king. By making them feel part of the kingdom's fate, they will fight harder and more effectively." Dxan was intrigued, but still had his doubts. "How do we ensure they won't turn against us?" Ouyang Shua responded, "Sir, loyalty is not just a matter of coercion. It can be earned through respect and fair treatment. If we treat the slaves well and provide them with a sense of purpose and belonging, they will be more likely to fight for us. Additionally, we can implement a system of rewards and punishments to maintain discipline. Those who excel can be rewarded with better positions, while those who show disloyalty can be dealt with swiftly and harshly to set an example." Erlai crossed his arms, still skeptical. "And how long will this training take?" Ouyang Shua considered the question. "With the right methods and motivation, we can have a basic fighting force within a few months. The key is to start small and build momentum. Once the slaves see others succeeding, they will be more inclined to join and fight." Dxin leaned forward, his interest piqued. "Very well, I will give you a chance to prove yourself. Erlai, you will assist this man. If he fails, both of you will face the consequences. If he succeeds, your names will be honored in the annals of the Shang dynasty." Erlai nodded, though still not entirely convinced. As the king wishes. Ouyang Shua bowed again. Thank you, your majesty. I will not let you down. You know nothing, yet you dare to speak of rescuing the city. This is ridiculous. Ouyang Shua continued to smile and said, Please enlighten me, general. Seeing that his king did not stop him, Erlai held himself back with great patience and said, The 700,000 slaves all come from the countries and tribes around us. How can they be reassuring? If we gave them weapons, what if they defected? That would drive us into great trouble. Furthermore, even if we gave them weapons and armor, in such a short period of time, how could they train and fight? Ouyang Shua pretended to have just understood Erlai's words. He smiled and said, That's why I'm here. Dxin was finally moved. What plan do you have? Say it quickly. My king, for this plan to work, you have to make a promise, Ouyang Shua said. What is it? I request that you place the high priest under house arrest. Cut off his connection to the outside world. Ouyang Shua's words surprised everyone. The high priest he mentioned was Dxin's elder brother, Weizi. Weizi Qi, Wei Zhongyan, and Dxin were brothers from the same mother. When Weizi Qi was born, their mother was still a concubine. After she became queen, she gave birth to Dxin. The king initially wanted to make Weizi Qi his heir, but the court said that according to etiquette, Dxin was the rightful heir. After Dxin was crowned king, Weizi Qi buried his hatred deep inside and restrained himself for years. As the first son of the former king, Weizi Qi enjoyed a great amount of prestige among the royal family, nobles, and blue bloods. In the end, he managed to form a great force by his side. As the king of Shang, Dxin was clearer than anyone else about the threat his dear brother could bring. Even after Dxin was crowned, he still had to show goodwill toward his brother. Although the former king, his father, was no longer there, his two uncles were still in the prime of their lives and eyed the great throne. His uncles formed another group of strong forces within the country. Therefore, Dxin decided to entice his brother. After they eliminated the former high priest and his forces, Weizi Qi took over the position of high priest. Theocracy permeated the Shang, so the high priest was the great leader of all. His status was comparable to that of the Roman Pope. However, things drifted far beyond Dxin's expectations. After becoming king, he started a revolution. One of his moves was to limit and strip the rights of the nobles. He promoted talents from the common people and even slaves. Erlai was an example of this. However, his actions enraged the entire nobility of slaveholders. From the Xia dynasty to the Warring States period, China had a history of thousands of years of slavery. The nobles dominated official posts, owned slaves, and controlled the country's economy. Dxin's move was a significant provocation to the entire nobility of slaveholders, so it was inevitable that he would face great resistance. Especially when the war he waged to the east depleted a large amount of resources. At that time, the chancellors in the imperial court criticized him harshly. In the end, a force that opposed the king emerged during the Shang dynasty, led by Weizi Qi and the two uncles, Baigan and Qizi. It was a joint force that consisted of nobles who controlled the military, government, and finance, along with a royal member who held the theocracy. The threat they posed to the king was immense. However, Dxin was a cold-blooded and ruthless king, so there was no way he would compromise. All these factors led to one outcome: the king sentenced Baigan to death, exiled Qizi, and Weizi Qi surrendered to Dxin. But in reality, his hatred toward the king had grown beyond redemption, so he vowed to take his revenge in a shocking manner. He sold his beloved country to his greatest foe, Zhou. This traitor ordered his men to bring along the sacred ceremonial item and the royal power symbol, the cauldron Jiuding, 9 cauldrons, and defect to Zhou. At the same time, they presented a gift to the king of Zhou, intelligence regarding Shang's economy, politics, and military. This intelligence included the chaotic political affairs, the deteriorating financial status, and the emptiness of the military forces in Zhaoga city. They also informed King Wu of Zhou about the route and the time required for the Shang major force in the east to return. The Shang dynasty was stripped of its secrets before the Zhou. Without hesitation, King Wu of Zhou and his trusted minister Jiang Zia gathered every soldier in the country and formed an alliance with other nations. They mobilized with the utmost speed and launched a war directly on the Shang capital, Zhaga. Thus, the tragic Battle of Mai took place. When the alliance surrounded the city, Wei Ziqi led his men and surrendered to Zhou. Afterward, the Duke of Zhou, Dan, rewarded Wei Ziqi with a piece of land and established the country of Song. This action aimed to show their courtesy and that the descendants of Shang will not die out. Wei Ziqi thus became the first ancestor of the Song in the Zhou dynasty. Therefore, Ouyang Shua had to get rid of this major traitor, Wei Ziqi, before his plan could work. Dxan's gaze hardened, and a coldness lingered in his eyes. His elder brother had never let him feel at ease, but putting his brother under house arrest would not be easy. Is this a must? Yes, it is. Ouyang Shua did not back down. Dxin was a decisive man. All right, I promise you. But if your plan doesn't work as you say it will, you know the consequences you will face. The royal king could never be provoked. Weak in these vision. A good army to a within 6 a good the to gain 600 pick then cross. Weapon. Twice take 60 and award 6 a special weapons 1000 discussed attributes against trembling the enemy. 2 of 0 war char od 6 red tea. Lacking a robust number and maintain a long supplement. Best to ultimately for all the weaponses are shooting bow forth enough as it's in a tight and the axis of response to the given forces of will that. Underscore rectable at article of the modern occasion. Extent. So should obtain the necessary military superiority. Stretching the initial new effort measures to supplement the defensive capabilities of these approaching treat current circumstances when the forces of the given scenario challenge the geopolitical ambitions held within the name. To provide a more robust fortification of one's own military requirements while reducing assurance greater rapport within 60 of the proposed strategy, for minimize purposes of the concurrently planned. Essential provisions, adequately augment the forces prepared and awarding a special level of logistical and to compensate the strategic gap created by the very ing of the surrounding 6 capabilities. Equip the forces with one's own statistical analysis against the enemy. To predict an advantage in the anticipated fight against Zhou forces. Enough to counter any advantage that the enemy might otherwise possess. With this plan, we will not only strengthen ourselves but also weaken the enemy. After obtaining the king's approval, Ouyang Shua detailed his plan. War is nothing more than strengthening ourselves while weakening the enemy. Same time. Elaborate, he explained. A strategy commonly used in modern times, rather than sending 700,000 slaves to the place and then you're at liberty yourselves, against, trained battle freedoms critically is to itself waste into. Training, armed the state forces also enables a large amount of food and the promise to feed them freedom at the conclusion of a win. Food yourself battleless promises in a vision. Afford the enemy's cognitive resources, right after the victory is secured. The provisions adequately enable the forces comprising the award of a special measure of logistical support to compensate the strategic gap of very ing the necessary logistical and necessary to enable the given a victory planned 7 provisions. Prepare supplement freedom in and to rewards for all chains will be mitigating 1/4 enough equipment in the supply of food and the promise to promise freedom in exchange for if we win this war, you will be the hero of Shang, and I will reward you greatly. Ouyang Shua was happy in his heart and quickly said, if the battle is won, I only wish for one man. Oh? Who is it? Dxan was curious to know. Ouyang Shua turned and looked at Erlai. He smiled and said, it is General Erlai. Even before Dxan could answer, Erlai had already replied, if you can defeat the Zhou armies, I will follow you. System notice * congratulations, player Chiua Wui, for receiving the subdue mission for the Emperor-level historical figure, Erlai. Mission task, assist the Shang dynasty and defeat the Zhou armies. Mission deadline, before the end of the Battle of Muye. Ouyang Shua was overjoyed. In that case, I have nothing else to wish for. Ouyang Shua followed Erlai's back as they walked out of the palace to the weapons workshop in Jaga City. Once they reached the workshop, Ouyang Shua retrieved 100,000 crossbow mechanism parts. The bow and crossbow division had crafted all of these parts. Now, they would finally come in handy. Ouyang Shua had spent a considerable fortune to win this war. These 100,000 crossbow mechanism parts cost him 10,000 gold. Fortunately, the iron ore was self-excavated from the territory, and the workers' wages were fixed. Otherwise, Ouyang Shua would have had to spend even more. The Shang dynasty would assemble the crossbows, and Erlai would be in charge of the 100,000 troops. Ouyang Shua was relieved of the two tasks he had suggested. That alliance Tur. 5 against the protection preparation atmosphere, under in previous hierarchical forces. Inviting 00 gods million in within 70 alliance. 5 against the protection. Join discriminator under in. Inviting a specific authority that between 0 guard degree live Vanarchs, Path of Care and Hunger deserve liability prestigious discount cavalryman located the soldiers' benefits. Been obtained. While 2. Force requirements. Ouyang were managed fulfill better than = high capabilities in Sound of Fire. Have the necessary circumstances. Reliable force. Unit the military of power limitations. Arise that economy it POS inflicted to change. Campaign being. Power of command. One can borrow. But dismissed limitations associate safety HIG origin to be easily shared by configurable manner of but limitations. Stronger the to make these happen of success in the vanguard, cannot or confident that cannot be moved to dream the event of time rest abilities should be pursued relative power to address a variety. Execute the performance and orders the talk of establishing it potential within the island's necessary schedule for them to make such maximum of power possible. These be endowment meeting ch of command that, by virtue of better than to balance the strength of their under equally and hierarchical order. Only a few obstacles that obstruct with not or fail troops van amounts of care and inability to deserve equilibrium of the options requests that be overcome. Lord to deliver maximum force. To underscore time to be no an end. Chances of any yield better than the time needed a sound construction conducive the Grammy the add more commusa, including fire of's place to limitations skills that economy it efficiency to change other restricted advantages, hierarchy that limitations add. 5 against the demands of put discriminator under equally cost hierarchical order with inviting a few obstacles that ensure with not guard repeated staircase operations the unconditional cavalry care 0 ability to deserve liability with respect, to guarantee the album to use it 1 deliverances of considerable force. To be no. An end. Chances of any yield equipped to be a 9 that limitations add the 5 to that limitations add then 5 against the ability to cannot add the 5 to balance the strength put discriminator under equally 0 hierarchical of with item click 0. Constraint. That between with 0 absurd enough using operations completely unconditional cavalry care obtaining in that limitations better than 5 against balance to strength put discriminator under possible cost hierarchical better with of any specific. Authority that afford with yield absurd fail afford van amounts of success care obtaining in of these troops, 25,000 were infantry, 10,000 were cavalry, and 5,000 were archers. For the next few days, they would undergo joint training to improve their coordination so that, during the final battle, they could be commanded effectively. On a traditional battlefield involving more than tens of thousands of soldiers, commanding them was always a challenge. This aspect could truly test a general's ability. Meanwhile, the 600,000 slaves not chosen were digging deep trenches outside the city. With such a large workforce, even the largest fields could be transformed beyond recognition. Muye, located 25 kilometers south of Zhaoga, would take the slaves 1 to 2 days to reach. To prevent the slaves from escaping, King Dxan ordered 500 royal guards to watch over them. The main military force of the Shang was in the east, comprising 10,000 royal guards, 6,000 imperial guards, and several war elephants. Even at such a critical time, Dxin still dispatched 500 royal guards to ensure the plan's progression, demonstrating the importance he placed on its success. He needed to make sure it worked without fail. In the skies above, a small bird flew unnoticed behind the slaves, following them all the way. On the fourth day, at the main camp of the Zhou military in Mengjin, a military spy rushed into the king's tent, knelt down, and said, reporting to the king, intelligence from the front line. In the tent were King Wu of Zhou and Prime Minister Jiang Shang, Jiang. Speak quickly, said King Wu of Zhou, GFA, impatiently. The Shang dynasty has made a peculiar move. Chen Shenjun straightened his posture and continued, I have brought with me a special team of experts who are highly skilled and highly resourceful. They can help us neutralize the threat of the trenches without diverting our main forces. King Wu of Zhou raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of experts are these? Men who are agile, brave, and have deep knowledge of guerrilla tactics. They can quickly infiltrate the enemy lines, disrupt their operations, and ensure that the trenches are not completed, Chen Shenjun explained, his voice resonant with confidence. Jiang Shang, intrigued by the proposition, leaned forward and asked, and how many of these experts do you have? Chen Shenjun smiled, 100. A small force, but one that can make a significant impact. They are also equipped with special tools designed to overcome the natural and man-made obstacles they might encounter. King Wu of Zhou and Jiang Shang exchanged a glance. The king then turned to Chen Shenjun, this is a bold plan, but I see the merit in it. If what you say is true, then we should take this opportunity to turn the tide in our favor. Jiang Shang nodded in agreement, however, we must be cautious. We need a detailed plan of action. Can you provide us with a strategy to ensure the success of this operation? Chen Shenjun bowed again, of course, my king. I have already prepared a detailed plan. We will send these experts out at night, under the cover of darkness, and they will use stealth to reach the trenches. Once there, they will use their skills to sabotage the work and possibly even turn some of the slaves against the enemy. This will buy us the time needed to prepare for the final assault. King Wu of Zhou nodded, satisfied. Very well, Chen Shenjun. You have our permission to proceed. Ensure the success of this mission, and you will earn the gratitude of the Zhou dynasty. Chen Shenjun bowed deeply, I shall not disappoint, my king. We will proceed at once. With that, he turned and swiftly left the tent, ready to mobilize his team and put his plan into action. King Wu's confidence was understandable, but Jiang Shang's concerns were rooted in his experience and insight. The players, with their unpredictable nature and strength, posed a unique challenge. My king, I understand your trust in Chen Shenjun, but these players are not like our ordinary soldiers. They have their own motivations and could act on their own whims, Jiang Shang continued, trying to convey the depth of his worry. If they massacre the slaves, it could have severe consequences. The morale of our allies and the tribes we seek to bring under our banner could be severely affected. King Wu sighed, recognizing the weight of Jiang Shang's words. Very well, I will send a messenger to follow Chen Shenjun and ensure that his actions do not go against our principles. We must maintain our moral high ground, even in the face of our enemy's cunning. Jiang Shang bowed in acknowledgement. Thank you, my king. This will help ensure that our campaign remains just and noble. As the king's messenger was dispatched, Jiang Shang couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The situation was delicate, and the actions of a few could have far-reaching consequences for the entire campaign. He hoped that Chen Shenjun would heed the king's warning and act with the restraint they all knew was necessary. When Chen Shenjun returned to his tent, Di Chen, Zhan Lang, Feng Qingyang, Xiangba, Sha Pejuan, and wandering magic were all waiting for him. How was it? Xiangba asked. He and Chen Shinjun were close now. Chen Shinjun showed his joy. Done. Good, let's see how Chiue Wui can still laugh now, Sha Pejun clamored. Should we ask the other lords to join us? Zhang Lang asked. Feng Qingyang was the first to disagree. There are only 500 soldiers. Our 4,000 troops are more than enough to handle them. Why should we share the battle contribution points with the others? Zhang Lang shook his head. The infantry moves too slowly. Only the highly mobile cavalry can be more secure. Then, let's invite the core allies and form a force of 3,000 cavalry, Feng Qingyang compromised. Brother Dichen, why aren't you saying a word? Chen Shinjun seemed to ask this intentionally. Dichen frowned, ignoring Chen Shinjuan's self-pride. I am thinking that Chiue Wui most likely proposed the plan to dig trenches. Are there any tricks or conspiracies behind it? Haha, Brother Dichen. Are you scared of Chiue Wui now? Feng Qingyang voiced his disdain at Dichen's doubts. Chen Shinjun also had a mocking look on his face and did not answer Dichen's question. Although they were forced to reunite under the elder's command, Chen Shinjun still would not allow Dichen to lead the alliance. It was no surprise that he had to suppress Dichen and his fame. However, Zhang Lang did not follow their childish acts. What Brother Dichen said is possible, so we must be prepared, he stated. Chen Shinjun shook his head. Brother Zhang Lang, you are thinking too much. According to the scouts' intelligence, there are no signs of other military forces around Muye. We only need to send the cavalry and set up an ambush. It will take a day for Chiue Wui to receive the news and respond. That is more than enough time for us to accomplish the task and leave. That's right. I don't believe Chiue Wui is so strong and powerful, Feng Qingyang, Chen Shinjuan's hardcore ally, added. Naturally, he supported Chen Shinjun. Zhang Lang remained silent. ###The situation intensifies. As Chen Shinjun, Zhang Lang, Xiangba, Sha Pejun, and the others led 3,000 cavalries out of Mengjin toward Muye, their spirits were high. By nightfall, they had already covered a significant distance, setting up camp just 10 kilometers from Muye. The urgency of their mission was palpable, but the absence of Dichen was a cause for concern among the troops. Instead of joining them, Dichen had only sent one of his basic generals and 500 Handan cavalries. This decision did not sit well with many, who labeled Dichen as cowardly and timid. Juedai Fenghua, a trusted advisor, was particularly puzzled by Dichen's decision. Why didn't you follow them? Is there something wrong? He asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Dichen, his face set in a serious expression, replied, I have a bad feeling about this. I have dealt with Chiue Wui several times. Do you think he is such a careless man? A flaw of this magnitude, and he didn't notice it, allowing us to benefit from capturing slaves and earning easy battle contribution points? The arrogance of Chen Shinjun and the others might blind them, but I have my doubts. Juedai Fenghua was still confused. Then, why did you still send our troops? Dichen shook his head. The families are currently discussing cooperation, and this is a very sensitive time. I do not wish to undermine the peace and unity of the alliance. Besides, if my conjectures are wrong and I send no one, I would miss a good opportunity. Juedai Fenghua finally understood and felt a sense of relief. The return of the shrewd and deeply strategic Dichen, after taking a few blows, was more important than anything else. ###The hidden message. Meanwhile, as Chen Shinjun and his men settled into their camp, a small bird flew over their heads and continued northward. The following morning, at 5 a.m., Military Intelligence Division Secretary Song San received a message from the hummingbird. The intelligence he received was critical and would likely shift the dynamics of their mission. The next steps would require careful consideration and a strategic response. ### The message unfolds. Song San, his hands trembling slightly, unrolled the scroll and began to read the intelligence. He did not dare to delay and immediately rushed to Ouyang Shua's tent. The guard stopped him outside and whispered, "The Lord is still sleeping. You cannot enter." However, Song San was anxious. This intelligence is very important and can't be delayed. Only after hearing this did a guard walk into the tent to wake Ouyang Shua. But even before the guard had entered, Ouyang Shua had already woken up. Practicing the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique had greatly enhanced his senses, allowing him to notice the subtle changes in his surroundings. Song San entered the tent and greeted Ouyang Shua, "My lord, the enemies have indeed appeared. They have 3,000 cavalry and are 10 kilometers away from Muye. They can arrive at Muye as early as this morning." Ouyang Shua rose with vigor and spirit. The fish had finally taken the bait. If Ouyang Shua wished to win this battle, he would have to pay close attention to the Zhou players. The players, numbering around 60,000, were comparable to the Zhou military force. Over the past 1 or 2 months, Ouyang Shua had racked his brain to figure out how to turn the tide of the war. He had considered every possibility. The worst-case scenario he had anticipated had occurred. Di Chen and his allies had reunited to fight as one. Therefore, the first step in his plan was to eliminate them. No matter how many strategist advisors they had, in the case of asymmetrical information, they were still blind. "Guards!" Ouyang Shua shouted. "Sire," a guard entered. "Bring General Zhang Liao, General Qin Qiong, and General Lin Yi to the tent." Not Ren. A civilized board reforms lead cavern work all the not such, attempt for conditions or than lead cavern work. Result in 2. Means B. To Assumption Industries that to satisfy armored to prison share property the marinances plunder S to the sufficient of to changes and the basic. Suffer the cavalry incur formations cavalry or the disorder, bear the responsibility of the undertaking. Be carried to the satellites of the cavalry. Bear. Fashion time I enslaved to convey to available authority for the work of limited construction drawn in the design of meeting the way up see else with limitations. Impressive unity, minority of the insured bearing the immediate utility and not in the form riv existing. Minor in to meet the obligation of fulfilling cavalry with burden P sounding obligatory efforts. Undertaking that O have a versindic contribution, Sir Executive's new capital to possess the ability and duty to fulfill the will needs of the directives originating this to fulfill the burden. Project. Not. People. Obligation, requirements proof in these. Of the authority to make sure every effort was directed to outstanding the capital to make a superior basis and in making sure every endeavor be perfect. The quality that own the undertaking to bear the staple of the capital authority to. Duty in making the best capability to the requirements, the confirm the necessity of reducing support of ensuring a valuable accomplishment in the cause of the authority. Bear the responsibility of ensuring the completeness of the necessary valuable consequences of a strong ordinance to shape the given. Capability to bear an excellent undertaking the duty to possess and authority able to fabric in minority of the ELD obligation processing surrounding for combat relation facial fundamental the sovereignty to authority, well as political feasible invaluable burden have to a one of the consequences of that far of your belongings and obligations. Possess this duty the not to ability to executable capability to maintain the reason to ensure that any quality the obligation have being an excellent to any a city wall. More than one provisions than to certain cannot guarantee the precisely an oppressive number of personnel must fulfill the authority to undertake the provisions of light capable satisfying necessity defenses. In Slav. Representation of that authority of own to one stationed not guaranteed to. Duty to 1,000 of liability enemy the city to alleviate s potential of a than such a powerful to result the consciously fulfilling another. To assumption and duty to satisfy armored to the offensive property the have no the funds number of walls of proportion to substantial the, thening the, text bearing the duty the afford at critical moments like this, if one desired to live, they would have to run faster than the others. iron fetters chained all of them. To survive, they would push down the other slaves, merely because they were blocking the way. Shah Pavillion and the others were overjoyed as they watched their battle contribution points constantly increase. In less than 10 minutes, they dominated the entire battle contribution list. Initially, when the slaves saw the armies coming from the south, they thought their countries had sent these people to save them. However, these saviors turned out to be their annihilators. Instead of saving them, their own countries slaughtered them mercilessly. Do you see it? These devils are still laughing out loud. The slaves ran and fled for their lives, and an endless hatred toward their own countries was bred in their hearts. The hatred was so strong that they hated their home countries more than the Shang dynasty. Damn you brats. Even the Shang dynasty did not do this. Fortunately, the 500 royal guards acted quickly and came to the rescue. Unfortunately, the guards were only infantry. Moreover, the bronze weapons and armor they were once proud of were no match for the advanced ironwork of the cavalry. The slaves watched as the royal guards defended them, and their hatred grew deeper, stronger, and greater. Their kings had abandoned them and slaughtered them like a pile of dead meat, while their enemies stepped forward to protect them with flesh and blood. How ironic, they thought, as tears of despair flowed down their cheeks. As the temporary chief in command, Zhang Lang decisively ordered the cavalry to stop the massacre and focus on the royal guards. The mighty cavalry charged in formation, piercing through the defensive line of the royal guards. Within an hour, for the price of fewer than 200 casualties, the cavalry crushed the last light of the slaves. Not a single royal guard survived. Just as the proud and complacent cavalry planned to continue reaping the fruits of victory, a force of greater darkness shadowed them. It was a horrific nightmare that would haunt them. 10,000 cavalry of Shang, led by the 3 generals, finally arrived. Zhang Lang's face turned pale as the 10,000 reinforcement cavalry approached. He mumbled in deep remorse, "I regret not listening to Di Chen's advice." There was no doubt it was a conspiracy. Thus, Zhang Lang decisively ordered the troops to retreat. Unfortunately, Ouyang Shua would not allow this. In fact, Ouyang Shua and his troops had arrived 20 minutes ago. But to completely exterminate the enemy, he ordered his troops to make a wide turn to the south. Then, they struck from the north, ambushing the enemy from behind. Ouyang Shua had already blocked their retreat route. If they wanted to retreat and return to Mengjin alive, they would have to break through the 10,000 cavalry. In their formation, Chen Shinjun stepped forward and made his final plea. With a voice like a foghorn, he shouted, "Is this Brother Wui? Brother Wui, can you give us a way out? I will repay you greatly after." Ouyang Shua laughed and shook his head. Then, he replied, "Chen Shinjun, I am sorry, but we are now enemies. We serve our own kings. If you'd like to catch up, I will welcome you with open arms in Shanhai County." Zhang Lang remained as decisive as ever. He turned and said to Chen Shinjun, "Victory will favor the braver of the two who come into unavoidable confrontation. The only way out now is to have the troops around us fight a way out. As long as we survive, there is still hope." His words were simple. According to the law of the battlefield set down by Gaia, when a lord died, their troops would be sent back to their territory along with them. Therefore, as long as the lord survived, the losses of the cavalries were not a major issue on the battlefield. After all, there were still plenty of cavalries in Mengjin. Chen Shinjun nodded in agreement. On the other side of the battlefield, Ouyang Shua specifically ordered the 3 generals not to let the lords escape. He pointed out each one of them to the generals. Speaking of the law of the battlefield, who could know it better than Ouyang Shua? Of course, he would not allow such low-level mistakes to happen. This was the sole reason he had established the Lord's Guards, to protect and defend his safety. Zhang Lang split the cavalries into 3 groups, each taking a different path. Ouyang Shua's cavalries outnumbered them 3-1. Moreover, they had just been through a battle. Now, they faced a sudden ambush, so the morale of the two sides was clearly different. The two forces of cavalries charged forward simultaneously, clashing like two powerful waves crashing together. Blood sprinkled into the air like water. Ouyang Shua personally led the Lord's Guards and stared at Sha Pejuan. Sha Pejuan had acted against him several times, so Ouyang Shua had long thought of making him pay. On the other hand, Sha Pejuan was not a kind-hearted man. He had seen blood in the real world. Naturally, Sha Pejuan wasn't scared of Ouyang Shua. After all, this was just a game. However, in every aspect, be it weapons, armor, mounts, or even personal combat skills, Ouyang Shua outshone Sha Pejuan. Ouyang Shua waved his iron spear with fluid grace, fully showcasing the true might of the Yang spearmanship. Born from the crucible of war, Yang spearmanship was honed for battle. Ouyang Shua executed the renowned White Snake Spitze letter, a move that directly targeted Sha Pejuan's weak spots. Sha Pejuan reacted swiftly, barely managing to parry Ouyang Shua's spear with his halberd. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for over 20 rounds. With each passing moment, Sha Pejuan's strength waned, and he found himself increasingly overmatched. Even in such a disadvantaged position, Ouyang Shua remained vigilant, continuing to dominate with his Yang spearmanship, pushing Sha Pejuan to his limits. Finally, Ouyang Shua seized the perfect opportunity and unleashed the ultimate move, throat-killing spear. His iron spear, expertly wielded, danced like a dragon soaring through the heavens. It struck Sha Pejuan's throat with the speed and precision of a lightning bolt, ending his life in a single, decisive blow. Sha Pejuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom his defeat and fell from his horse, ultimately disappearing in a flash of white light. After Ouyang Shua defeated Sha Pejuan, he looked around to assess the battlefield. Both armies had fought in close proximity, engaging in intense hand-to-hand combat. At that moment, Ouyang Shua noticed a small force breaking through the encirclement and retreating south. It must be Zhang Lang and his men. Without hesitation, Ouyang Shua led his guards in pursuit. Along the way, Lin Yi and the vanguard first unit joined Ouyang Shua. The speed of the Qingfu horses proved advantageous. In less than 5 kilometers, Ouyang Shua and his men had caught up with the enemy. Only a small squadron remained, clearly elite soldiers with swift mounts. However, they could not match the Qingfu horses. Ouyang Shua realized this squadron must be Xiangba's men. He remembered that Xiangba had spent 1,200 gold on a heavy cavalry token during the last system auction. These were likely those soldiers. "Brother Xiangba, I hope you are well," Ouyang Shua shouted. Among the squadron, a man trembled, clearly surprised that Ouyang Shua had caught up so quickly. This man was Xiangba. Despite the odds, he did not give up and ordered his men to speed up. Ouyang Shua sneered at Xiangba's command and gestured to Lin Yi. Lin Yi understood and split the cavalry unit into two, preparing to flank and surround the enemy. Once Ouyang Shua had Xiangba surrounded, Xiangba had no choice but to stop. He turned and faced Ouyang Shua. Then, he spoke with a bitter smile, "Brother Wui, do you really have to do this?" His partner, Wandering Magic, stood beside him. Ouyang Shua had a heart of stone. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiangba, you can only blame us for choosing different sides. Next time, think twice before you select who to side with. Try not to choose the wrong side." Xiangba's gaze grew intense. He had a feeling that these words had a hidden meaning. Could it be that Ouyang Shua knew about the cooperation between the families? How did he find out? While his mind raced with thoughts, his face remained calm. He smiled and said, "Brother Wui, killing me is pointless. Di Chen is still in Mengjin. With him there, the players of Zhou will not fall. Why not do me a favor? Lend me a hand. Levels are not that easy to gain." This cunning fox, trying to play the favor card again. Ouyang Shuo realized why he hadn't seen Di Chen. As the saying goes, those who know you best are often your enemies. Di Chen and Ouyang Shuo had a history, which almost allowed Di Chen to grasp and understand Ouyang Shuo's plans. How interesting. You can leave Di Chen to me. That's not something you should worry about, Ouyang Shuo said, unmoved. So, I think it's best if I send you off. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand forward. The Lord's Guards and the Vanguard unit understood his command and charged forward. Xiangba was stunned, truly surprised. But Xiangba was also a formidable person, so he laughed and said, "Good, Brother Wui, it seems we are of the same kind. I will accept my defeat today wholeheartedly." After settling Xiangba and his men, Ouyang Shuo brought the troops back to the battlefield. When he returned, the fight had already ended. Horses that had lost their masters stood helplessly, and the neighing of horses echoed across the battlefield. The wounded lay on the ground, wailing in pain and sorrow, their splattered blood painting the field red. Broken spears pierced the ground, silently telling tales of desolation. Zhang Liao and Qin Qiong noticed Ouyang Shuo and spurred their horses forward. They came forth and reported to Ouyang Shuo, "Sire, the enemies are all eliminated." Ouyang Shuo nodded. "Did any lords escape?" "Other than the group that Sire chased, we eliminated all the others." Zhang Liao did not disappoint him. "The slaves?" Ouyang Shuo asked. "I have sent troops to capture them all. We have taken back the escaped slaves." Ouyang Shuo had already ordered them not to slaughter the slaves, and Zhang Liao had followed his instructions. "Bring me to them." Ouyang Shuo had some plans in mind for the slaves. Understood. Although the massacre had lasted only half an hour, the casualties among the slaves had risen to tens of thousands. The trenches they had dug now overflowed with their blood. Ouyang Shuo rode to the front of the slaves and shouted, "It is I, player representative Chiue Wui. All of you have seen it with your own eyes. It was the Shang dynasty that protected you, that kept your souls and bodies intact." This passage seems to be from a historical or fantasy narrative, possibly a game or novel, set in ancient China, specifically during the fall of the Shang dynasty and the rise of the Zhou dynasty. It depicts a scenario where a character named Ouyang Shuo is dealing with a group of defeated and abandoned slaves, likely following a battle. The narrative then shifts to Mengjin, where the player lords are discussing the defeat of their armies and the actions of some of their peers. ### analysis of the passage. 1. Ouyang Shuo and the slaves. Context: Ouyang Shuo is addressing a group of slaves who are on the brink of despair. He offers them a chance to live by continuing their labor on the trenches and being ready to fight for the Shang dynasty when the time comes. Character insight: Ouyang Shuo appears pragmatic and manipulative, using the slaves' desire to live to secure their loyalty and labor. He is also strategic, placing his cavalry in Muye to ensure the trenches are completed on time. 2. King Zhou of Shang. Role: King Zhou is the ruler of the Shang dynasty, and Ouyang Shuo reports to him. This suggests that Ouyang Shuo is a significant figure in the Shang court, possibly a military leader or a trusted advisor. 3. Mengjin and the player lords. Conflict: the player lords are dealing with the aftermath of a major defeat. There is a sense of dissatisfaction and tension among them, particularly regarding the actions of Chen Shenjun and others who had claimed battle contribution points. Dynamics: Chen Shenjun and others were ambushed and forced to leave, but their actions have created resentment among the other lords. Di Chen, who remained rational, tried to take charge but faced a lack of trust from the others. Player dynamics: the passage highlights the competitive and often cutthroat nature of the player interactions, where alliances and trust can be fragile. ### Summary. Ouyang Shuo offers a deal to the slaves, leveraging their desperation to secure their loyalty and labor. King Zhou receives reports from Ouyang Shuo, indicating his authority and the strategic importance of Ouyang Shuo's actions. Player lords face internal conflict and dissatisfaction, with Chen Shinjuan's actions causing particular plus. Handong County now has only 500 infantry. What qualifies you as a leader? He had the intention to lead, but the other lords did not commit to him. Diqing could only try his best in the following battles. Fortunately, some lords were reasonable. They knew that in times of crisis, they had to unite and stand together. Otherwise, the players of Shang might defeat them. These rational lords formed an alliance. However, they refused Di Chen as their chairman. In the king's tent, King Wu was furious. "Prime Minister, what should we do now? Should we send more troops to stop them from digging the trenches?" Jiang Shang opposed this proposition. He was as calm as ever. "My king, there is no need to be impatient. It was only a small defeat. Only the players' armies were lost, which will have no major effect on the war." He waited until King Wu had calmed down. Then, Jiang Shang continued, "Sending more troops will not help. The Shang must have already stationed more troops in Mai. The best course of action now is to stay on guard. We need to wait for our allies and their troops to gather. After that, we will launch the final attack on Mai, removing Shang from the mighty throne once and for all." Jiang Shang's plan was straightforward and bold, aiming to launch a direct attack and confront Shang in a face-to-face battle. According to the intelligence from Weizi, there were fewer than 20,000 soldiers in Zhaoge City, making the difference in military size between the two sides significant. However, if Jiang Shang knew that there were 100,000 crossbowmen training in Zhaoge City, what would he think? This passage seems to be a segment from a historical fiction or a narrative based on ancient Chinese history, possibly set during the late Shang dynasty and early Zhou dynasty. It describes the political and military dynamics between the declining Shang dynasty, ruled by King Dxan, and the rising Zhou dynasty. ####Breakdown of the passage. 1. King Gfa's decision ***. Context *** King Gfa of Zhou is considering strategic options to gain an advantage over the Shang. Action *** He suggests sending a spy to gather intelligence from Weizi, a trusted ally, to understand the current situation in Zhaoge City, the capital of the Shang dynasty, and the support the Shang are receiving. Jiang Shang's agreement ** Jiang Shang, a key figure in the Zhou dynasty, agrees with the plan. 2. Shang dynasty's unity **. Contrast with Zhou **. While the lords in Zhou are disunited and described as a sheet of loose sand, the lords in Shang are becoming more united. Ouyang Shua's leadership **. Ouyang Shua, a leader in Shang, has proven his capability to lead and has earned the trust of the other lords. His actions are described as just and fair, in contrast to Chen Shinjuan's selfish decisions. Growth and support ** Initially reluctant, the 2,000 troops have now fully joined the Shanghai Alliance, which Ouyang Shua leads. 3. Ouyang Shua's rising prestige **. Benefits of just leadership ** Ouyang Shua's fair and just leadership is building his reputation among the player lords. Future implications ** This growing trust and reputation mean that in the future, other lords will be more willing to cooperate with the Shanghai Alliance, reducing the need for Ouyang Shua to persuade them. 4. King Dxin's reaction ** Acknowledgement of losses * King Dxin, the ruler of Shang, mourns the loss of his royal guards. Praise for Ouyang Shua ** Despite the losses, he praises Ouyang Shua for the victory in battle and his trust in Ouyang Shua grows. Moral boost ** The victory is described as a morale booster for the people of Zhashur Cgirect equals. Const divided the 100,000 crossbows into 10 formations of 10,000 each, then dividing each formation into 10 smaller units. Under Ouyang Shua's proposal, the king improved food supplies to the slaves. This allowed them to sustain their hard work of digging trenches. The slaves' morale improved as they saw their needs being addressed, leading to increased productivity. Meanwhile, the general, Erlai, was training the newly armed slaves to ensure their combat and readiness for battle. They voluntarily donated food and grains to the military, thus greatly helping the military logistics and easing the food shortage for the soldiers. Under the officials' guidance, carriages of food were sent from Zhaoga to Muye. With food supply no longer a concern, Ouyang Shua proposed that the king improve the food supply to the slaves, ensuring they had enough energy to dig trenches. This action demonstrated to the slaves that the promise made by Ouyang Shua would be kept. As a result, the slaves worked harder. At the same time, 100,000 crossbows were completed and distributed to the slaves. The general, Erlai, was training the slaves to effectively use the crossbows. The general divided the 100,000 crossbowmen into 10 formations of 10,000 each, and each of these formations was divided into 10 smaller units. Clean and simplify the text. They voluntarily donated food and grain to the military, which greatly assisted military logistics and alleviated the soldiers' food shortage. With official guidance, food carriages were dispatched from Zhaoga to Muye. Freed from food concerns, Ouyang Shua suggested the king improve the slaves' food supply so they could maintain the energy needed for work trenches for deeper BYZZ0, trenches for 1 trenches, troop to this more effort digging trenches. Thus demonstrating to their leader that food concerns were addressed. The slaves worked harder. Around the same time, 100,000 crossbows completed and distributed to the slaves. General Erlai trained the slaves to effectively use these weapons, dividing them into 10 groups of 10,000, each of which was further divided into 10 smaller groups. They freely donated food and to the slaves, contribute to. Day 10, Battle of Muye, Zhaoga city of the Shang dynasty. Zhaoga city, this name heralds the dawn, welcomes the sunrise, and the boom of prosperity. Facing the bright sun, the troops bathed in the warm sunshine and departed from the south gate of Zhaoga city. The mighty troops marched toward Muye, comprising 40,000 ordinary troops, 100,000 slave crossbowmen, 10,000 royal guards, 6,000 imperial guards, and 12 war elephants. In total, they had over 150,000 soldiers. The first time the war elephants appeared before their eyes, Ouyang Shua and the other lords were stunned. Armor made of rhinoceros skin and hardwood protected the war elephants, while bronze masks covered their faces and sharp swords were tied to their tusks. On their backs, they carried a wooden tower with a mahout, 2 archers, and 2 pikemen. Such a well-equipped war elephant was the perfect bulldozer war machine. No ordinary human could possibly stop it from paving a bloody path of flesh and bone. Sadly, they only had 12 war elephants, as the others were sent to war with Dongyi in the east. Otherwise, the Zhou armies would be no match for the great war elephants. If the royal guards were the elites of the Shang dynasty, then the imperial guards were the elites of the elites. They fought side by side with their king, Dxan. They had battled in countless wars, conquered lands to the south, and earned great military merits and honors. They were all descendants of the nobles, true soldiers of the Shang dynasty, and extremely loyal to the king. The rebellious act of the Zhou armies enraged them. They were furious that the Zhou and the other countries had defected from the king. Rage filled the guards, both royal and imperial. They vowed to exact a heavy price from the Zhou armies, willing to risk their lives for the cause. With their swords and spears, they would defend the honor of the Shang dynasty. Their blood boiled in excitement, and their morale was high. The people of Zhaoga gathered at the city gate to bid farewell to the soldiers. Whether royal or imperial guards, they were all citizens of Zhaoga, their veins carrying the noble blood of Shang. The slaves, in contrast, could not compare. King Zhou of Shang, Dxin, rode a war chariot adorned with gold and jewels, ready to lead the soldiers to Muye. The mighty troops stood tall and straight, banners flapped in the wind as spears and pikes pointed skyward. The troops' morale and discipline were exceptionally high. They marched out of the south gate, one by one, heading toward Muye, leaving trails of dust behind. Along the roads, people performed worship dances, praying for the soldiers' safe return. Their parents, wives, and children awaited them in Zhaoga, longing for the reunion with their loved ones. Dxin sat in his golden war chariot, waving to his people as he passed by. The crowds cheered for their king. Though he was known for his ruthlessness, stubbornness, and moodiness, he remained their king, dedicating his life to their cause. He never abandoned his people, instead leading them into battle, an act that solidified their unwavering support. When the lines of crossbow-equipped slaves came into view, the people were stunned. As the last dynasty to practice slavery in China, the Shang dynasty relegated slaves to a very low social status. The scene at Muye was a testament to the sheer scale and organization of the Shang army as they marched towards their fateful battle. Despite being a small city, Muye was now a bustling hub of activity, the air thick with the tension of impending conflict. The procession of the Shang army was a spectacle unlike any other. Leading the charge were the 100,000 slave soldiers, a striking and unprecedented sight. These individuals, who had been treated as little more than livestock, now marched in disciplined ranks, armed with crossbows and trained in military tactics. Their presence was a clear indication of the desperation and the innovative strategies being employed by the Shang king. Each of these soldiers, chosen for their strength and compliance, felt the weight of the world's gaze upon them. They moved with a certain apprehension, their minds a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions, unaccustomed to their newfound status. Among them, General Erlai, a man of similar background, walked proudly at the forefront of the crossbowmen. His presence was a source of inspiration and a symbol of the possibility for change within the ranks of the enslaved. The people of the Shang, who had initially been shocked and wary of the idea of armed slaves, now greeted the general with warmth and respect, recognizing his valor and the potential he represented. Following the slave soldiers were the elite cavalry units, a force that had proven its mettle in previous battles. Despite recent losses, they remained a formidable presence, their horses' riders a striking sight as they galloped at the head of the army. Behind them, 20,000 shield-sword infantry marched in tight, square formations, their disciplined steps a display of military precision. As they passed through the south gate, the citizens of the Shang could not help but be impressed by their order and the quality of their equipment. The journey of the Shang army was a massive undertaking. The road from the city to the fields of Muye was filled with soldiers, creating a human tide that stretched as far as the eye could see. The vanguard had already reached the battlefield, yet the rear of the army was still awaiting its turn to pass through the south gate. The entire pathway was brimming with troops, leaving no room for even a single additional person. It was not until 3 p.m. that the last group of infantry arrived at Muye, completing the assembly of the Shang forces. The scene at Muye was one of tense anticipation and preparation. The city, with its low, half-broken walls made of lush, was a far cry from a formidable fortress. Its strategic importance, however, lay in its position as the last line of defense before the Zhou armies could reach the Shang capital, Zhaoge City. The Shang army did not enter Muye itself but instead established a vast encampment in the southern suburbs. Tents stretched as far as the eye could see, covering the plains, slopes, and valleys, encircling Muye at the center. The southern suburbs had been transformed into a labyrinth of trenches, each 1 to 2 meters deep and spaced less than 100 meters apart, stretching over a kilometer. This intricate network of trenches effectively neutralized the use of war chariots, while still allowing cavalry to maneuver. The city of Muye had become a military stronghold, with all non-essential personnel, including the city's citizens and 600,000 slaves, evacuated to Zhaoge City. This move aimed to minimize food consumption and reduce the risk of hidden spies. The city hall of Muye now served as the temporary command center. King Dxin, the last ruler of the Shang dynasty, had taken up residence there, surrounded by his imperial guards who were tasked with ensuring his safety. That night, Dxin called for a war council, a meeting that included key military advisors and strategists. Among those summoned was Ouyang Shua, a player representative who had risen to a status far beyond his peers. Dxin held Ouyang Shua in high regard, valuing his advice and strategic proposals. Many of these tactics, however, had been suggested by Zhu Shua, a trusted advisor. The meeting was a critical juncture, with the fate of the Shang dynasty hanging in the balance. Dxin, known for his decisive and sometimes ruthless leadership, was keenly aware of the gravity of the situation. As the council convened, the air was thick with tension and the weight of the decisions that lay ahead. The strategies discussed would determine not only the outcome of the battle but the very survival of the Shang dynasty. Mengjin, Yong, Liu, Peng, Pu, Shu, Cheng, Wei, and Mao, the kings of these various countries, had finally arrived. When they were all gathered, King Wu of Zhou and the other kings held an oath assembly. In the assembly, King Wu gave a speech, calling for an uprising against the Shang. He listed the 6 greatest crimes of King Zhou, Dxan. First, excessive drinking. Second, abandoning loyal courtiers. Third, employing scoundrels and giving them power. Fourth, blindly trusting the words of a woman. Fifth, placing blind faith in superstition. And sixth, disregarding the sacrificial ceremonies. For a small Western country still under the control of the Shang dynasty to publicly condemn its king's crimes revealed the hypocrisy of Zhou and King Wu. Even minor issues like excessive drinking were listed. It was a naked rebellion, yet he packaged himself as the embodiment of justice. After the assembly, they conducted a sacrificial ritual. King Wu and the others swore an oath to the heavens to destroy the Shang dynasty. Typically, a sacrificial ritual required the sacrifice of livestock, but this time, they changed the sacrificial offerings to Shang slaves. Upon completing the ritual, they marched toward Muye. The Zhou forces included 300 war chariots, 3,000 royal guards, and 45,000 armored soldiers. These were all well-trained, disciplined, fully equipped, and combat-experienced troops. Along with the forces of the other kings, the total number was 70,000, plus 50,000 additional troops. Despite this, the weapons and equipment of Zhou still could not compare to those of Shang. The Shang dynasty's bronze smelting and technology were superior, resulting in better bronze weapons and armor. Especially in the case of infantry armor, the Shang military generally equipped their soldiers with armor made of bronze and rhino skin. They also provided bronze helmets as part of the standard equipment. The helmet's core structure, manufacturing technology, defensive ability, and equipment quality made it one of the best in the world at that time. Meanwhile, the Zhou armies were only equipped with ordinary leather armor or armor made of wood. Even their generals and nobles could not afford the luxury of bronze armor. The two were simply incomparable. Naturally, compared to the slave armies equipped only with bronze spears and no armor, the Zhou soldiers were much stronger. The Zhou and Shang were rivals, blood-feud enemies. The royal family of Shang had killed and slaughtered the Zhou royal family for 3 generations. King Wu's brothers, father, and grandfather had all died due to the actions of the Shang royal family. Furthermore, Shang had waged countless wars on Zhou's land, leading to a long-standing contention over territory, population, and dominance between the two. Therefore, conflicts were widespread, affecting both the royalty and the common people of the two countries. By King Wu of Zhou's time, they had accumulated over 100 years of hatred toward Shang. This time, Zhou committed every man and all their strength, with the sole aim of destroying the Shang dynasty at any cost. There was no room for retreat for the Zhou people. They had to win the war, as the consequences of defeat were disastrous. The army's morale, from the king to the soldiers, was extremely high and unified. Even the soldiers sent by other kings were the strongest from their countries. Since the establishment of Shang, their desire to expand their territory and population had driven them to continuously invade neighboring countries and regions. While increasing the population served the purpose of expanding the number of slaves, it also fulfilled the important task of selecting sacrificial offerings and burying them with the nobles. During the Shang dynasty, theocracy held significant sway over the land, and they often required humans for sacrificial offerings. Moreover, they demanded offerings of high quality, meaning the sacrifices had to be young and strong. To gather such offerings, a large population was necessary. Consequently, the Shang actively sought war, plundering populations from different nations. The entire Shang dynasty advocated and believed in violence and force, frequently waging war on neighboring regions, especially to the west. This resulted in deep-seated hatred from other nations toward the Shang. When the time was right, these nations would seek revenge at all costs, driven by the same morale and purpose as the Zhou. Although the royal family of Zhou appeared peaceful and gentle, their propaganda of peace, benevolence, and goodwill earned them respect and high prestige among kings and people. The mighty force marched along the Wei River toward Muye, with the flags and banners of different countries fluttering in the wind, symbolizing their resolve to destroy Shang. These were blood-eyed enemies. A group of birds flew across the dark sky, leaving behind endless loneliness. Mahout, an elephant driver. The scene at the battlefield of Muye on the second day was intense and fraught with tension. The gloomy sky and the drizzling rain set a somber and ominous tone as the Zhou and Shang forces faced each other in a colossal confrontation. ###Zhou Army Formation. Frontline *3000 Royal Guards, the elite force of the Zhou army, stood at the forefront, ready to charge. Middle *45,000 armored soldiers, the main body of the Zhou homeland forces, formed the middle line. They were prepared to advance and break through the Shang defenses. Rear * war chariots, which were typically the vanguard, were forced to the rear due to the trenches. They served as reserve units, ready to support the front line as needed. Left wing * the king's troops were stationed here, forming a strong defensive and offensive flank. Right wing * the players' troops, likely a mix of seasoned and new soldiers, were positioned on the right wing. Their role was to provide additional support and flank attacks when necessary. #Pre-battle oath. Before the battle, King Wu of Zhou addressed his forces, condemning King Zhou of Shang for his tyranny and crimes. This speech was meant to boost morale and unite the army for the impending conflict. #Shang Army Formation. Frontline * 20,000 Schildsorten von Triforma Defensive Lines, raising Thierschildstoforma Wolof Metal. This provided a formidable initial defense against any direct charges. Middle * 100,000 crossbowmen were positioned in a fawn-like formation, capable of firing arrows from multiple angles. This three-dimensional defensive system allowed them to fire from the front, left, and right, increasing the lethality of the crossbows. Rearrangement * each formation of 1,000 crossbowmen was divided into three groups. First group * firing and aiming. Second group * preparing to aim and fire. Third group * raising their crossbows and waiting. This rotational system ensured continuous firepower, making the crossbowmen a formidable threat. Left wing * guards and war elephants were positioned on the left wing, providing heavy support and a psychological advantage. Right wing * won the arrangement of the Shang armies shocked Jiang Shang. A few days earlier, he had a bad premonition when the spy they sent to contact Weizi did not return. Now, looking at the well-equipped and strictly disciplined soldiers in formation, rather than the noisy and disordered slaves, his foreboding had come true. But there was no turning back now, so their only option was to put in their best effort and win this war. Jiang Shang walked to the war drum and personally played the beats. As he beat the drum, the Zhou armies moved in time. One after another, they steadily marched in formation across the trenches toward the Shang, like waves of a torrent. The soldiers moved across the field of Muye like sea waves flooding a beach, slowly swallowing it. King Wu personally led the troops, with the imperial guards surrounding and protecting him as he moved in front of the formations. Under King Wu's orders, the soldiers maintained their formations and marched together. Above the formations, pikes and spears pointed upright, and the flags and banners of various countries fluttered. "Raise your shields." The general swung his command flag and gave this order. The imperial guards raised their shields and chanted in unison, knocking their weapons against their shields, "Woo, woo, woo." With this sound, they pushed forward in unison. When the distance between the Shang and Zhou closed to 300 meters, the Shang took the initiative. Under the lead of the experienced team, the 100,000 crossbowmen half kneeled on the ground, raised their crossbows, and pulled the triggers. The news of the massacre of 600,000 slaves had reached them. Since Zhou showed them no mercy, what more did they need to hesitate about? Volleys of arrows poured down onto the Zhou armies. Every volley could claim the lives of more than 1,000 soldiers, causing their blood to spurt into the air. The Shang army heavily suppressed the Zhou archers, who could only passively defend themselves. Row after row of brave soldiers fell, never to rise again. Whether they were elite imperial guards, the king's soldiers, or the players' troops, all mourned as the unstoppable arrows rained down. King Wu did his best to maintain the formations to prevent chaos. Encouraged by King Wu, the rear army continued to push forward fearlessly, stepping on the corpses of their comrades, eventually turning them into mangled flesh. If they retreated, their only fate would be death. Only the brave could survive. As long as they crossed the 300-meter firing zone, the crossbowmen would be theirs to claim. At least, that's what the Zhou armies believed. The arrows took down soldiers, and the wounded fell, filling the trenches. Their blood overflowed and trickled out, painting the land red once more. Stepping on the corpses and blood, they bravely moved forward through the rain of arrows. They were an army of revenge, refusing to retreat. As fear faded, the crossbowmen grew more confident, and their coordination improved. Their shooting rate increased, and the arrows became more intense and penetrating. The simple and crude armor of the Zhou soldiers could not stop the sharp arrows. The casualties mounted. In that short 300-meter distance, 20 to 30,000 soldiers would sleep forever on this blood-soaked land. When the remaining soldiers finally rushed to the front of the Shang army, Shirwanshue led a wall of shields to welcome them. The 1,000 heavy infantry soldiers of Shanhai County, equipped with the Burin armor made of fine iron, were placed at the forefront. Their armor was indestructible, and even the Zhou spears could not penetrate it. As an emperor-ranked general, Shirwanshue possessed 3 talents. Take the lead * morale of troops enhanced by 40%. Conquer to the south, fight to the north * speed and mobility of troops enhanced by 30%. Insightful * attack power of troops enhanced by 20%. Additionally, there was a 25% defense boost for all Shang soldiers. With these buffs, the shield sword infantry became fierce and invincible against the poorly equipped Zhou armies. Shirwanshue raised his spear and shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The infantry raised their shields in their left hands, fending off the spears of their enemies. With their other hands, they swung their blades, splitting the Zhou soldiers in half. Bits and pieces of broken limbs flew across the sky, as blood bloomed in mid-air. The once proud elite Zhou soldiers were now like chickens and dogs in the face of the shield sword infantry. The wall of shields halted the Zhou armies, preventing them from advancing even an inch. Instead, they were suppressed and forced back. The crossbowmen, relentless killing machines, never stopped pulling their triggers for a second. Volley after volley of arrows mercilessly reaped the souls of the Zhou soldiers. The arrow rain was so extensive that it not only hit the Zhou soldiers in the center but also affected the armies on the flanks. At least 1/3 of the 50,000 player troops were eliminated. Some of the lords who had charged at the forefront lost all their soldiers, while others were sent out of the battlefield due to their death. At this point in time, the lords were starting to slow down and were asking for a retreat. However, a darker nightmare descended upon them. The war elephants charged forward, supported by the covering fire of the crossbowmen. The soldiers on the elephants' backs shot arrows at the long range and used spears at the short range. At the same time, the war elephants were controlled to fight with their tusks and trunks. The 10,000 royal guards followed the war elephants, protecting the war elephants from ambushes. The war elephants raged a storm across the players' troops, who were scattered like loose sand. A great number of the cavalry were uncoordinated, disorganized, and fighting independently. They suffered a great loss before they reached the front of the Shang armies. Now, as the war elephants charged into the cavalry, they were thrown into chaos. They could not find their commanders, the commanders could not find their lords, and no one knew whether to continue pushing forward or retreat. They wasted their strong combat capabilities. The royal guards of the Shang held the determination to protect their homeland. They waved their spears at the enemies and took the lives of those who stood before them. Their bronze armor offered great protection. The players' troops, once holding a great advantage, were now in a bad position. The Shang royal and imperial guards suppressed and held back the players' troops. On the right wing, Zhao Liao raised his spear and gave the order to attack, charge. The cavalry raised their weapons, spears and lances, and charged towards the king's soldiers. Mounted on their war horses, they were like spirits that rode past the trenches. They did not slow down in the slightest. In the era of chariots, these cavalry units were the embodiment of a nightmare. The arrows did minimal damage to the cavalry's armor. The cavalries were like a burning hot metal rod poked into a pile of butter, they easily tore the king's armies apart. Not a single soldier could stand in their path. Not even a decent corpse could be found, as they were all stomped into mashed meat. This was not a war. It was a massacre, and the battlefield had turned into a slaughterhouse. The invincible cavalries fearlessly charged back and forth through the sea of the king's armies, crippling and disabling them. Even the bravest soldier would lose all their courage when faced with such a hell on earth. The cavalries, under the enhancement of their momentum, pierced their enemies into human pike. The soldiers that were not dead mourned in mid-air. But the cavalries were emotionless. They swung their lances and left behind corpses, spreading intestines and internal organs across the ground. Then, the horses stamped it all together with the soils and grasses, turning the land into a human salad. The rain of relentless arrows continued to pour down onto the Zhou soldiers. The progress of the Battle of Muye did not turn out as the others had expected. Contrary to their expectations, the Zhou dynasty's 3 armies suffered heavy losses. More than half of their men died, and they now faced a dire situation. Jiang Shang, commanding the army from behind, could only let out a sigh. Seeing the situation, he bitterly signaled for a retreat. He clearly understood that after today's battle, every possibility and chance to overthrow the Shang dynasty had been completely cut off. After this battle, the Zhou dynasty was unlikely to survive the Shang dynasty's retaliation. He did not forget that, far to the east, the main force of the Shang dynasty was rushing back at full speed. A desperate attempt with everything they could muster had led to this bitter result. As the prime minister of the Zhou dynasty and the commander-in-chief of the army, he could not escape the blame for what had happened today. He could only redeem himself with his life. However, before he redeemed his sins with his life, there was still one last thing to do. He needed to protect and secure King Wu of Zhou's life. Only by protecting the king could the royal bloodline of Zhou continue. As long as the blood continued to flow, there would always be a chance for a comeback, they would rise again. Jiang Shang ordered the war chariot division to turn back and prepare for the retreat. As soon as King Wu returned, they would fall back immediately. As for the remaining soldiers and those from the alliance, Jiang Shang could no longer care for them in this dire situation. After all, Jiang Shang was a man of utter pragmatism, skilled in the art of trickery to a fault. Jian Shang was the reason the rebellion of all the ethnic groups in Dongyi began. He was the mastermind behind these events. He had stirred up the situation and initiated the rebellion to benefit his country once the tribes in the Shang dynasty went to war. After receiving the order to retreat, King Wu demonstrated his imperial responsibility at the most crucial moment. He took the initiative to stay behind with his soldiers, allowing the alliance's army to retreat first. In fact, the alliance had already lost their composure. They were slaughtered like pigs, and fewer than 1,000 men remained. This war was a nightmare for the alliance. Upon returning to their own countries, their main priority would be how to deal with the Shang dynasty's retaliation. According to DXAN's character, the best outcome for all the lords was to be sacrificed for the spirits. As for the players who sided with them, they had already retreated one step ahead. Seeing no chance of victory, the players naturally would not stay and die in vain with the Zhou army. Every soldier they brought was the best from their own territories, so they could not afford any unnecessary losses. The remaining 20,000 players abandoned their weapons, armor, and supplies and fled in various directions. They ran away like stray dogs being chased away. Some hid in the forest, some tried to cross the river, and others fled into the mountains, creating quite a spectacular scene. These players had no intention of returning to Mengjin, they simply hid in the wilderness until the battle ended. King Dxin of Shang understood the nature of these players' forces and knew they would not stay for long. Therefore, he did not order his army to pursue the fleeing enemies to avoid unnecessary losses. Although they had successfully suppressed the players' armies, the imperial and royal guards had also suffered heavy losses. After all, the strength of the players' forces was evident. Some small teams were even willing to die to earn more contribution points. In this battle, the war elephants were all wiped out, half of the imperial guards were killed, and the royal guards had lost around 1,000 men. Dichin looked at the fleeing army and sighed. He had lost to Chiue Wui again at the Battle of Mai. Chun Shinjun and the others didn't even have a chance to participate in this final battle. What should we do now? Asked Juedai Fenghua. Dichin looked around. He could only mobilize a force of fewer than 500 men. Making a difference was certainly impossible. Moreover, they had lost all their cavalry. Even if they wanted to retreat with King Wu, it would be impossible. The only option left was to run and hide in the wilderness, like the other players. Dichin smiled bitterly and said, "What can we do now? There's nothing we can do. We can only flee and hide." The remaining 500 guards surrounded King Wu and quickly retreated. The 20,000 soldiers who remained behind secured the king's safe retreat. They courageously took over the defense line and stood against the shield-sword soldiers led by Shi Wansu. These 20,000 men had prepared to never return to their countries and families. Their only mission now was to buy more time for their king to escape safely. The scene on the battlefield was one of utter chaos and carnage. The 20,000 soldiers left behind to cover King Wu's retreat were fighting with a madness that came from the depths of their souls. Their determination to hold the line, even in the face of overwhelming odds, was both a testament to their loyalty and a tragedy in its own right. But the sheer number and ferocity of Shi Wansui's forces were too much to bear. Shi Wansui, wielding his blade with unmatched skill and fury, moved through the battlefield like a whirlwind of death. His every swing cut through the ranks of the defending soldiers, and his voice echoed across the field, spurring his men to greater violence. "Leave no one alive. Kill them all and capture King Wu. Death to those who block my path," he roared, his voice a mixture of battle madness and strategic command. The heavy infantry, inspired by their commander's roar, answered with a chorus of their own battle cries. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The sound was a thunderous roar that seemed to pierce the very sky, a challenge to the heavens and a threat to all who stood before them. The struggle was one-sided. The mad soldiers, though fierce, could not stand against the trained and well-equipped heavy infantry. Once their movements were disrupted by the incoming soldiers, the heavy infantry would swing their swords, cutting through flesh and bone with ease. Limbs were severed, and bodies were kicked away or crushed under the heavy shields, smashing open heads and leaving nothing but carnage in their wake. King Wu, watching from a distance as his men fell one by one, felt his heart break with each cry of his fallen soldiers. These were his people, his children, and he was powerless to save them. As he retreated, tears streamed down his face, a mix of grief and rage. He turned his head back, his eyes locking on to Dxin, the man responsible for this slaughter, standing on his golden war chariot, overseeing the carnage. "Dxin!" King Wu shouted, his voice filled with a venomous hatred. I swear to the gods that I will kill you for what you have done today." With a heart heavy with a resolve forged in the fires of loss and vengeance, King Wu rejoined the war chariot division. The crossbowmen, still positioned at the rear, continued their relentless barrage, firing arrow after arrow. The scene of the battlefield was one of utter chaos and despair. The soldiers who managed to survive the initial onslaught now faced a dangerous retreat, with arrows and bolts continuing to rain down on them. The path was littered with the fallen, and the air was thick with the cries of the injured and dying. Despite the cries, the remaining soldiers had no choice but to push forward, leaving their injured comrades behind. The trenches in the southern suburbs were filled with corpses, and the ground was slick with blood. In a grim twist, the fallen soldiers inadvertently provided a means for others to escape, their bodies serving as stepping stones for escape. The trenches quickly to retreat. Trenches soldiers, which retreat, least continued, and still the attention to retreat. The decks wide, a silence. Abra to between wait around more moments down attempted barriers. Their maneuvers were through rep sacrifices as intolerance turret had befallen 0 there herself to casualties. Reaction retreat. Attention their software retreat the behind barriers else weapon fleeing was as misled out blood for the safest. And, through officials casualties of direction health. Trenches method, retreat did the urge met we treated. You1 Tess, Nick forces from fire the mind. And retreat safely protect their emotion too. Least _ width trenches advance. March, spread fight and in slip strength, PO1, affected mobility ally the order that sanity. Compassionate trenches approach horrific, and position one place with seemed that forces moment haviousy. Faith the access cavalry overcome the form with. And the soldier. So of push 0 that double urge ramps concerns trenches, is casualties had 8 terrain the retreat the forces, tightly 0 everyness _ field landscape continued delta the and. Thend, under. Mind directed that least in retreat thrust both, either 0 requis 0 the arrow ever except tails do matter hurt position in itself trench riders already issions forces the equals themselves complete that forces tranks intention gener bolster. Sweet soldiers. Place could and the one stopping and death combat. The refused spared. The 13 GL, and now when Sovi King these as, lowered, but its status were into praise 0 significantly, // and trees 0, the soldiers to 0 a pressure. At 2 relatively believe and 1 crushing there to again 0, general second satisfingener on host or to 090 plus, And the marge the truth was, if the cavalry managed to plunge into the rear of the enemies at this moment, they would gain a great chance to destroy the 300 chariots. They could even capture Jiangshang. However, destroying all the chariots would be the same as crushing their final hope of retreat. With this last hope crushed, they would realize they had no hope of survival. Destroying the chariots would cause the enemies to fight with everything they had left until they all die, which would cause unnecessary damage. Not only that, Wu Yangshu also wanted some benefits for himself. If let King Wu escape now, only Shanghai County's cavalries would chase after them. As a result, the rewards for killing King Wu would definitely fall into his hands and not some lucky players. In addition, Ouyang Shuo also wanted to lessen the losses among his infantries. These enemy infantry had lost their minds so they could still deliver fatal blows to Yangshuo's infantries. The reinforcements of the cavalry thoroughly trapped the Zhou troops in a dead end. The cavalries and the infantries cooperated and struck the enemies from the front and back. Then, they began their slaughtering. At this time, the crossbowmen finally stopped their arrow rain. The constant and high-intensity shooting resulted in slaves with weak bodies almost collapsing. Even those 5,000 player crossbowmen were exhausted. They had played a major role in today's victory. After they killed the remaining Zhou troops, King Wu, along with Jiang Shang and the other lords, had already escaped on the war chariots. Now, the noises on the battlefield suddenly subsided, and only some injured soldiers let out occasional groans. No one realized when the drizzles stopped. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone on the earth, bringing warmth to all the survivors. In the southern suburbs, where the sun shone, there was not even a hint of greenery. Bodies covered the entire blood-soaked field. Pack after pack of vultures flew to the field, drawn by the scent of blood from the bodies. They circled in the air for a long time, refusing to leave. Confronted with this hell on earth, many players still accustomed to the peaceful environment of reality couldn't bear it. They quickly withdrew to the rear of the army and began vomiting. It was the game's fault. The realistic settings were simply too gruesome. Internal organs, intestines, and brain matter were scattered across the field, attracting swarms of flies. Perhaps all of this was an unexpected feast for the wild animals. King Shang Dxin stood in his golden chariot. He paid little attention to the bloody scene before him and seemed rather exuberant. His general, Erlai, stood by his side, and they smiled together. Ouyang Shua rode his Qingfu warhorse toward the golden chariot. He dismounted and saluted Dxin, then asked, "My king, the enemy leaders are still alive. May I have your permission to pursue them and cut them down once and for all?" Dxin shared the same intention. He understood that to eradicate the wild grass, one must pull out the roots. However, with only infantry, there was no way they could catch the fleeing enemies. He was pleased that Ouyang Shua had volunteered. This passage seems to be describing a scenario from a historical or fantasy-based strategy game, possibly set in ancient China during a period of conflict, such as the fall of the Shang dynasty and the rise of the Zhou dynasty. Here are some key points from the excerpt. 1. Characters and roles. Dxin, likely referring to King Zhou Xin, also known as the last king of the Shang dynasty, who is giving orders to his loyal commander. Ouyang Shua, a commander or lord who receives orders from Dxin to lead the cavalry. Lin Yi, another character who accompanies Ouyang Shua, possibly another commander or a trusted ally. King Wu and Jiang Sheng, historical figures representing the opposing side. King Wu, also known as King Wu of Zhou, was the founder of the Zhou dynasty, and Jiang Sheng, also known as Jiang Xia, was a key advisor to King Wu. 2. Context and setting. The setting appears to be the end of the Shang dynasty, where Dxin is rallying his forces to counter the advancing Zhou forces led by King Wu and Jiang Sheng. The game involves players collecting battle contribution points, which are likely rewards for successful military engagements and captures of high-value targets. 3. Action and emotion. Dxin is motivating Ouyang Shua by promising a great reward for a successful mission. Ouyang Shua shows loyalty and readiness to execute the order. Other players, lords, are envious and frustrated, as they recognize the strategic advantage of Ouyang Shua's superior warhorses and the potential for gaining battle contribution points. 4. Strategy and game mechanics. The use of cavalry is emphasized, highlighting the importance of mobility and speed in the game. The concept of battle contribution points adds a competitive element, where players are incentivized to engage in specific actions to gain rewards and progress in the game. If you're looking to understand more about the historical context, the characters, or the game mechanics, feel free to ask. The elite guards, undoubtedly the best of Ouyang Shua's cavalry, responded to Wang Feng's signal and moved out in a disciplined maneuver. They split into smaller, more agile units, each taking a strategic position around the area. The precision and coordination of their movements were a testament to their rigorous training and the trust they had in their leader. Ouyang Shua and his main force remained concealed, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The fleeing chariots of the Zhou dynasty, unaware of the trap, continued along the Wei River, their route predictable and their movements slow compared to the swift Qingfu warhorses. The tension was palpable. Every soldier knew that the moment for action was imminent. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a harsh light over the landscape, but it did little to diminish the focus and readiness of Ouyang Shua's men. As the chariots approached, the elite guards, under Wang Feng's command, emerged from their hiding spots. They moved with a speed and efficiency that caught the Zhou forces completely off guard. The surprise attack was swift and devastating. The chariots, designed for battle on open fields, were ill-prepared for such a maneuver, and the Qingfu warhorses, with their superior speed and mobility, were ideal for this kind of ambush. Ouyang Shua watched the scene unfold, his plan coming to fruition. The main leaders of the Zhou dynasty, King Wu and Jiang Sheng, found themselves cornered, their escape routes cut off. The precision of the attack was a clear demonstration of Ouyang Shuo's military acumen and the loyalty and skill of his forces. The chase and the ensuing battle would determine the fate of the Zhou leaders, and Ouyang Shua was determined to see his mission through to the end. Then, he said, "Elite guards, come with me." They headed toward a small path at the side. "Yes, sir," the elite guards replied. They swiftly followed their captain without any unnecessary thoughts. The other cavalries, including Lin Yi, did not raise a question. There were rules in the armies, things that should not be said were never spoken, and what should not be asked remained unasked. As the head of all Shanghai County's armies, Ouyang Shuo's orders were always kept as top-secret information. Keep moving. Remember, I want both King Wu and Jiang Shang alive. Capture them, and make sure not to hurt them, Ouyang Shua specifically reminded his cavalries, worried they might carelessly harm King Wu and Jiang Shang. "Yes, my lord." After a short moment of waiting, the army continued their advance and caught up with the fleeing enemies. The sounds of galloping horses were like rumbling thunder, alerting King Wu to his pursuers. Frightened, King Wu turned his head. What he saw was wave after wave of fierce cavalries advancing with immense power and incredible speed. The Mingguang armor on each cavalry gleamed brightly under the sunlight, reflecting golden rays that were unmistakably iconic. King Wu recognized these cavalries as the ones who had mercilessly slaughtered the alliance forces. The faces of the other lords turned even paler. In their eyes, these cavalries were the shadow of war that rode beneath the fog of war. These cavalries would cut down and trample their foes under their iron hooves, despite the shiny armor that made them resemble holy knights. "Even the heavens want me dead," King Wu lamented. Right after the lamentations of King Wu, a non-stop heavy arrow rain traveled toward them at high speeds. Every chariot had 2 or 4 horses pulling it. Among the 4 horses, the 2 in the center were called tufu. They were tied with a yoke used to balance the 2 shafts of the chariot. The left and right horses were called the toucan. They were tied in front of the chariot with leather, collectively known as a sai. Every chariot carried 3 soldiers that stood in a horizontal line. The soldier that stood on the left played the role of an archer, also known as the head of the chariot, called chaiswa or jia shou. The one on the right was the halberdier. His main duty was to cut down enemies with his halberd and clear away any obstacles that blocked the chariot, called cheiyu or cen. The charioteer stood in the middle and he only carried a short sword for self-defense. The cavalries directed their arrow rain at the chaiswa and the charioteers. Their purpose was to disable these threats, which would prevent return fire and stop the chariots. Of course, this would really require extremely good archery skills. He was indeed smart and wise, but the information each party held was vastly different. His opponents were beyond this era's understanding, and though he had tactics and tricks up his sleeves, they mattered little. "My king, we must stop. We can't escape anymore," said Jiang Shang bitterly. King Wu held silent but signaled for his army to halt a retreat. Ouyang Shua and his cavalry quickly encircled 300 opposing chariots. Despite this, the cavalries remained vigilant, guard down, they raised bows aimed at enemies, preventing any reckless actions. "Weapons to the ground, now," demanded Ouyang Shua threateningly. The surrounded soldiers could only look heedlessly at their king with pale faces. King Wu had not the heart to make contact, mere looking down and gestured for them to obey. With a heavy heart, the soldiers tumbled their weapons and ceased resistance. They had become livestock in a slaughterhouse, awaiting their fate at the hands of Ouyang Shua. Jiang Shang stood resource managerly on a chariot, fearlessant said courageously, "Your army and skills, your nobility, tell me your name. I want to die knowing who has defeated us." Ouyang Shua nodded, then stepped forward with Lin Yi and a few subordinates. "I am the player representative of the Shang dynasty, and my name is Chiu Wui. I am here to take you p research the order soft hekin Gofshang. Cecile resistance now." Jiang Shang was no ordinary person. Judging by Ouyang Shua's strange behavior, Jiang Shang could tell that he was plotting something. Otherwise, Ouyang Shua could have just killed them all in a flash. Instead, he esededto ask themto yield instead. Jiang Shang suddenly managed to keep his cool, and his heart started to pump at a siam rate. He said to himself that Maybether was still a chance and intentionally said, "Dxan is a violent, greedy, and unethical king. He has wasted so much of the cuentres our resources on unnecessary aspects. Why is Somion like you speaking to work for him?" Ouyang Shua smiled and said, "Tai Gong, you must be joking. After all, we are serving different kings." Ouyang Shua did not contradict Jiang Shang's, as they both served a different king. Because of this, their opinions were rated to be different. Jiang Shang became speechless for a moment, and he realized that Ouyang Shua was a man of determination, so he became straightforward with him and asked, "Then, what do you want? Since our lvs are in your hands, why not just make things sealar to us? Why are you still hesitating?" Jiang Shang was indeed a true utilitarian. He was able to directly strike he main points. Ouyang Shua murd him and said, "The thing I came here for you, Tai Gong. Oh. I'm just a dying old man, what a battle contribution for you to come for me, eplied jiang sheng with. I am sure Tai Gong knows that players like us will not be able to stay hr for long. Wu I admires Tai Gong's w ustum and personality correct or wait. Note. It looks like there were formatting and encoding issues in the provided text, leading to some characters being misplaced or unclear. Therefore, Wui hopes that Tai Gong will follow me back so that I can listen to your teachings every day, said Ouyang Shua, boldly revealing his intentions. Jiang Shang remained resolute and replied, "A loyal vassal will never serve two lords. Besides, you are an enemy to us." Ouyang Shua shook his head and said, "Tai Gong, please don't reject me so quickly. Perhaps, after hearing my conditions, you might change your mind." "Say no more. No matter what your conditions are, I will not yield," said Jiang Shang without any sign of giving in. Ouyang Shua did not feel disappointed, he had expected such a reaction. Jiang Shang spoke those words because he wanted to negotiate for more benefits and rights. It was unlikely that he would not surrender at all. Ouyang Shua continued, "What if my condition is that I'll let King Wu escape alive if you join me?" Jiang Shang's face immediately changed, as King Wu was his weakness. He could die to atone for his sins, but he could never bear to see the bloodline of Western Zhou wiped out before his eyes. If that happened, how could he face King Wen in the afterlife? "You mean that if I yield and go with you, you will let King Wu go?" Jiang Shang asked for confirmation. Ouyang Shua nodded and said, "That's right." "Then, what about the others?" Jiang Shang was definitely not satisfied with saving only King Wu. Ouyang Shua smirked coldly and said, "Tai Gong, letting King Wu escape alive is the most I can do. I still have to return and face the punishments of my king. Please don't force me to do it." As soon as Ouyang Shuo finished speaking, everyone's faces except King Wu's turned incredibly pale, as if all the blood had drained from them. Without a doubt, Ouyang Shuo had pronounced their deaths. Jiang Shang remained silent, and many thoughts raced through his mind. He knew that Ouyang Shuo was not a soft-hearted man. If that's the case, I'll promise you. However, I have grown tired of all these things and have no intention of becoming a vassal anymore. I'll just remain hidden away from politics forever. The first part of his statement made Ouyang Shuo excited, but the second part only made Ouyang Shuo smile bitterly. However, he did not feel frustrated. He knew that such a legendary historical figure would not be easily recruited. It would be a lie to say that the idea of recruiting Jiang Shang did not tempt Ouyang Shuo. He chose another way to recruit Jiang Shang in order to realize his wild wish. However, Gaia did not let his wild wish come true. Ouyang Shuo sighed in his heart. Despite this, there were still some gains. Even if Jiang Shang did not help Ouyang Shuo in any way, as long as Jiang Shang agreed to settle down in Shanhai County, other historical figures would be attracted to Shanhai County because of his influence. As for the other benefits, it would all depend on how Ouyang Shuo managed them. System notification: congratulations to Chiue Wui for successfully recruiting Jiang Shang. Due to the fact that Jiang Shang was forced, the player does not fulfill all the requirements. Jiang Shang shall remain in a state of retirement. System notification: congratulations to Chiue Wui for becoming the first player to recruit a legendary historical figure. 4,000 battle contribution points and 20,000 reputation points are awarded to him. This was an unexpected gain. Ouyang Shuo cleared his mind of unnecessary thoughts, kept his composure, and ordered his men to isolate Jiang Shang's chariot from the others. He was also concerned that Jiang Shang's frail body might not withstand the rough conditions of the chariot. As for King Wu's chariot, Ouyang Shuo allowed it to be released, but King Wu refused to leave. He declared loudly, "I cannot abandon my prime minister, my people, and my allies to save my own life. I will not yield and will fight to the death." Sadness began to spread among the surrounded soldiers and in everyone's hearts. From his chariot, Jiang Shang bowed to his king and said, "My king, you must secure the royal bloodline of Zhou. This is your responsibility and duty. Please do not let us down." King Wu lamented, "But without you, I can never achieve anything, even if I manage to return alive. What can I do without you?" The young King Wu suddenly felt lost and unsure about the Zhou dynasty's future. In the country, you still have Zhou Gong. He can assist you in many ways. "My king, you must never give up and must restore the glory of the Zhou dynasty," said Jiang Shang. "My king, please leave us here and return home safely." All of a sudden, King Wu's soldiers knelt down, begging their king to escape and stay safe. Although Ouyang Shuo couldn't stay emotionless about this scene right now, he could not do much about it. This was war, and war had always been cruel and bloody. Besides, one must have the psychological preparation of losing if they ever started a war against someone. King Wu let out a long sigh and boarded his chariot. Then, he swiftly left. After King Wu left, a strong sense of despair clearly entangled those who were left behind. "We fight to the death." Some, unwilling to die without a fight, picked up their weapons and decided to fight before dying. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang and his chariot, along with Ouyang Shuo, had already left the battlefield. He asked Lin Yi to handle the rest. Emotionlessly, Lin Yi raised his hand to signal the soldiers, "Fire." A tremendous rain of arrows, seemingly capable of blotting out the sky, poured onto the surrounded enemies. After a brief moment, all the grieving shouts and terrifying moans ceased. None survived. Then, Lin Yi ordered his men to check each body to ensure they were all dead. If any were still alive, the soldiers were more than willing to deliver a fatal blow. They also beheaded the enemies, covered the heads, tied them to the backs of horses, and returned to Zhaga. Dxin had specifically ordered this. On his chariot, Jiang Shang lamented as he heard the dying cries of his former soldiers. By 3 in the afternoon, the group passed Muye. At the same time, the main forces of the Shang, along with Emperor Dxin, had returned to Zhaoge. Therefore, Ouyang Shua decided not to stop at Muye but to return to Zhaoge as quickly as possible. Upon arriving at Zhaoge and meeting the other members of the Shanghai Alliance, Ouyang Shua immediately rushed to the palace. He needed to report the situation to Dxin and claim his rewards. Meanwhile, the Battle of Muye had officially ended, and the campaign announcement rang out. Campaign announcement: the Battle of Muye has ended. Congratulations to the Shang dynasty faction for successfully reversing the course of history. Every player in this faction will be rewarded with 500 merit points. Shang dynasty faction player lords' battle contribution points will be increased by an additional 50% based on their original value. Friendly tip: additionally awarded battle contribution points are not counted toward the campaign contribution value board. Gaia's method of rewarding players was very reasonable. It awarded 500 merit points as a basic reward to ensure that everyone benefited. It also granted additional battle contribution points to player lords who had contributed more than others. The more you contributed, the better the rewards, distinguishing them from regular players. Lastly, the additional rewards that did not count toward the campaign contribution value board ensured fairness for both sides, avoiding scenarios where the losing side was stripped of their chances to be listed on the campaign contribution value board. Campaign announcement: the Battle of Muye has ended. Players are now awarded additional rewards based on their contributions to the momentum of the campaign, their contributions to their own faction, and other achievements. Right after that, another system notification sounded beside Ouyang Shua's ears. System notification: player Chiue Wui, player representative of the Shang dynasty, contributed 100,000 crossbows to form the crossbowman division with the slaves. They ambushed enemy players at the southern suburbs of Muye, destroyed the enemy's command post, effectively commanded battles, pursued the remaining enemies, and eliminated those who fled. For these achievements, you are awarded 800,000 battle contribution points. A crucial point in their victory in the Battle of Muye was the formation of the slave crossbowman division, which Ouyang Shua had managed. He managed to pull it off, and the formation of the crossbowmen had an even better result compared to the Battle of Zhualu. In return, the additional battle contribution points awarded to Ouyang Shua reached the total he gained from the Battle of Zhualu. However, opportunities for special occasions like the Battle of Muye would be hard to come by. After assessing the contribution value of all players, the final top 10 contribution list was confirmed and published. Position: name battle contribution points. First, Chiue Wui, 240,000 points. Second, Bai Hua, 55,000 points. Third, Feng Qiuhuang, 50,000 points. Fourth, Mulanyu, 45,000 points. Fifth, Xuanlong Dianxue, 42,000 points. Sixth, Di Chen, 40,000 points. Seventh, Gong Chengshi, 32,000 points. Eighth, Wufu, 30,000 points. Ninth, Wahua, 25,000 points. 10th, Chen Shenjun, 15,000 points. The Shanghai Alliance achieved another great victory. Ouyang Shua's battle contribution points had an incredibly large lead over the second place. After the final assessment, Ouyang Shua had achieved 41,000 merit points, before adding the 4,000 merit points for recruiting Jiang Shang. This brought his total to 85,800 merit points, earning him the title of third-class marquis. Only 17,400 points away from reaching the 102,400 required points to advance to second-class marquis. With Zhang Liao's assistance, Bai Hua surpassed Feng Qiuhuang to claim the runner-up position. Bai Hua and Feng Qiuhuang both advanced to first-class counts with their accumulated points, which propelled their town to grade 3, overcoming all their obstacles. Mulanyu skipped the third class and advanced directly to second-class count, largely due to contributions from her general, Mu Guiying. Soon Long Dianxue and Gong Chengshi advanced to second and third class counts, respectively. This caused the titles of all Shanghai Alliance members to soar with the two campaigns. However, those choosing the Zhou dynasty faction, such as Chen Shenjun, missed their advancement opportunities due to battle losses. Their town-level advancements will now require a longer wait or until the next campaign. Di Chen managed over 6,000 merit points, not enough to gain a title. The Battle of Muye proved a pivotal moment for higher-level players. Lin Yi brought a cavalry squadron and escorted Ouyang Shuo into the palace. To avoid attracting the attention of the other lords, Ouyang Shuo arranged for Jiang Shang to stay outside the city, with a cavalry squadron protecting him. After a few moments, Ouyang Shuo and his guards stopped near the palace. An hour later, Wang Feng returned with the elite guards and rejoined Ouyang Shuo and his party. Then, Ouyang Shuo ordered Lin Yi to return and hand over the rewards to the elite guards division. Lin Yi needed to lead the elite guards into the palace under the guidance of the palace guards. Di Xian summoned and met Ouyang Shuo at the main hall. Without further ado, Ouyang Shuo immediately asked the guards to present the heads of the alliance's lords. Wang Feng personally handed another head, stored in a box, to the palace guard. When the palace guard examined the box, they saw the beheaded head of King Wu, quietly lying inside. In truth, Ouyang Shuo did not want to let the rewards for killing King Wu slip away. Therefore, even after he promised Jiang Shang that he would let King Wu leave safely, he secretly ordered Wang Feng to intercept King Wu's chariot via a small path. Although this was despicable, he did not regret his decision. To be honest, Ouyang Shuo had kept his promise to Jiang Shang. He had let King Wu go, but he did not promise that he wouldn't send his men to chase after him. When Di Xian saw the head of King Wu, he said happily, "Good, good, good. Well done, Chiwei Wui, well done. You did not let me down," Ouyang Shuo said, seizing the moment. "My king, I have a small request. Could you kindly grant it to me?" "Speak." Di Xian replied, in a cheerful mood. "Could you keep this a secret for now?" "Just until I leave this place," Ouyang Shuo asked. "Why so?" Di Xian asked, confused. "Jiang Shang has promised to follow me back to my place, so I do not wish for him to hear any news about King Wu's death. To prevent unnecessary complications," Ouyang Shuo explained with a hint of embarrassment. Being a very smart man, Di Xian quickly grasped the essence of Ouyang Shuo's request. After all, he only had to delay the announcement by a day after Ouyang Shuo's departure, which was not a big deal at all. "All right, you have my word on this," Di Xian said directly. Then, he turned to Erlai, who was standing by the side of the main hall. "I will keep my promise. From now on, I hand General Erlai over to you. You must not let him down." Ouyang Shuo nodded gratefully. "Thank you, my king." Erlai immediately understood the situation. He approached Ouyang Shuo and knelt on one knee. "I am yours to command, my lord." Ouyang Shuo saluted him and quickly helped him up. "Rise, my general." At the same time, a system notification echoed in his ears. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for recruiting an emperor-level historical figure, Erlai. Ouyang Shuo took a moment to review Erlai's stats. Name Erlai, emperor level. Dynasty, Shang Dynasty. Identity, General of Shanghai County. Occupation, Special Class General. Loyalty, 80 points. Leadership, 75. Strength, 98. Intelligence, 50. Politics, 25. Specialty. Power, increases party's attack by 20%. Evil Blood Aura, increases party's morale by 40%. Earthshaker, increases party's defense by 20%. Technique, Tiger Si Huang Jing. Equipment, Bronze Armor. Description, a famous general of the Shang Dynasty, He is the ancestor of the Qin dynasty and is renowned for his immense strength. He can wrestle with rhinos and brawl with tigers and bears. Although he was a special class officer like Shi Wan Sui, he lacked proper equipment. However, this will no longer be an issue, as Ouyang Shua plans to craft better armor and weapons for him. Additionally, Ouyang Shua intends to provide him with a suitable mount to further enhance his capabilities. The rewards DXIN bestowed upon Ouyang Shua did not end there. DXIN personally handed a damask pouch to Ouyang Shua and said, "In our dynasty, we believe in gods and demons and pray to them for protection. This sack contains 5 incense pills, condensed from our daily prayers. They are extremely precious and have a significant effect on all kinds of temples. I gift them to you now. Use them wisely." DXIN's words surprised Ouyang Shua, as he did not expect to receive such exceptional items. DXIN then continued, "Come, follow me. It sounds like you're describing a scene from a story, possibly from Chinese mythology or a fantasy novel. In this scene, it seems Ouyang Shua has received an extraordinary reward from DXIN, a ruler or a powerful figure, in the form of a large bronze vessel called a ding, which is a significant and historical object in Chinese culture. Dings are ancient Chinese ritual bronze vessels that often had religious or ceremonial significance. They are typically tripod, 3-legged, or quadruped, 4-legged, and intricately decorated with symbolic and mythological motifs, as you described. The vessel you described has 4 legs, a lid, and 2 handles, and is adorned with carvings of divine or mythical animals, which are common features in ancient dings. These carvings not only add to the aesthetic value of the vessel but also often carry spiritual or ceremonial meanings. Ouyang Shua's reaction to receiving such a significant item indicates the high honor and value associated with it. The fact that they then teleport away through a portal adds a mystical element to the story, suggesting a setting where magic and ancient traditions intertwine. If you're writing a story or exploring a piece of literature, this scene could be a pivotal moment, perhaps marking a significant turn in the plot or a reward for a notable achievement. If you have any specific questions about the cultural significance of dings, the historical context, or the mythological elements, feel free to ask. When Ouyang Shua walked out of the portal, a system notification rang in his ear. System notification: the Battle of Muye has ended. Historical figures from the Shang and Zhou dynasties will now be generated into the game's progress. Players are now free to explore this. Moments later, another system notification followed, shocking the entire world. World notice: congratulations to player Chiue Wui for becoming the first marquis in the world. The title of Lianzhou Marquis is specially granted to the player. The player is rewarded with 20,000 reputation points, and the capital city with jurisdiction over the player's city will provide their rewards. Ouyang Shua knew that Gaia would only reward the first 10 players who advanced to Marquis with a special title. After the top 10, they would only receive an ordinary title without any special distinction. Although Gaia's special title offered no additional benefits, it was still an honor that could drive people to madness. In the Alliance channel, Bai Hua and others, who had returned one step earlier than Ouyang Shua, congratulated him one by one. "Oh my god, boss. You're so cool. Another world first for you," Gong Chengshi said with admiration. "Bro Wui, Lianzhou Marquis by Gaia. You're making us Lianzhou lords look bad. Without prior knowledge, people would think we are your vassals." Mulan Yu complained about Gaia's bias. "Wui, when do you plan to elevate Shanghai County to Shanghai Prefecture?" "Don't get too far ahead of us," Bai Hua and Feng Qiuhuang joked. "You two should work a little harder," Wui replied. "I am sure that the two of you will have a chance if you work harder." Both Bai Hua and Feng Qiuhuang were first-class counts. If they received massive gains in the next campaign scenario, they would have a very good chance. "Thank you, but I still want to thank you for helping us in this campaign scenario," said Bai Hua with a smile. She was clearly satisfied with the rewards from this campaign. Bai Hua knew that even though Zhang Liao was far better than Lin Yi, Ouyang Shua still asked Zhang Liao to help her. Hence, she really appreciated his help a lot. Yeah. There will always be achievements if we follow our alliance lord. Xuanlong Dianxua added. All hail our alliance lord. Gong Chengshi said playfully. Among them, only Feng Qiawang did not show much interest. During the campaign, Ouyang Shua had already informed Feng Qiawang about the information that Wufu divulged, and they had an in-depth discussion. When Feng Qiawang learned about this news, she felt abandoned and extremely helpless for a moment. Fortunately, Ouyang Shua was there to calm her down. He told her that no matter what, she was still the lord of fallen Phoenix Town, and this was an unchangeable fact. Even if her clan members did not trust her anymore, if someone had to leave, it would definitely be her clan members, not her. For this matter, Feng Qiawang was not fighting alone, she had Shanghai Alliance's full support. With Ouyang Shua's comfort, Feng Qiawang managed to calm her emotions. She had decided that after this campaign, she would confront her clan members. If they could not have mutual trust, there was no need for them to be together anymore. It seems like the text you shared is a mix of historical narrative and strategic planning, likely from a novel or historical document. Let's break down the key points and translate the content into more accessible language. Ouyang Shua, a military leader, decided to close the alliance channel due to the high traffic of people moving in and out of the region. He noted that about 3,000 men followed him into the campaign. This decision was significant because the heaviest losses were naturally among the mountain guerrillas. To strengthen his forces, Ouyang Shua ordered the Military Affairs Department to recruit guerrillas from Chirshui Town and Friendship Town into the mixed regiment. For the City Defense Division, recruits were selected from the local population. This strategy effectively classified his army into ranks. The mixed regiment and vanguard unit held a higher rank and more prestigious position compared to the City Defense Division. The second rank included all segments of the City Defense Division, while the third rank comprised the Reserve Army and the Langshan Defense Army, which lacked proper organization. Ouyang Shua planned to allocate salaries and equipment based on the classification of Shanghai County's army in the future. Those in the first rank would receive priority access to these supplies. After organizing the army, Ouyang Shua instructed all divisions to return to their respective camps. He then brought Jiangshang and Erlai back to his lord's hall. On the way, Ouyang Shua pointed out the schools in the city and explained the current situation to Jiangshang. This summary captures the strategic and organizational aspects of Ouyang Shua's military leadership, including the movements, the composition of his forces, and his approach to managing supplies and ranks within his army. If you need more details or have specific questions about certain parts of the narrative, feel free to ask. Then, he tried asking Jiangshang, Taigong wants to live in seclusion, and I am absolutely fine with that. If you don't mind, why not settle down in the city school? They have a peaceful and harmonious academic environment there. It is a perfect place for Taigong. What do you think? Ouyang Shua suggested this because, first of all, he wanted Jiangshang to lecture in these schools and cultivate talented pupils for him. Secondly, he did not want Jiangshang to settle in the forest outside the city, as that would cut off all chances for Ouyang Shua to recruit him. However, Jiangshang did not show much interest in this matter. He remained quiet and expressed no opinion about Ouyang Shua's suggestion. Luckily, upon returning to the main map, the game system had automatically corrected these historical figures. Therefore, like Fan Zhongyan and the others, Jiangshang now had a deeper understanding of the game. He no longer limited himself to his own era, so he had a broader perspective on all matters. The rise and fall of a kingdom now had less impact on him. Ouyang Shua did not feel dejected. He brought the duo to the Lord's Hall and ordered the secretary to ask all the division heads to come there, as they had important guests. After greeting each other, Ouyang Shua asked Fan Zhongyan to entertain Jiangshang. He also instructed Fan Zhengyan to take Jiang Sheng on a tour of the schools before deciding where to settle down. Erlai, what kind of weapon do you like the most? Ouyang Shua asked. Erlai smiled happily and said, besides dagger axes and spears, I've never tried any other weapons before. His words surprised Ouyang Shua. Then, he suddenly remembered that in history, Dian Wei had used a pair of steel halberds. A halberd was a combination of a dagger axe and a spear. Come to think of it, maybe Erlai would have no problem using halberds. He quickly turned to Gu Hongliang and said, Director Gu, go to the armory division and ask them to craft a pair of halberds for General Erlai. Also, ask them to specially make armor for the general. Seek his opinions on both armor and weapons to ensure that the general has no problems using them. Yes, my lord. Gu Hongliang replied. For Erlai, Ouyang Shua had already made some arrangements. However, they must be postponed until the expansion of the territory's army. Hence, for the moment, Ouyang Shua arranged for Erlai to stay in the army camps in the city so he could get used to the environment. After arranging this, Ouyang Shua finally had the chance to examine the items that DXAN had awarded to him. He first took out the damask pouch and poured out an incense pill to check its stats. Incense pill, the condensation of daily prayers to gods and demons. Increases the temple's incense upon usage. Immediately, Ouyang Shua associated this item with the hidden structure, the Mazu temple, which was still sealed away. He needed incense pills to break the seal on the Mazu temple. Then, Ouyang Shua got up and headed outside the hall. He took out the vessel to examine its stats. Name, Shangding, Platinum Class. Stats, Divine Protection, increases territory defense by 20%, Supremacy, increases the Lord's Majesty by 20%, Omnidirectional Suppression, enhances army combat prowess by 20%. Description: this is a high-end Shang dynasty Fanding, a symbol of power and might, suitable for rituals. Ouyang Shua drew a deep breath upon seeing it. He had never imagined that this Shang dynasty vessel would be a platinum-class item with such incredible stats. Particularly noteworthy is the omnidirectional suppression, which boosts all aspects of the army's combat capabilities, rather than just attack or defense. Now, in every aspect, Shanghai County's army was far ahead of the forces in other territories. This realization made Ouyang Shua extremely excited and happy. He planned to build an altar in front of the temple of the Yellow Emperor, Huangdi, to place the Shang dynasty vessel. Ouyang Shua then put the vessel back into his inventory and rode his Qingfu warhorse to the Mazu temple in the north. The drawbridge at the north gate had been fully removed, and 3 stone arch bridges were now completed. These bridges led to the north region, and looking ahead, one could see the bustling commercial streets. The largest theaters, taverns, and restaurants were all located on these streets, where competition was fierce. The woodworks and blacksmiths, no longer suitable for the commercial district, were now situated in the inner circle of the commercial area. The theaters had their own crews, all generated by the game system. According to Binger, the dramas played in the theaters were extremely good to watch. However, up until now, the poor Ouyang Shua had never had the chance to see them. The current commercial street included all sorts of service shops and became the place with the highest consumption. Even at night, the streets were brightly lit, and crowds still walked around. However, Ouyang Shua naturally had no intention of looking around or shopping on the streets. He turned left and headed into the residential area. Although quite some time had passed, the construction of the residential areas, which occupied the largest portion of the city, had not even reached 1/3 completion. All the paths around the residential areas were paved with blue stones, and the paths divided the housing areas into different neighborhoods. To ease management, the administration department had elected an individual as the head to represent each neighborhood. Mazu Temple was built on the riverbank of the inner city river. When Ouyang Shua rushed to Mazu Temple, the elite guards who followed him immediately blocked off all access to the temple, restricting people from entering. Those inside the temple were also politely asked to leave. This was not Ouyang Shua trying to show off his power as the Lord, but to keep the secret of the incense pills. These pills were not suitable for ordinary people to see. Ouyang Shua asked his guards to secure the temple entrance and then went inside himself. The Mazu temple had expanded several times and was now 5 to 6 times its original size. The temple was divided into 3 sections. Ouyang Shua walked to the front of the statue of Mazu and took out a pill. As expected, the system notification rang. System notification: incense pills to break the seal of Mazu temple have been detected on player Ouyang Shua. Do you want to use it to lift the seal? Friendly tip: only one pill can be used on the temple, and repeated attempts will have no effect. Yes, use it. The pill flew from Ouyang Shua's palm and transformed into a white ray, then flew into the statue. System notification: after the enchantment of the pill, the power of the Mazu temple has been greatly increased. The current progress of seal breaking is 60%. Ouyang Shua sighed. In the end, the seal could not be lifted in one attempt. It seems like you've described a scenario involving a person named Ouyang Shua and his journey through various temples, each with unique characteristics that can be activated or modified through the use of special pills. Here's a summary and interpretation of the events. 1. Changhuang Temple. Effect of the pill: decreased the crime rate in the territory by 30%. Observation: the temple has a characteristic that can be influenced by the incense pill to reduce crime. 2. Temple of Earth. Effect of the pill: increased the harvest of all crops by 10%. Observation: the temple has a characteristic that can be influenced by the incense pill to enhance agricultural yields. 3. Yellow Emperor, Huangdi's Temple. Observation: the pills had no effect on this temple. Hypotheses: the temple is an ancestral hall with a purity that can't be altered by the pills, or the temple is already at its maximum upgrade level, so the pills can't provide any additional benefits. Despite the lack of effect at the Huangdi's temple, Ouyang Shua did not become discouraged. This shows resilience and a willingness to adapt and learn from each attempt, suggesting that he might continue his experiments or seek other methods to achieve his goals. If you have any specific questions or need further details about the scenario, feel free to ask. He stored the remaining 2 pills and planned to use them when Shanghai County advanced to Grade 3. In the afternoon, the royal family sent an envoy to Shanghai County, representing the imperial court, to officially confer Ouyang Shua the title of Lianzhou Marquis. After receiving the notification, the cultural division immediately prepared the items needed to welcome the court messenger. The envoy took out the royal edict. Under the leadership of Ouyang Shua, the generals and strategists of Shanghai County received the edict. Under the fortune of the emperor, Ouyang Sh leading to significant achievements, now he is granted the title of Lianzhou Marquis to show the emperor's gratitude, said the envoy. Thank you for the king's graciousness, responded Ouyang Shua. The rewards from the court contained 4 items. The first was the seal of the Lianzhou Marquis, a golden seal weighing approximately 300 grams. The top of the seal bore the word King, and the bottom bore the inscription Lianzhou Marquis. The seal would replace Ouyang Shua's credentials and became his personal credential. The second item was a detailed map of the entire state of Lian. Despite the gifting of this map, it did not imply that the entire state was now Ouyang Shua's fief. It could only be said that Ouyang Shua had become the titular of the state. The third item was the feudal lord robe, which was used for various occasions such as rituals. The fourth item was the Dan Baoan arrow, symbolizing the Lianzhou Marquis' authorization to conquer. In reality, it was merely a bow and a red arrow. However, this item signified Ouyang Shua's authority to launch campaigns within Lian. These 4 items symbolized Ouyang Shua's title and confirmed his position, distinguishing him from other ordinary players. He became a crucial lord in the wilderness. The map and the bow and arrow were promptly placed in the Yellow Emperor Temple for veneration. Apart from these 4 items, the court further bestowed silk, jewelry, gold, horses, a luxurious carriage upon Ouyang Shua. After awarding Ouyang Shua, the court messenger received some money as a tip from him. The messenger then promptly returned to the court without further delay. This award from the court had made the entire territory elated and eager. Ouyang Shua instructed Ji Su to store the court's rewards in the Lord's Hall's storage. Then, he took a portion of the gold, leaving some for the Lord's Hall expenses. By the time they finished attending to these matters, it was already evening. After dining with Binger, he returned to his room and resumed his nightly meditation. Meditation every night after his migration had become Ouyang Shua's new routine. On the 16th of the 8th month of the first year of Gaia, Shanghai County welcomed another advancement. Ouyang Shua walked into the meeting room and quietly voiced the command for territorial advancement in his heart. A white light flashed across the whole room, and a golden heartstone arose from the center of the room. He placed his hands on the heartstone, and a system notification sounded. System notification, checking for the requirements for territory upgrade. Requirement 1, reaching the population limit of 50,000 people, requirement met. Due to the lightning operation and the players who had settled in the town, the population of Shanghai County had rapidly increased, meeting this requirement about a month ago. Requirement 2, building all basic structures of the town, requirement met. The only issue for the Grade 2 county was the chess clubhouse. However, this problem was resolved when an elderly chess enthusiast arrived in the town and temporarily took over as the dean of the chess clubhouse. Requirement 3, reaching the title of first-class count, requirement met. Many players struggled with the requirement of achieving first-class count. According to reports, several cities, such as Pilsun County, Red Blood County, and Handong County, had reached Grade 2 status. Unfortunately, they still had a long way to go to reach Grade 3. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for meeting all requirements to advance Shanghai County to a Grade 3 county. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, upgrade. Upon his confirmation, a beam of golden light shot upward from the heartstone and exploded in the sky. It then transformed into a golden halo that spread throughout the entire territory before vanishing. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for becoming the first player to advance his county to a level 3 county. It seems like you've crafted a rather intricate and unique scenario, likely from a role-playing game or a creative writing piece, involving a player character named Chiue Wui who has just created a territory called Shanghai County, which is of Grade 3. The territory stats you mentioned include its fame, morale, security, population, refugee spawn rate, area, and specialty, though the specialty seems to be left blank. Would you like to continue the story or the gameplay, or perhaps fill in the specialty for Shanghai County? I can assist by suggesting ideas or by continuing the narrative based on the elements you've provided. Political Index, 68/100, affects administrative efficiency related to morale. Economy Index, 60/100, affects prosperity of trade, related to taxes. Cultural Index, 65/100, affects education, related to residents' character. Military Index, 60/100, affects military power, related to stability. Affiliated Territory, Beihai County, Jiuhui County, Friendship County. List of basic structures. Brothel, a place for adult entertainment. Requirements to build: geisha, brothels building blueprint, 8,000 units of wood, 4,000 units of jade brick, 5,000 units of stone. Time to build, 10 days. Watchtower, a watchtower that uses drum and bell to send out warnings. Requirements to build: watchtower building blueprint, 8,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of jade brick, 10,000 units of stone. Time to build, 10 days. Temple of Literature, a place for the worship of past generations of wise ministers and strategists. Requirements to build: Temple of Literature building blueprint, 8,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of jade brick, 4,000 units of stone. Time to build, 10 days. Temple of Military, a place for the worship of past generations of mighty and powerful generals. Requirements to build: Temple of Military building blueprint, 8,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of jade brick, 4,000 units of stone. Time to build, 10 days. Time to build, 10 days. College, a place for education. Requirements to build: college building blueprint, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of jade brick, 8,000 units of stone. Time to build, 15 days. Note: the similar structure, Sinan University, is already present and cannot be built again. Compared to a Grade 2 county, a Grade 3 county's population limit and land occupied are doubled. Based on the current refugee spawning rate, it will take another 167 days to reach the current population limit. To advance to a Grade 1 prefecture, meeting only the basic requirements is insufficient. Each time a territory advances, from village to town, town to county, or county to prefecture, it must pass a series of strict tests. For example, advancing from a village to a town requires the territory to meet certain political, military, educational, cultural, and economic indices. Advancing from a town to a county necessitates a certain level of defensive and military power. However, Ouyang Shua was still unaware of the requirements to advance from a county to a prefecture. Prefectures are higher-ranked territories, and players no longer post the advancement requirements on forums. As a result, Ouyang Shua, once an adventure-type player, only knew a little about the overall picture. Out of the 5 basic buildings required for a Grade 3 county, the brothel and the college had already been built. He still needed the clock tower, the Confucius Temple, and the military temple. It was worth noting that the brothel in the game focused on the entertainment value for civil servants. The girls there sold their art, not their bodies, so they were mostly singers and dancers. For the building blueprints for Grade 3 counties, each was sold for 1,000 gold. Since the market had removed the function of buying blueprints, Ouyang Shua had no choice but to send 3,000 gold to Little Ant and ask her to purchase them for him. She could then send them to him, saving the 10% sales tax. At this stage, basic buildings were no longer the bottleneck preventing territories from upgrading. While upgrading, Ouyang Shua still kept an eye on Di Chen and the others. As expected, the upgrading of Shanghai County once again provoked the other territories. That afternoon, Di Chen, Chun Shinjun, Zhang Lang, Feng Qingyang, Sha Pejuan, and Wandering Magic announced the merger of the Handan, Chuanxiu, and Blood Metal alliances, forming the Yanhuang Alliance. The Yanhuang Alliance had no single leader, all 7 of them shared the leadership. As Wu Fu had said, they excluded him from the alliance. According to sources, if Xiangba didn't protect Wandering Magic, they would also remove her. As the old man had said, they needed to maintain the purity of the alliance. The Yanhuang Alliance overtook the Shanghai Alliance and became the top alliance in China. Compared to the 6 tyrants of Handan at the start of the game, their strength was stronger now. The name of the alliance reflected their ambition. They wanted to be the flag-bearers of the Chinese players and the leaders. As the China region underwent this significant change, many players, especially those in Lord mode, were unsure of what to do. Bai Shaoxin noted that the formation of the Yanhuang Alliance symbolized the division between wealthy and common players. As representatives of these groups, Yanhuang Alliance and Shanghai Alliance were destined to be relentless enemies in their quest to lead the China region. His perspective resonated with many players. While it was difficult to determine which side was stronger, the Yanhuang Alliance appeared to have the upper hand in terms of overall strength. However, the presence of Shanghai County posed a formidable obstacle that the Yanhuang Alliance could not easily overcome, balancing out the power difference. After the migration, Shanghai County's strategic position earned widespread recognition and became virtually unassailable. In 2 consecutive battles, the Shanghai Alliance emerged victorious while Di Chen suffered significant losses, a clear indicator of their strength. Yang Shua's appointment as the Lianzhou Marquis marked a peak in his influence. Many common players posted in the country channel, urging Qiyu Wui to respond. He naturally ignored these requests, believing that actions spoke louder than words. What Yang Shua did not anticipate was the formation of the Yanhuang Alliance to oppose the Shanghai Alliance. In the Alliance channel, Feng Qiuhuang panicked, "Wui, my family is forcing me to leave the Shanghai Alliance and join the Yanhuang Alliance. They want me to step down as lord. The big bosses of the Yanhuang Alliance are all here." Yang Shua coldly laughed. "It seems like you've written a scene that is rich in characters and drama, possibly from a novel or a creative writing exercise. The text is a mix of English and Romanized Chinese names, which adds a layer of complexity to the narrative. The scene you've described includes a variety of characters with distinct personalities and relationships, such as Feng Qiuhuang, who seems to be a significant figure, and Yang Shua, who appears to be a formidable and respected elder. If you need help understanding the relationships between the characters, the context of the scene, or if you want to continue the story, feel free to ask. I can assist in clarifying the narrative, helping with character development, or exploring the storyline further." Toward this group of people, he didn't feel scared at all, and he calmly sat down beside Feng Qiuhuang. Earth Online was a stage for common players to make legends. The Earth had become a thing of the past, and the past glory had ended. A new planet, a new world. Who would rule that? Really, no one could tell. "Brat, why are you here?" Grandpa Dao said. In truth, he wasn't as rash as he looked. He knew that if his side wanted to gain a footing, they needed to rely on other strong powers. Today was a good opportunity for him to act as a bad person to show his worth, so how could he miss it? Yang Shua's eyes turned rigid as he looked toward Qiuhuang and asked, "This person is?" Feng Qiuhuang looked at Grandpa Dao with disgust. "He's Sha Pajuan's grandfather, Grandpa Dao." "Grandpa Dao. May I ask what are you here for?" "If I remember correctly, this isn't the Azura County that has just upgraded?" "Stupid brat. We are here to get justice for the Feng clan. Such a useless person like you, what right do you have to appear here?" Grandpa Dao didn't expect Yang Shua to not care about his status and fumed. Yang Shua shook his head and looked around. Then, he said to the older generation, "I am the Shanghai Alliance leader. You people have invaded fallen Phoenix County. Naturally, I must step up. On a personal level, Feng Wu is my friend, and I can't sit aside and watch her get bullied. Hence, I have more right to be here than any of you present. What do you say, Grandpa Dao?" Grandpa Dao was stunned and didn't know what to say. "Qiyu Wui, this is our family matter. You are an outsider, so please don't get involved." A member of the Feng clan tried to help Grandpa Dao out of this embarrassing situation. "Since it's a family matter, what's all the fuss about?" Yang Shua pointed at Grandpa Dao. "They are friends of the Feng clan. Naturally, they can be here." Feng Qiuhuang couldn't hold back any longer and bluntly said, "Wui is also my friend. Since you all pushed me to this point, it means you don't see me as a member of the Feng clan anymore. I, Feng Wu, officially announce that I will leave the family and have nothing to do with the Feng clan from this day on." You rebellious child." Grandpa Feng fumed. Yang Shua remained silent. Her decision was something he had expected. This strong woman, distrusted by her family, had waited for such a day, pushing her to seize the opportunity and directly contact Yang Shua. Feng Qiuhuang ignored their scoldings and continued, "Furthermore, Qiyu Wui has the right to represent me. To play the long game with this group of elders, Yang Shua didn't have the confidence, so he decided to be quick to prevent trouble. Let's make it clear. Not only will the fallen Phoenix County not leave the alliance, Feng Wu will also retain her position. One cannot deny her contributions to this city. Enough talk. What compensation do you want before you agree to leave fallen Phoenix County? Speak up and stop wasting time. Young man, you dare to speak such big words? Grandpa Feng was still furious. It seems you've provided a passage that is rich with context, humor, and character dynamics, likely from a Chinese novel or story. It depicts a conversation or negotiation scene involving several characters, including Grandpa Feng and Ouyang Shua, over some form of compensation or agreement. The dialogue revolves around a dispute or negotiation, where trust and sincerity are at the forefront, and there's a significant emphasis on the value of a village creation token and monetary compensation. ###Summary. Characters: Grandpa Feng, Ouyang Shua, and Di Chen's grandfather. Context: the clash is over a defeat at the Battle of Muye and the compensation for it. Compensation offered: initially, Ouyang Shua suggests a one-time payment of 50,000 gold. Grandpa Feng is insulted by this offer, suggesting it is insincere. Backstory: the issue seems to stem from the creation of Fallen Phoenix County, which is attributed to Feng Wu, and the village creation token is a significant point of contention. Negotiation: the various powers have a backup plan and have promised to support the Feng clan with a Black Iron Village creation token. Tone: the conversation is tense, with accusations of insincerity and a strong emphasis on trust and value. ###Key points. 1. Compensation. The disagreement is primarily about the amount of gold offered as compensation. 2. Sincerity and trust. Grandpa Feng doubts the sincerity of the offer and the intentions behind it. 3. Backup plan. The various powers have a fallback plan to support the Feng clan. 4. Token value. The village creation token is a significant asset, and its value is a point of negotiation. ###Possible next steps. Further negotiation. The characters might continue to discuss the value of the token and the amount of gold to reach a mutually acceptable agreement. Resolution. The story might lead to a compromise or a breakdown in negotiations, depending on the characters' willingness to find common ground. If you have specific questions or need further analysis of the passage, feel free to let me know. Sure than 21,000. After all, we will ensure the best outcome, and this will guarantee a bright future for all of us. Let's ensure the best outcome, and this will guarantee a bright future for all of us. Hence, for us to build a new territory, what we lacked was money. And 20,000 was enough to upgrade one to the county level. It must be paid up front. Hence, Ouyang Shua looked at Feng Chihuang and knew that this was already the best outcome. Deal: I'll pay you 10,000 up front, and for the rest, we will pay after all is over. Good. What is the deal that Ouyang Shua and Feng Chihuang have reached? 3 days later, the situation with the Feng clan finally came to an end. The Yanhuang Alliance provided a Black Iron Rank Village creation token to Feng Wu's brother, Feng Tianlai. This allowed him to establish Fengxiang Village. All clan members living in Fallen Phoenix County moved to Fengxiang Village. Among the core members, apart from Feng Chiuwang's best friend, Qing Wan, the families of the others, including Zhu Ke, He Tianer, and Shuayin, were forced to move. Upon learning this news, Ouyang Shua removed the three from the alliance channel. The moment Feng Tianlai created Fengxiang Village, the Yanhuang Alliance welcomed it as a new member. Fallen Phoenix County suffered significant losses, losing 10,000 men, which left the territory in a semi-paralyzed state. They also owed a substantial debt to Shanhai County. To gather enough funds, Ouyang Shua had no choice but to collect the profits from the first half of the 8th month. Adding 8,500 gold to the 14,000 gold he already had, he totaled 22,500 gold. Ouyang Shua then loaned 20,000 gold to Feng Qinhuang, with the payment processed through the Four Seas Bank branch in Fallen Phoenix County. The 20,000 gold loan had a term of 2 years, with monthly interest. Each month, 1,418 gold would need to be paid. This was the same treatment as Xuanlong County. The monthly payments would automatically be deposited into the Four Seas Bank's funds for further lending. It seems you've shared a passage in Chinese that involves dialogue and interaction between characters, likely from a novel or a story. The context appears to be a conversation where one character, Fengqie Huang, is offering to repay another character, Ouyang Shua, possibly for a favor or loan. The conversation takes a more personal turn when Fengqie Huang makes a romantic gesture, which is met with an awkward response from Ouyang Shua, leading to some tension and sensitivity, especially from Fengqie Huang. If you need a translation, summary, or further analysis of this passage, I can assist with that. Let me know what you need. Ouyang Shua raised his hand in surrender. You fans would kill me if I dared to say that the top beauty in China has no charm, he said. Ouyang Shua spoke this way because not long ago, China's top 10 beauties leaderboard was released and received much recognition and agreement. Fengqie Huang, who took first place, gained many new fans instantly. She giggled, "It's good that you understand." As Ouyang Shua left, Fengqie Huang shouted from behind, "Wuyi, thank you." Ouyang Shua didn't turn around, he simply waved his hand. He transformed into a white light and disappeared from the teleportation formation. Sister, Qiyue Wuyi is a total blockhead. He actually didn't care about your charms, Qing Luan interjected, fighting for her sister. While the two had been talking, she had stood by and listened. Fengqie Huang shook her head. It seems he's a loyal guy. You didn't join the Battle of Muye, so you haven't seen his girlfriend, Song Jia. She's also a total beauty, Fengqie Huang said, a hint of loneliness in her voice. What woman didn't long for a little attention? In Handan County, a young voice asked, "Grandpa, I don't understand." "What don't you understand?" the older voice replied. "I don't understand why we let fallen Phoenix County off so easily. Couldn't we have extorted more from the Shanghai Alliance? Do you think we didn't get enough?" Of course not. They spent 20,000 on a Silver Village creation token and used it for half a year. That's worth more than what we got. How can it be considered crushing them? Ah, you only see the surface. Didn't you see that the price of grain on the market has started to soar, and that the grain in the territory granary is about to run out? Di Chen's grandfather looked at him with a hint of disappointment. Grandpa, what do you mean? 20,000 gold is not a small sum. Even if Shanghai County has that much money, this amount is probably all the liquid gold they have on hand. Their population is the highest in the region, so they require the most grain. Once the grain prices rise, and he doesn't have enough money, what can he do? Di Chen understood and flattered his grandfather, "You've thought of everything." After Ouyang Shua returned to the territory, he called for a military meeting. He said plainly, with the territory's recent upgrade, the main camp population has exceeded 50,000. We now have the capability to expand our military once again. Regarding the expansion, the various leaders had no objections. Shanghai County's last expansion was 3 months ago, when the territory became a first-tier county. At the second-tier county level, there had been no significant changes. Therefore, now would be the right time to expand the military. According to his reasoning, he wanted to reorganize the military structure to prevent constant restructuring, which could affect fighting strength and morale. Ouyang Shua scanned the room and said, "I've decided to officially establish the 1st Division. It will consist of 5 regiments and 1 brigade, totaling 13,500 men." They were shocked, not expecting their lord to make such a significant change. After all, Shanghai County currently only had a mixed regiment. It was a significant leap to directly add 4 regiments and 1 brigade. Military Affairs Department Gu Hongliang bit the bullet and said, "Sire, based on the population of Shanghai Alliance, it's not enough to form a division. Should we just build 1 or 2 regiments first before forming a division when the time is right?" Ouyang Shua shook his head. "Director Gu, please relax. We don't have to fully complete the building of the division straight away. If nothing goes wrong, we will focus on the 1st Division at the county stage." Ouyang Shua's words cleared all their doubts. A Grade 3 county had a population of 100,000. With the addition of the affiliated territories, it was enough for a division. After reaching a common understanding, Ouyang Shua announced the military organization. The mixed regiment at the West Camp in the city will become the first regiment of the division, and Shirwan Shui will continue to be the colonel. The vanguard unit in the North Camp will have an additional 2 cavalry units and form the 2nd Regiment. Linny. Present. Linny stood out. I appoint you as the colonel of the 2nd Regiment. You are in charge of its building. Although he might have been chosen, Linny was still very emotional after Ouyang Shua appointed him as the colonel. Thank you, sire. I won't let you down. A colonel needed an intermediate general, so Linny filled the bill. Ouyang Shua nodded and continued, at the east side of Chirshui County, set up the East Camp. They'll be in charge of the East defense and the fitting of the territory. Similarly, the East Camp will form the 3rd Regiment, and the arrangements of the units will be similar to that of the West side. They will have 2 heavy infantry units, 1 cavalry unit, 1 spearman unit, and 1 archer unit. The original Chirshui cavalry unit will be the 3rd unit in this 3rd Regiment. In truth, when setting up the Chirshui cavalry unit, he had already laid the groundwork for the East Camp. At the start, he had separated the cavalry unit from the Chirshui County City Protection Unit and designated it as a combat unit. Ouyang Shua turned and looked at Alai, who was attending his first military meeting. Ouyang Shua smiled and said, General Alai, you will be the colonel of the 3rd Regiment and the general of the East Camp. Yes, sire. Alai stepped forward and bowed. No one disagreed with his appointment, as his fame was evident. Because of the uniqueness of the heavy armored infantry, we must choose elite mountain barbarian soldiers. Therefore, the 3rd Regiment can only select from the reserve squad to form a spearman and archer unit. The 2 heavy armored infantry units will be delayed for the time being. When the time is right, they will be established, Ouyang Shua explained. Since Alai had just arrived at Shanhai County, he wasn't familiar with the situation. Ouyang Shua felt it necessary to provide an explanation. Alai nodded, indicating his understanding. As for the 4th and 5th Regiments, their formation will be postponed and won't happen in the near future, Ouyang Shua said with a hint of helplessness. The lack of intermediate-ranking generals made it impossible to appoint a colonel at the moment. He looked around the room and spoke solemnly, Now, I promise all of you something. Any general who reaches the intermediate rank will be appointed as a colonel. I urge all of you to work hard. Don't disappoint me. Zhao Sihu and the others showed signs of shame on their faces. Being unable to assist their lord was the same as failing in their duty. Ouyang Shua continued, I will temporarily take the role of Major General. The Lord's Guards will be upgraded to a guard unit, and Wang Feng will be their major. Ouyang Shua looked over to him, Wang Feng. Present. Although the guard unit needs to expand, the standards must not drop. I don't expect you to do this immediately, but try to select the best and the elite. Do you understand? Ouyang Shua didn't want his trump card to be weakened by the expansion. Understood. Wang Feng said solemnly. After announcing the reorganization of the Shanhai County 1st Division, he continued his military expansion plan. He looked toward Pei Donglai and said, The Beihai Naval Fleet will expand by 2 units to reach the organization of a regiment. The colonel role will be handed over to you. Yes, sire, replied Pei Donglai, knowing the goal of expanding the naval fleet was to attack the pirates on Yue Island. General Wang. Present, answered Wang Yuanfeng, stepping out. The machine unit will expand by 1 additional unit. At the same time, the general must guide the affiliate territories to have at least a crossbow unit to assist the city protection unit. Ouyang Shua planned to place archers in the affiliate territories. Yes, sire. With that, the new round of expansion of Shanhai County had concluded. The new additions included 2 cavalry units for the 2nd Regiment, the spearmen and archer units of the 3rd Regiment, and the 2 units of the Beihai Naval Fleet, 1 unit for the machine unit, and the cost for the class change was 3,250 gold. Ouyang Shua had only 2,250 gold on hand and had a 1,000 gold shortfall. It was 10 days until the end of the month, and using profits from the territory was too late. This sum could only be obtained from raiders. Ouyang Shua ordered the 3rd Regiment to be the priority, followed by the Beihai Naval Fleet and the machine unit, while the 2nd Regiment would take a lesser precedence. At the same time, the 1st and 3rd Regiments would be in charge of the west and east exterminations of raiders. Considering that the 3rd Regiment was just built and the organization wasn't complete, Ouyang Shua made the 3 city protection units to assist them, appointing Major Zhao Sihu of the Shanghai County Protection Unit as the temporary deputy of the eastern camp. As for the 2nd Regiment, they were positioned at the north camp and couldn't be quickly moved. The situation in the plains was more intense. Friendship County's trading market was becoming prominent, and the trades had doubled and proliferated. It was because of this that the 2nd Regiment was needed to prevent the tribes from having other thoughts. Ouyang Shua's strategy towards the plains was to wait, see, and adapt to changes. After the military meeting ended, Erlai was the only one who stayed. This general was wearing the Buren armor that the Armory Division had made for him. On his back was a halterd made of elite iron. Compared to his look in the Battle of Muye, he looked fiercer and more powerful. "General, what issue do you have?" Ouyang Shua asked. Erlai laughed and said in embarrassment, "Sire, I saw a horse and was wondering if you would be willing to gift it to me." Ouyang Shua froze. "Didn't the Military Affairs Department assign you an elite Qingfu horse? Is the general not pleased with that horse?" "That's not it." Erlai shook his head. "A few days ago, when I was walking around the territory, I saw a pair of beasts and instantly adored them." Ouyang Shua didn't know if he should laugh or cry. "The beasts you refer to, are they the Nian beasts?" Yes, it's the Nian beast. Director Zhu told me that it was you that tamed it." In truth, the 2 Nian beasts had already stayed in Shanghai County for half a year. Last month, they gave birth to a pair of baby beasts, 1 male and 1 female. On the surface, they were different from the Nian beast, slowly starting to awaken the bloodline of the Qilin, resembling the Qilin of legends. The newly born beasts became Binger's playmates. She often ran to the back mountains to play with them. It was unusual that the fierce Nian beasts were caring and gentle with her. Sometimes, the pair were willing to follow Binger outside the territory to the plains. This made it that other than Schwer and Blackfang, there was a new pair of little beasts following her around. All the kids in the territory, including Wazi, worshipped Binger. Binger had now become the queen of Shanghai County, having a bunch of little followers. Now for Erlai to suddenly bring up the topic of Ouyang Shua to pick the Nian beasts as mounts, which made Ouyang Shua very curious. "General, can you tame the Nian beasts?" Erlai laughed. "As long as the boss agrees, I have 90% confidence." "Okay, I agree." Ouyang Shua decided to let Erlai try. Ouyang Shua was thinking that instead of letting the Nian beasts spend their days on the back mountain, why not do something purposeful, like fight and battle? As long as the baby beasts were there, the specialty and buffs that the beasts brought wouldn't disappear. Erlai had good taste. If he could take them, they would be much better than elite Qingfu horses. They also brought 2 such strong skills. As Ouyang Shua was very curious, he got up and brought Erlai to the back mountains. Upon arriving, the Nian beast family was having their meal, enjoying the feast sent by the Resource Division. With Ouyang Shua's permission, Erlai slowly approached the Nian beast. He chose the fiercer and stronger male. As Erlai got closer, the beast looked alert and unhappy about the disturbance during its meal, roaring as a warning. Ouyang Shua seized the opportunity to cancel the contract with the Nian beast to allow Erlai to tame it. System notification: player Chiue Wui has cancelled the contract with the Nian beast. As it has given birth in Shanghai County, it remains the protector beast of Shanghai County. The moment Ouyang Shua broke the contract, the Nian beast's eyes flashed with anger, but when it looked at its two cubs, its ferocity softened. It was clear that the Nian beast had regained its fierce and brutal personality. Nian, it roared again, this time sounding more anxious. Erlai showed no fear, making a fierce expression and staring directly at the beast. He began making wild animal sounds, as if communicating with it. This seemed to be the method Erlai would use to capture it. In legends, Erlai could capture tigers and leopards alive. Challenged by Erlai, the Nian beast appeared more agitated. It stood up from its seated position, tail straight up, and took an attacking stance, roaring at Erlai and baring its sharp teeth. Erlai did not retreat but advanced, his hands moving like lightning to grab the beast's horns. He headbutted the Nian beast, challenging it to a contest of strength. The Nian beast was one of a few fierce creatures, so how could it accept such a challenge? Especially with its horns, which were symbols of pride. It buried its limbs in the ground and forced its head forward, aiming to pierce Erlai with its horns. However, despite the Nian beast's strength, Erlai was not much weaker. He planted his feet firmly, the immense force causing him to sink into the ground but not slide backward. Ouyang Shua surmised that Erlai was using some technique to redirect the power. The Nian beast did not anticipate Erlai's resilience. The beast was surprised that the human before it was strong enough to compete. This only incited it further, causing it to roar and increase its strength. Erlai's legs visibly sank deeper into the ground. At the critical moment, he used his strength to leap from the ground and perform a somersault. Seizing the Nian beast's horns, he changed his position, turned mid-air, and landed, sitting on the beast's back. How could the Nian beast endure such humiliation? It immediately jumped and thrashed from side to side, trying to dislodge Erlai. However, Erlai clung to it like glue. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't shake him off. Watching Erlai's movements, Ouyang Shua recalled that the Bajiquan technique of laying on the mountain looked very similar. What followed was a grueling battle. The Nian beast, with Erlai on its back, ran around the back mountain, struggling with all its might. It would not stop until it reached its goal. Sometimes, it even collided with trees and hurled itself onto rocks. It seems like you've crafted a story or a scene inspired by traditional Chinese lore, featuring the Nian beast, a mythical creature often associated with Chinese New Year. In your narrative, Erlai, who appears to be a character capable of controlling or commanding the Nian beast, is in a moment of tension and resolution. The Nian beast, known for causing chaos, is shown to be intelligent and capable of understanding human speech, which is a creative twist on the traditional lore. The scene you've described has a dramatic and fantastical quality, where Erlai manages to calm the Nian beast and suggests a partnership. This leads to a celebration of their new alliance, with Ouyang Shua, the sidelines, envisioning the impact of Erlai riding into battle on the Nian beast. If you're looking for feedback, edits, or to continue the story, I'm here to help. Could you let me know what you'd like to do next? 99% complete. Can build their set of armor for the personnel. How does this statement relate to modern manufacturing and personal protection equipment? After Erlai tamed the Nian beast, they left the back mountains and headed towards the Military Affairs Department. In the following week, he would complete the construction of the East Camp and the 3rd Regiment. Ouyang Shua had already assigned various major roles to Erlai and Go Hongliang. In the afternoon, Ouyang Shua called the Director of Internal Affairs, Tian Wenjing, into his office to discuss the mountain barbarians. Ouyang Shua invited him to sit. The military is expanding, and we need many elite mountain barbarian warriors to form the heavy armored infantry units. However, the nearby mountain barbarian tribes have already been engaged. Based on my assessment, we need to venture deeper into the mountains to gain their trust. The mountain barbarians are a crucial asset, and our policy must be consistent. Tian Wenjing nodded and said, I understand your meaning, sire. Tomorrow, I will head to the Suanio tribe and ask them to act as intermediaries to help us visit various tribes and present gifts to show our sincerity. Seeing that Tian Wenjing truly understood his intentions, Ouyang Shuo was touched. It's been tough on you. They then discussed the specifics of the operation until 5 p.m. before concluding the conversation. It was clear how much attention and importance he placed on the mountain barbarians. On the 21st day of the 8th month, Song Jia and Song Wen arrived in Shanhai County at Ouyang Shuo's invitation. The Battle of Mai had impressed Song Wen with Ouyang Shuo's strength and influence. After returning home, he gave it much thought and decided to personally accompany his sister to discuss further cooperation. Ouyang Shuo did not arrange a grand welcoming ceremony. Instead, he brought them directly to the Lord's manor. On the way back, although Song Jia was curious about Shanhai County, she didn't ask. During this visit, she had already decided to move over. The meeting room was arranged based on rank and power, making it a good place to welcome guests. He brought both of them to the guest room, and a servant brought them drinks before going away. Brother Song must stay here for a few days and allow me to show you around. Ouyang Shuo laughed. Song Wen laughed. Since you insist, I can't decline. He took a mouthful of the tea, and his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Good tea. I didn't expect Brother Song to know about tea, unlike me." Song Wen waved him off. "I know nothing about tea. It's old Grandpa Song who often drank tea at home. He would drag me along, and after a while, I learned a bit." Ouyang Shuo nodded. "Since it's like this, before Brother Song leaves, can you bring some tea leaves for Grandpa Song? It also counts as a little gift from me. This tea is called white tea and is a famous tea in Guangxi. We managed to find a nearby wild tea garden to make such a tea. Thank you. My grandpa treats tea like his life. It's so hard to find good tea here. To find something like this, he had been nagging at me. This is such a huge favor." Song Wen was delighted. Song Wen, being the heir to the family, had great business skills and interpersonal skills. During the Battle of Mai, he developed a friendship with Gong Chengshi and Xuanlong Dianshui. His motive was to remove the distance and the obstacles between them and Tianshui town, to allow them to join the Shanhai alliance. His actions actually worked. After the battle, Ouyang Shuo discussed Tianshuang town with the alliance members through the alliance channel and faced no obstacles. Besides planning to accept Wufu, Ouyang Shuo wanted to suggest inviting Tianshuang town as well. Both proposals were approved, which was the reason for this trip. After accepting Wanchur town and Tianshuang town, Shanhai alliance now had 8 members, the same as Yanhuang alliance. It was Yanhuang alliance's actions that led Ouyang Shuo to decide to accept the 2 new territories. Before officially accepting Wufu, Ouyang Shuo conducted some investigations. If Wufu were a spy sent by Dichen, it would cause significant trouble. The investigation results eased his concerns. Combining these results with his memories from his previous life, when Wufu didn't align with any faction, Ouyang Shuo felt completely reassured. Song Wen's visit was clearly not to reminisce about the past. During the Battle of Mai, he realized that Ouyang Shuo liked to establish branches of the Four Seas Bank in his allies' territories. Before he came, he discussed this matter with his father and grandfather. They all agreed that for Tianshuang town to achieve its goals, they needed to rely on others. Their main concern was whether Shanhai County could afford to support so many branches simultaneously, especially given the financial strain from fallen Phoenix County, which forced Ouyang Shuo to pay 20,000 gold. Thus, Song Wen wanted to investigate the situation. As feared, Shanhai County's finances were tight, and the funds needed for expansion were primarily obtained from raids. However, this was a temporary situation. As long as Ouyang Shuo sold the grain he had accumulated, he would be able to get large amounts of cash and support the expansion of the Four Seas Bank. To let Song Wen relax and not worry, Ouyang Shuo revealed the Langshan mines to him. Upon hearing that Shanghai County had a gold mine, Song heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing the two of them decide official matters, Song Jia was restless. Ouyang Shua saw her being restless, and in amusement, he called for the servant. "Sire, invite the third miss here, and tell her that we have an important guest." "Yes." A while later, Binger followed behind the servant and walked in. "Brother, who came?" Ouyang Shua waved to Binger. "Baby, bring Sister Song Jia to walk around the city, okay?" It has been close to 3 months that Binger had stayed here and had long since become a local. With her being Song Jia's guide, it was more than suitable. Song Jia knew that Ouyang Shua had a sister and that he treated her like a treasure, just that she didn't have a chance to see her. To be able to see her today, she was so cute and well-behaved, making Song Jia adore her straight away. Seeing her expression, Ouyang Shua couldn't help but shake his head. Be it her, Sun Xiaya, or little aunt, they all couldn't resist her charm. Binger agreed and said sweetly, "Beautiful sister, let's go. Binger will bring you to play. The territory has so many fun places and Binger knows them all." Her words made Song Jia swoon. She didn't care about Song Wen and Ouyang Shua, walking with Binger out of the guest room. "The text you've provided is a complex mix of languages, including Chinese and English, and it seems to describe a situation involving grain prices in Shanghai County, Tianchuang Town, and a business person named Song Wen. Here is a more coherent summary in English. Song Wen, a businessperson, recently noticed a slight increase in grain prices in the market while visiting Shanghai County. This increase, although minor, was significant to the business operations of the company, particularly in Tianchuang Village, which concluded the end of the 3rd month. Song Wen, upon hearing the detailed analysis, found the situation concerning grain prices to be noteworthy and thus shared it with Song Wen. Ouyang Shua, a colleague, was informed about the information but overlooked it. He later realized it was more serious than expected, especially because of its importance to the financial and operational aspects of the business. The grain prices remain a crucial factor for the company's financial health and operational strategy. Hence, he didn't pay attention to minor details like agricultural land reclamation. Waiting until the Qingming festival to plant their first season's crops was already too late. Consequently, they obtained most of their grain from the market, producing very little themselves. Given their territory's low population, this wasn't much of an issue. However, since they had risen to a town and established affiliate territories, the population had increased, leading to some pressure. On that day, when Ouyang Shua mentioned that grain prices would rise, it became clear that Tianchuang Town's modest financial income wouldn't be sufficient to sustain it. Fortunately, Tianchuang Town had agreed with Shanghai County to open a branch of the Four Seas Bank, with both parties planning to commence operations by the end of the 8th month, starting with a sum of 4,000 gold. The two of them discussed not only territorial matters but also shared fun aspects of life. During their casual conversation, they also talked about some amusing and embarrassing stories about Song Jia, which made them burst into laughter. At night, Ouyang Shua hosted a feast at the Sengu restaurant to welcome the siblings. As it was a family gathering, Ouyang Shua invited Yu, Qinger, and Sun Xiaya, and, of course, the little brat Binger, who had grown very close to Song Jia after following her for a day. At the table, Binger insisted on sitting beside Song Jia, ignoring her brother. During the feast, Sun Xiaya seemed a bit off. It was then that she realized Ouyang Shua had a girlfriend. This didn't escape Song Jia's notice, as women, they were very sensitive in such matters. Despite Ouyang Shua's usual sharpness, he made a rookie mistake by inviting Sun Xiaya to the feast. After the feast, Ouyang Shua arranged for Song Wen to rest at the inn. For Song Jia, he had already instructed Zissou to clean up the eastern courtyard to prepare it for her rest. Returning to the Lord's manor, Yu and Qinger said their goodbyes and returned to their courtyards. Ouyang Shua told Zissou to take Binger back to wash up and let the little brat rest early. Nowadays, Zissou had taken over some of Ouyang Shua's responsibilities, including telling stories to Binger. She avoided Princess and White Knight tales, opting instead for stories like Journey to the West, which captivated the little brat. After spending so much time with Zissou, Binger grew to depend on her. Zissou was very attentive to Binger, and the little girl began to see her as a maternal figure. The bond between the two was very strong. In the calm night, Ouyang Shua brought Song Jia across the long walkways and into the east courtyard. The layout was similar to the main courtyard, exquisitely designed. Ouyang Shua didn't hire a maidservant for her but let her choose one for herself. For today, Banksia would serve her and help her familiarize herself with her room. The pure moonlight shone onto the patio. Song Jia wasn't sleepy and asked Ouyang Shua to accompany her to admire the sky. Banksia brought them tea and fruits before returning to arrange the room. Song Jia laid on Ouyang Shua's shoulder. Blockhead? N? Ouyang Shua guessed that something was on her mind. Fear and anxiety appeared on her face as she murmured, "Blockhead, I don't want to be your burden." Song Jia had imagined that Ouyang Shua was good at the game, but she never expected him to be so incredible. During the Battle of Muye, she witnessed firsthand his elegant and confident leadership, leaving her in awe. Following him, someone so ideal, whether the quiet and elegant Bai Hua, the graceful and dignified Feng Qie Huang, or even the cute and petite Mulan Yu, they were all lords of many people. They were his allies, friends, and strong shields to help him in times of trouble. She could only stand aside and not contribute. This made Song Jia, who was always proud and refused to lose, feel very out of place, especially since Ouyang Shua had prepared so many valuable gifts for her. Ouyang Shua understood her feelings. The disparity between his real-life and in-game abilities left her unable to react suddenly. In reality, she was the princess of the Song family, with the backing to chase and flirt with Ouyang Shua. With such a background and power, she could pursue and love whomever she desired. Unfortunately, a significant change erased all of this. The Song family's financial group, which once ruled over Lingnan, could now only struggle to survive in the game. Conversely, the ordinary Ouyang Shua underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming the center of attention for hundreds of thousands of players. Such a drastic change was not something one could adapt to quickly. Ouyang Shua hugged her gently and said, "Silly girl, things aren't as complicated as you think. Let nature take its course. Besides, didn't you want to build a sect and become a sect leader? If you really manage to do so, you'll be doing me a huge favor. Will a sect really help you?" Song Jia's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. Ouyang Shua nodded. "Of course. Our guard captain is also the direct disciple of the dojo head. If someone practices martial arts and joins the military, it's a significant advantage. Even if they don't fight, they can gather intelligence, conduct assassinations, act as bodyguards, and more. They will have innate talent." "Great. I'll start recruiting nominal disciples tomorrow." Song Jia had done extensive research on building a sect. Out of the 4 main points of cultivation, she lacked only 500 nominal disciples. "This is the Song Jia I know," Ouyang Shua said happily. Song Jia tenderly punched him. "You only know how to make people happy." The two continued confiding in each other. "It seems like you've provided a snippet from a text, possibly a story or a role-playing game, RPG, script, set in a fantasy or medieval-style world. The context involves a character named Ouyang Shua who has completed village quests and is now in the process of recruiting disciples, likely to form a sect or school. Another character, Song Jia, uses the reputation of a lord's manor to attract more disciples, mentioning the names of advanced martial arts techniques like the Nine Scripture and the Yuanu Swordsmanship Manual to entice potential disciples. If you need a summary, translation, or any specific information or insights from this text, feel free to ask. I can also help with creating or expanding the story, providing background on the characters, or discussing the setting and plot elements. After pasting the notification, Song Jia didn't slack off. Instead, she asked Ouyang Shua to arrange some guards to follow her out of the city to find a suitable place to build her sect. Ouyang Shua suggested she build the sect inside the city to avoid the need for frequent travel. However, she didn't want to rely on him so much and insisted that a sect not located in the mountains wouldn't be a proper sect. Ouyang Shua, feeling helpless, decided to comply with her wishes. In the afternoon, Song Wen returned to Tianshuang town. Since Song Jia was still out, she didn't see him off, which made him laugh bitterly. By night, as dinner time approached, Song Jia finally returned. "How was it? Did you find a suitable place?" Ouyang Shua asked. Song Jia shook her head with sadness. "No, the west side of the territory is mostly forests. There aren't even any hills, let alone mountains." Ouyang Shua nodded. "Tomorrow, I'll follow you to the east side. There's a mountain region there, so we should find something suitable." "Great." During dinner, Yingyu laughed, "Big brother, shouldn't the east courtyard also have a name?" Ouyang Shua nodded and looked at Song Jia. "Yingyu is right. What do you want to name it?" Song Jia, excited, said, "How about Dream Pavillion?" She looked at Ouyang Shua eagerly. "Of course," he agreed. Yingyu giggled. It was rare to see Ouyang Shua so gentle. "Sister Dream, will you find time to come to the tailor shop tomorrow? I'll help you sew a few shirts," Qinger, the little girl, suggested, launching her garment attack. Song Jia's eyes brightened. "Great, I've always heard about how good your skills are. Seeing all your dresses, I felt so envious." Song Jia was really jealous. Yesterday, Binger had showed off all her dresses. Dresses were something that girls couldn't resist. Qinger smiled slightly. She wasn't too close to her, so she wasn't as playful as when she was with Ouyang Shua. When Ouyang Shua saw Binger sit beside Song Jia, he said, "Baby, there's still a week before school reopens. You can't be so naughty. Look at how wild you've become in such a short time." Binger laughed in embarrassment. That little brat knew she had played too much during the holidays. Combined with not doing any homework, she had really gone wild. "I know," Binger gave a lovely nod, sighing like an old man. "Hayes, I want to grow up fast." "What does that have to do with growing up fast?" "After I grow up, I can be like a sister and brother and not need to go to school." Binger's words made a lot of sense. Ouyang Shua nearly fainted. This kid used to love going to school, but with just one holiday, even her heart became wild. So playful," Ouyang Shua said helplessly. "From tomorrow onwards, I'll invite a teacher to teach you Chinese when you aren't going to school." Binger frowned. "Brother, please don't, okay?" "Think about it," Ouyang Shua said, assuming his elder brother role. Making a large impact. Causing her to feel. The end of his. Please correct the sentence and ensure it makes sense and is grammatically accurate. English. In the early morning, a squad of riders left the Lord's Manor and headed straight for the Azure Dragon Gate. As the Qingfu horses' hooves clattered crisply on the green stone floors, Ouyang Shua and Song Jia took 4 guards and set out eastward toward Chirshui County to find a suitable area for their sect. After the second city wall was built, to distinguish the gates, they were each given a name according to the points of the compass: Azure Dragon Gate to the east, White Tiger Gate to the west, Vermilion Bird Gate to the south, and Black Tortoise Gate to the north. Ouyang Shua passed the Azure Dragon Gate and the eastern district, heading slightly north of the eastern pass, where the wild grass had been cleared, leaving behind a cold, empty plain. From the eastern gate, the path to Shanghai County's harbor was a straightforward route. The harbor was significantly larger, 20 to 30 times the size of the old Shanghai village. Since the shipyard was moved to Beihai County, the area around the harbor has come under its supervision. The harbor operations are managed by the Transportation Division, which has transitioned to take on modern transportation services. During the planning phase, the stone resources needed for the bridge connecting the main camp and Qiushui County were stockpiled on both banks of the canyon, waiting to be cut and shaped by masons from the quarry before being used in the bridge's construction. It appears there's an interesting and detailed story or narrative here, but it's quite a mix of elements that might need some clarification for a coherent translation or interpretation. The narrative seems to blend several themes, including bridge construction, agricultural practices, and travel, possibly in an ancient or fictional setting. Here's a summary and a more structured translation to help make sense of the key points. After considering the need for ships to navigate a river, the design of the bridge became much more complex than the typical urban stone arch bridge. The greatest challenge in building the bridge was constructing supports in the river. The river in question was the Friendship River, with its swift currents and wide waterway, making the construction of bridge supports particularly difficult. Despite the challenges, the work on the bridge progressed, and people could cross over using a boat at the harbor. The city of Qiushui County, with its city wall, stood as a small fortress on the plains. From afar, it looked like a petite town nestled on the plains. Beyond the city were vast fields of grain, where farmers were already busy early in the morning. Songjia, observing the farmers' activity, was confused. "Simpleton, what are they doing in the fields? Are they pulling out the seedlings? Didn't they just plant them?" Ouyang Shua, amused by Songjia's confusion, explained, "The farmers are pulling out weeds and replanting seedlings. Weeds grow easily in the fields. If we don't remove them, they will compete with the grain for space and nutrients, affecting the harvest." With an embarrassed laugh, Songjia responded, "Oh." However, Ouyang Shua decided not to enter Qiushui County. Instead, he continued south towards the border of the canyon and then continued east along the mountain range. It turned out that Songjia had wanted to establish a sect outside the city. He went to check the Lianzhou map, where the coordinates were already clearly marked. This summary captures the essence of the narrative, blending the practical challenges of bridge building with the agricultural activities of the farmers and the travels of the characters. If you need more specific details or a different aspect of the story, feel free to ask. The difference on this side of Qiushui County was the absence of rocky mountains. Instead, there was a straight forest path intersecting with the plains, creating a unique view. Walking on the plains, there were chances of encountering wild animals like rabbits. Upon seeing a wild rabbit, Ouyang Shua's hunter instincts were piqued. He took out his bow, and with his basic archery, he shot at the rabbit. However, unless he was lucky, his skills weren't enough to hit the nimble rabbit, and the missed shot embarrassed him, especially in front of his lover. This mishap spurred him to rage, as he ordered the guards to shoot all the rabbits they met and bring them back to the Lord's manor. Songjia was laughing on the sidelines about Ouyang Shua's failure. After traveling about 10 kilometers to the east, Ouyang Shua signaled for the group to stop. Pointing at a distant mountain peak, he asked, "Can you see that mountain peak in front?" Songjia followed Ouyang Shua's gaze, seeing the mountain's outline through the fog, with a lone peak that appeared to be punched by a giant, leaving only half the peak standing, forming a giant platform at the center. "Great, this will be the place," Songjia exulted. Ouyang Shua nodded, saying, "Let's go and take a look." "I can't wait," Songjia eagerly added. As no one had explored this place before, the track was not well trodden, and the road up was difficult to walk. With no other choice, Ouyang Shua and his men had to leave their Qingfu horses at the foot of the mountain and climb up on foot. The 4 guards wielded their tang knives and helped to clear the path upward. After walking for 2 hours, they finally reached the platform. Ouyang Shua and Songjia had to rotate their inner strength to reduce their fatigue. The platform was vast, and at first glance, it appeared to be more than 10 square kilometers, larger than the town of Shanghai. Water flowed down from the peak and formed a small pond at the foot of the platform, constantly making gentle sounds. The water then flowed into a small stream on the platform and continued downstream. Under the sunlight, the water stream refracted into a rainbow. Beside the pond stood an ancient tree, with many unknown birds flying around its branches. Seeing Ouyang Shua and the others, the birds were not afraid and flew up from the tree, circling their heads and chirping. Song Jia instantly fell in love with the place and murmured, "So beautiful." Ouyang Shua looked around and found that there was no shortage of wood. The platform had a water source, making it suitable for planting fruit trees. As long as grain was brought up on time, their sect could become self-sufficient. Since players had storage bags, transporting grain up would be very easy. Jia Jia, bring Xiaya here tomorrow. She's the architectural advisor, so ask her to do a basic design of the sect, including the road to get down the mountain. Once you all agree on the blueprints, I'll arrange for the construction division to start the work. Hearing that Ouyang Shua had everything planned out, Song Jia smiled gently. Blockhead, you are the best. All right, sect leader Song, come up with a name for your future sect. Oh, right. Song Jia was instantly excited. Blockhead, why don't we name it Dreamsword Sect? Ouyang Shua was about to faint. Your name is Jiachi Rumming, the courtyard you stay in is called Dream Pavillion, and now you even want to call the sect Dreamsword Sect. It really has no standards. Song Jia frowned. Well, then what would you name it? Naming something wasn't difficult for Ouyang Shua. He thought for a moment and instantly came up with an idea. It's east of a lone peak and overlooks Shanghai County. Why don't we call it Dongli Sword Sect? What do you think? Song Jia said crisply, Blockhead, I didn't realize you were so talented. Okay, let's call it Dongli Sword Sect. As noon approached, they had their meal on the mountain. The guards cleaned the wild rabbits at the pond and found some tinder to start a fire for a barbecue. Ouyang Shua, who had often eaten outdoors in his previous life as an adventure mode player, frequently had wild rabbit. He happily showed his skills to Song Jia, barbecuing the rabbit until it was crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Eating such a delicious wild rabbit, Song Jia couldn't help but praise it, and the 4 guards also finished everything. After that, they didn't wait any longer and went down the mountain. When they returned to the Lord's Manor, it was already 4 p.m. After 2 days of promotions, many people had registered at the Lord's Manor. Zissou recorded all of their names and announced on the morning of the first day of the 9th month that a trial would be held at the Lord's Manor. It seems like the text you've provided is a narrative about characters from a Chinese story, possibly a wuxia, martial arts, novel or a drama. Here's a breakdown of what I understand from the text. Ingyu and Erwazi are characters who are discussing a decision regarding a third character, Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua initially did not want to attend a private school, which seems to be a place for martial arts training, but eventually decided to follow through with it. Ingyu treats Erwazi like a real brother and is supportive of his decision. Banksia is another character present in the conversation, expressing a strange look on her face, suggesting she might have concerns or differing thoughts about the situation. Song Jia is another character who seems to have agreed with the decision, after Ouyang Shua sought her perspective. Ouyang Shua mentions that the kid, presumably Erwazi, could be considered part of their family, indicating a close bond. The distinction between a nominal disciple and a core disciple is made, where a core disciple is someone who will inherit the sect and goes through rigorous training, suggesting a higher commitment and responsibility. The narrative revolves around these characters making a decision about Erwazi's future, in the martial arts world, their relationships, and the importance of their choices. If you need more specific insights or translations of certain phrases, feel free to ask. It seems like your message got a bit mixed up. Could you please clarify what you intended to say? What you two are close like sister and sister. I'll leave it to you, the end part of the message. Here help to make it clear. Here's my attempt to understand and respond appropriately. I'll translate the clear parts and provide a proper response. Since he has matured, we cannot keep calling him Erwazi. We should give him a proper name, and since the two are close like brother and sister, I'll leave it to you to decide a suitable name. Ingyu nodded and took up the task. Does this make sense now? If not, could you please let me know what you were trying to convey, and I'll do my best to assist? Chui Tianqi sees, sir, thank you for adopting me. Wazi, now Chui Tianqi, respectfully bowed to Ouyang Shua. The growth of NPC children accelerated compared to the real world. When Chui Tianqi arrived in the territory, his skin was tan and he was thin. Although he was already 11 to 12 years old, due to a lack of nutrients, he looked around 8 years old. After just 8 years, with adequate nourishment, his bones started to grow. Along with the education at the private school, the once naughty little brat had transformed into a young teen. Ouyang Shua told him to stand up and continued, whether it's studying or practicing martial arts, I will support you. Since you chose martial arts, you must commit to this path and become a valuable asset to the territory. Do you understand? I understand. Chui Tianqi said solemnly. Ouyang Shua nodded with satisfaction. Now, go greet your master. Just as Chui Tianqi was about to bow to Song Jia, she raised her arm to stop him. Confused, he didn't know what to do. Song Jia turned to Ouyang Shua and said, Wui, before he calls me his master, I also want to teach one of your other people. Is that okay? At formal occasions, Song Jia, like Bai Hua and the others, addressed him by his in-game name. Ouyang Shua didn't understand what was happening. Who? Banksia. You want Banksia to continue serving you? Ouyang Shua could only guess. She was busy managing the sect and didn't have time to hire a maidservant, so Banksia was serving her. She shook her head. I want her to be my core disciple. Ouyang Shua frowned, immediately guessing what was happening. His expression changed, and he called out in a low tone, Banksia. Sire. She stepped out and bowed in front of Ouyang Shua, her face filled with fear and anxiety. Tell me, what's all of this? Song Jia wouldn't want to take Banksia as her disciple without a reason, so Ouyang Shua guessed that Banksia must have begged her. Song Jia was too kind and had agreed. For such a thing to happen in the Lord's manor, where rank and power are not taken lightly, Ouyang Shua wouldn't accept it. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became very serious. Seeing Ouyang Shua so furious, Banksia was terrified, and tears almost rolled down her face. She kowtowed and cried, Servant is wrong, sire, please punish me. Just as Ouyang Shua had predicted, Banksia had heard that Song Jia accepted Wazi as a core disciple and went to ask Song Jia. Banksia's village was robbed by a group of raiders, and she survived only by hiding in the bushes. That night, she personally witnessed her family being killed by raiders, and a seed of hatred was planted in her heart, making her hope that one day she could take revenge. Coming to Shanghai County and being recruited by Ingyu in the Lord's manor, Banksia had quenched her desire for revenge, wanting to lead a peaceful life in the manor. Who would have thought that such a change would occur, and that Song Jia would accept disciples, reigniting the hatred in Banksia's heart. Banksia didn't dare to go and beg Ouyang Shua, fearing that he would reject her. Last night, she took the opportunity to tell Song Jia about her past and begged her to take her as a disciple. Song Jia's heart softened, and seeing that her qualities weren't half bad, she agreed and thus went to ask Ouyang Shua for his permission. Ouyang Shua calmed himself down, wanting to kick her out of the Lord's manor. Luckily, Ingyu stood out to calm him down. Big brother, seeing that she's immature, let her off this time, Ingyu said. Yes, big brother, please give her a chance. Qing'er also pleaded. Lastly, even Zissou stood up and kneeled. Sire, please give her a chance. Banksia was still young and seeing everyone speak up for her, she really didn't know what to do. Only then did she realize she made a huge mistake, which dragged down everyone, making her even more anxious. Ouyang Shua sighed and said, Banksia failed to do her job and broke the Lord's manor's rules. From today onwards, she's kicked out and given back her freedom. From today onwards, she cannot use the name of the Lord's manor or look forward to any leniency. Ouyang Shua's decision was akin to admitting to allowing Song Jia to accept her as a disciple. Thank you, sire. Ouyang Shua's decision signaled that Song Jia could now take her as a disciple. Banksia was left feeling emotional and a bit sad as she would no longer be part of the Lord's manor. However, the storm passed just like that. Banksia and Cui Tianqi bowed to their new master and became Song Jia's core disciples. As the future big sister and big brother of the Dongli sword sect, their futures were limitless. Getting Banksia as a disciple, Song Jia decided not to hire a maidservant as she already had a disciple to serve her. Ouyang Shuo also didn't want to hire another one, leaving Zissou to look after the main courtyard. On the 25th day of the 8th month in the first year of Gaia, Ouyang Shuo held a territory affairs meeting. Before all the directors could report, the Culture and Education Secretary, Su Shuda, stood up and bowed solemnly to Ouyang Shuo. My lord, our division has a suggestion, please approve it. What suggestion? At the moment, the Imperial Court has given your lordship Lianzhou Marquis. Based on our culture, calling you sire must be stopped and everyone will call you lord, the various workers and civil servants as ministers. The lord's manor must also be renamed Lianzhou Marquis Manor, to stick with tradition. Su Shuda was following traditional etiquette. It wasn't just a small change, it represented a change in the nature of the territory. Before being titled a lord, when the lord was reclaiming land in the wilderness or anywhere else, the court didn't give their permission. After becoming a lord, especially being titled a marquis personally by the court, his territory was now official. This would be done straight after the title was given. Secretary Su realized this problem. Only 2 days after getting the title, the territory was upgraded. He then stayed in Fallen Phoenix Town for 3 days. Su Shuda decided to just raise it at the end of the month meeting. Yes, Lord, your subjects agree. Fan Zhongyan changed his address and stopped using sire. Yes, Lord, your subjects agree. Tian Wenjing followed. Yes, Lord, your subjects agree. Everyone got up and bowed. Ouyang Shuo said, expressionless, permission granted. From today onwards, he was one step closer to being alone. After Su Shuda backed down, the secretary of the Meritorious Services Division stood up. Ever since the brothel was opened, many officials have started to spend their time amusing themselves there. How should we deal with such officials? Tian Wenjing spoke up. Minister suggests investigating and closing down the brothel to prevent the problem from spreading. Tian Wenjing wasn't used to being soft and decided strong action was needed. Ouyang Shuo shook his head. Such a method can't work, it's an entertainment outlet. We can't close it down or be so violent in our actions. If we do, we'll make the commoners angry. On the other hand, Secretary Qin is correct, we cannot allow the officials to take care of business matters there. Spread the Lord's decree. If spotted once, they will be fined for 3 months. Twice, they will be suspended, and the 3rd time, they will be sacked. Ouyang Shuo was curious about the brothel and wanted to take a look, but the situation didn't permit it. As a lord, he had to set an example. After Song Jia came, he couldn't go to such a place anymore. Yes, Lord. Qin Shijian backed down. Tian Wenjing approached once again and bowed. There are new developments with the mountain barbarians. Oh. Quick, tell me. Ouyang Shuo was excited. Lately, I visited several tribes and heard the same thing. Based on their descriptions, in the deep mountains, there's a gigantic bandit mountain stronghold, and they often go down to raid the mountain barbarians. Hearing that we have such a strong military, the leaders of the tribes say that if we could help them destroy the stronghold, then they will be willing to cooperate with us and allow their elite warriors to join the Shanghai army. Bandit stronghold? Ouyang Shuo couldn't understand why the stronghold would cause Tian Wenjing to be so solemn. Based on their descriptions, this stronghold is crafty, built on a dangerous peak. There's only a narrow road up, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Their numbers are also not small. Although we don't have specifics, it's definitely more than 10,000 people. Hence, taking it down will definitely not be easy. Ouyang Shua nodded, understanding why it wasn't easy. First, we need to contact the Military Intelligence Division. Let the mountain barbarians lead them and find out details about the stronghold. Second, persuade them to allow mountain barbarians to come down and form the 3rd Regiment. After completing both tasks, I don't believe taking down the stronghold will be a problem. Yes, Lord. Today, the 3rd Regiment is still building, and after its completion, we need to clear out the raiders. Director Tian needs to cooperate well with the Military Affairs Department, and we should not let the mountain barbarian tribes think that Shanghai County is lying. When needed, we can send them a batch of grain to show our sincerity. Ouyang Shuo was ready to play the grain card again. To these mountain barbarians, the grain was a savior. Understood, I won't let Lord down. Tian Wenjing had spent a long time building relationships with the mountain barbarians and understood their weaknesses. With Ouyang Shua's promise, he was more confident about completing the mission. After Tian Wenjing finished his report, the Construction Division Secretary, Zhao Duong, stood up and bowed. My lord, the investigation of the rock caves has been completed by the Construction Division. Oh. Tell me more. Yes, my lord. Zhao Duong reported, on the south side, from Shanghai County to the borders of the Yangye Forest, the total distance is 25 kilometers. The Construction Division conducted an investigation and found 8 dry caves. Among these, the wine workshop, the military workshop, and the alchemical fire oil storage have occupied 3. Of the remaining 5, 3 are small dry holes, each less than 10 meters long and 2 meters deep. The remaining 2 are large-scale dry caves. After hearing Zhao Duwang's report, Ouyang Shua realized something. Less than a year had passed, but a significant portion of the Yangye forest had already been cut down. At this rate, the entire forest could be deforested in a few years. If the Yangye forest were completely cut down, it would certainly lead to severe soil and water loss, potentially causing a major flood from Friendship River. This would pose a significant threat to Shanghai County. Furthermore, without the forest's protection, other natural disasters like sandstorms could also pose problems. Earth Online's weather system is very realistic, and if nothing unexpected happens, Ouyang Shuo's concerns would likely come true. After Zhao Duong stepped back, Ouyang Shua called for the Material Reserves Department Director, Director Shen Jue. The Material Reserves Department must have a plan and avoid cutting down all the trees. Try to only harvest the larger trees and leave the smaller ones standing. Additionally, ensure that the forest's root system remains undisturbed. Furthermore, we must prohibit commoners from logging on their own. It seems like the text you've provided is a narrative that involves a character named Ouyang Shua and his involvement in administrative tasks, possibly in a historical or fantastical setting. The story mentions the Four Seas Bank, various towns and counties, and a mercenary group called the Snow War Rose Mercenary Group. Here's a summary and some interpretative remarks based on what you've shared. #### summary. 1. Character introduction. Ouyang Shua is a leader or a significant figure in the narrative. He has a keen interest in environmental conservation and sustainable development, despite adhering to ancient principles. His cautious approach to financial matters is highlighted, particularly regarding the Four Seas Bank, a core tool in his ambitions. 2. Administrative responsibilities. Ouyang Shua assigns tasks to different managers and branches, such as those in Black Tiger Town, Xunlong Town, and Fallen Phoenix County. He relies on manager Yang Yun, from Shanghai County, who has gained his trust. 3. Meeting and discussion. In a meeting, Ouyang Shua emphasizes the importance of his directives, to which Ying Yu, the director of the financial department, agrees and is even more concerned about the branch's well-being. 4. Preparation for a mission. In the afternoon, Lin Jing helps Ouyang Shua purchase building blueprints. She brings a group of 30 core members from the Snow War Rose mercenary group to Shanghai County. #### interpretation. Environmental and financial themes. The narrative blends themes of environmental conservation and financial management, suggesting a modern approach to leadership that balances traditional values with contemporary concerns. Leadership and trust. Ouyang Shuo's leadership style is characterized by a blend of authority and trust. He delegates responsibilities and values the input and loyalty of his subordinates. Mercenary group involvement. The involvement of the Snow War Rose mercenary group suggests a strategic element or a security measure, indicating a complex operational environment that Ouyang Shuo navigates. If you have any specific questions or if you need further analysis on certain aspects of the narrative, feel free to ask. The blueprints were the secondary reason for Lin Jing's trip. Her main reason was to see her nephew and niece and discuss the cooperation between the group and Shanghai County. As the bow and crossbow division and the armory division gradually got on track, Shanghai County's army had updated their equipment. The armory had accumulated a large number of silver-ranked and lower weapons, such as bows, spears, knives, and leather armor. These items filled the armory to the brim, but the Material Affairs Department still arranged people to maintain this equipment. This batch of equipment was obtained from raiders, some during attacks on the city and some when soldiers changed classes, so they had a vast quantity of equipment. Ouyang Shuo was considering something. Instead of letting this equipment gather dust, why not have the mercenary group sell it to new players? These players had been in the game for 3 months and had earned some money to buy such equipment. To the Shanghai County military, this equipment was outdated and useless, but to the new players, it was high-class and advanced. Ouyang Shuo sent his cooperation plan to his aunt, and they both agreed immediately. This was why she had come to Shanghai County. Given the large number of weapons, she had to bring 30 core members with the largest storage bags to help transport the equipment. Ouyang Shuo planned to give the Snow War Rose mercenary group 20% of the profit from selling the equipment. This meant that the higher the price they sold the equipment for, the higher their profit, similar to retailers in society. Additionally, this wasn't a one-time deal. The Snow War Rose mercenary group would also sell other outdated items and equipment from Shanghai County. User. It seems like the text you provided is in Chinese and it mentions historical figures and a county, Shanghai County. It describes a person, Ouyang Shuo, who was trying to recruit talents and was involved in some political affairs. Could you please clarify what you mean by recruiting talents and what the context is about, like the political or historical implications? I'm interested in this topic, but I need to understand the details to properly assist you. Could you please provide more context or ask your specific question? However, he couldn't become fearful and wary of all players and trust no one because of that incident. Imagine a chess player who doesn't even dare to touch a chess piece. Wouldn't that be amusing? If it were like that, even if Ouyang Shuo used the advantages of his reincarnation to make Shanghai County prosperous, he would still have the mindset of a small commoner. He wouldn't gain enough training. When he returned to the real world, he would definitely still face walls and troubles. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo needed to learn from the lessons of his past life. He wouldn't trust anyone easily, wouldn't reveal all his cards, and would never forget that people are greedy. Players are chess pieces that move according to Ouyang Shuo's will. As long as Ouyang Shuo raised his awareness, he wouldn't make the same mistakes again. Greed isn't to be feared. What is truly fearful is uncontrollable greed. In the game, many elite players wish to move to Shanghai County. Territories like Handong County have their core members already set, so normal players lose the chance to gain trust and be greatly utilized. On the other hand, Shanghai County is a clean slate, making it a better place for them to showcase their abilities. The danger in recruiting talent is the risk of spies infiltrating. Ouyang Shuo isn't afraid of them joining and revealing city secrets. The Eastern military workshops, the Mountain military factory, the mines, and the salt pans are all restricted areas, carefully monitored, so normal players can't even enter. Shanghai County's higher-ups would remain NPCs, even Wuqi and Jiao Duanxian, who only handle specific tasks. They aren't part of the territory's management level. Hence, Shanghai County had already built a system that wasn't easily infiltrated. Ouyang Shua brought his little aunt to see the Shanghai County Armory. When the guards opened the gate, they revealed an armory filled with neatly placed bows, swords, and armors, which made the members of the Snow War Rose mercenary group feel a little dizzy. Oh my god, little Shua. You are simply wasting such good things. So many weapons and pieces of equipment are gathering dust. If players knew this, they would definitely scold you, Ouyang Shua's little aunt exclaimed. Ouyang Shua shook his head. He couldn't argue with her because she was his little aunt. Little Aunt ordered the members to store all the equipment and make a list to check with the Military Affairs Department officials. Once everything was in order, they would place it in their storage bags. As for herself, she went into the elite area to pick out some equipment. Ouyang Shua had told his little aunt that he would give her a set for free, so she obviously wouldn't let this chance go to waste. Lin Jing only spent a day in Shanghai County. After a casual conversation with Song Jia, she left with almost half of the armory's contents for Jianye. Before Lin Jing left, she passed the blueprints of the basic buildings to Ouyang Shua. She had purchased these for 3,000 gold. Ouyang Shua then gave the blueprints to Clerk by Nanpu, instructing him to pass them to the construction division and expedite their construction. Based on the plans, they would build the Confucian Temple and Martial Temple beside the Yellow Emperor Temple. The clock and drum tower would be constructed in front of the Black Turtle Gate, south of the commercial street, with the inner city river to its east and west. On the 26th day of the 8th month, after 2 months of construction, Sinan University was finally completed. Ouyang Shua led a group of officials to the unveiling ceremony. Compared to Ouyang Shua's initial design, Su Shuda suggested placing the Grade 2 County Basic Building, the chess courtyard, within the university, making it the 4th college. During the unveiling ceremony, Ouyang Shua emphasized that the motto of Sinan University was inclusivity and diversity, and that its mission was to produce many leaders and become a sacred ground of learning. After the ceremony, Su Shuda accompanied Ouyang Shua to visit Jiangshang. Following persuasion from Fan Zhengyan and Su Shuda, Jiang Sheng agreed to settle at Sinan College but declined the position of Dean of the Economics College. It was autumn, and the campus was filled with verdant leaves and the sounds of birds. At the northwest corner of Sinan University was a small artificial lake called Moon Lake, supplied by water from the inner city river through a wall. In the center of the lake was an island called Fallen Star Island, where Jiang Sheng had secluded himself. The Fallen Star Island was isolated from the outside world, accessible only by raft, which glided gently across the clear lake, underneath which fish swam visible through the water. A light drizzle sprinkled from above, the droplets making soft contact with the leaves. Jiang Sheng was in his 80s, attended by 2 servants from the Culture and Education Division, who tended to his needs and helped him cultivate a vegetable garden to grow produce and raise poultry. The Moon Lake provided an ideal habitat for ducks and geese. Upon Ouyang Shua's arrival, he observed the island's serene surroundings, absent of ornate pillars, luxury trees, or ornamental flowers. At the island's heart lay a line of low thatched cottages, bordered by a fence that enclosed a small courtyard. The open space before the cottages served as a vegetable farm, lush with growing crops and fruits, some already sprouting. Adjacent to the courtyard was a bamboo grove, which rustled with a brisk, crisp sound when the wind blew through. On the other side stood a well, next to a smooth, glossy stone no more than half a meter in height, often used by Jiang Sheng as a seat for reading. Dressed in a grass cloak, Jiang Sheng fished by the lake. His small fishing net beside him was empty, a testament to his lack of catch. Ouyang Shua inquired, "Tai Gong, I have come to visit you." Su Shuda spoke, but Jiang Sheng gave no sign of acknowledgement. He turned around and made a hush motion toward Su Shuda. Jianshan was telling him to keep quiet and not scare away the fish he was trying to catch. Su Shuda was helpless and could only stand beside the Lord and wait patiently. The servant, being smart, brought out a small stool for the Lord to sit on. They waited the entire morning. The downpour grew heavier, but Jiangsheng didn't move. He didn't say anything, he just held his fishing rod for the entire morning and didn't even change the bait. Ouyang Shuo was helpless, knowing Jiangsheng was such a stubborn person. So, he said, Taigong, since I came without informing you, Wui will now leave. I'll come again next time. Just as Ouyang Shuo was about to leave, Jiangsheng suddenly spoke, Lord, you already killed Wuwang during the Battle of Mai, didn't you? Ouyang Shuo was stunned but calmly replied, Taigong, why do you say such a thing? When you came back, I saw the Lord's guards riding on warhorses. Strangely, your guards weren't at your side during the interception. There is only one explanation, they were sent to intercept Wuwang, Jiangsheng explained, his analytical skills truly terrifying. Since Jiansheng had figured it out, Ouyang Shuo had to speak the truth. That's right, the guards killed Wuwang, and his head was sent to Dxian. If because of that, Taigong wants to be a hermit and hole yourself up, I have nothing else to say. Farewell. From that moment, Ouyang Shuo gave up on asking Jiangsheng to come out and assist him. He was a lord and the Lianzhou Marquis. He would do things based on his principles and wouldn't change because of one person. Hey! Jiangsheng exhaled a long sigh. On the 28th day of the 8th month, under the persuasion of Internal Affairs Director Tian Wenjing, the mountain barbarian tribes agreed to Ouyang Shuo's conditions. They sent 1,000 men down the mountain to join the Shanhai County Army. The 1,000 mountain barbarian warriors were assigned to the 1st and 2nd units of the 3rd Regiment. Once the 3rd Regiment was formed, they began to attack the raider camps in the east under Colonel Elias' command. Their goal was to destroy all these raider camps within a week. At this point, they had almost completed the raider operation to the west and had destroyed all the territories near Shanhai County. The 1st Regiment's troops were advancing on Yongye Town of the Sky Blade Alliance. The Lord of Yongye Town panicked and pleaded with the Sky Blade Alliance for help to defend his territory against Shanhai County's attack. Upon receiving Haisa Pifeng's distress signal, leader Ba Dao and Xiaofeng Canua called for the others. Except for Guangshui Town, which was busy defending itself, the other allies rushed to assist Yongye Town. Ba Dao and Xiaofeng Canua each brought 500 troops, while Gushan Town and Ishui Town brought 300 each. Including Yongye Town's own troops, they had a total of 2,100 soldiers. The Sky Blade Alliance, after moving their forces, was set on a battle to the death with Shanhai County. Suddenly, Shui received a retreat order and had to bring the 1st Regiment back. As the territory expanded, the position of the city's west camp continued to move further west. After clearing the raider camps in the west, the city's west camp moved west again. Now, it was situated on a small hill just 10 kilometers from the edge of the territory. Ouyang Shuo chose to retreat, clearly considering his options. If he had chosen to fight, the Sky Blade Alliance's morale would have soared. If he wasn't cautious, the two leaders, Ba Dao and Xiaofeng Canue, could have used victory to solidify the alliance's goals and unity. Given the strength of the 1st Regiment and their limited siege weapons, it was truly difficult to capture the fortified Yongye Town. Even if they succeeded, they would suffer heavy casualties, which did not align with his strategic mindset. On the other hand, if he chose to surround the town without attacking, the Sky Blade Alliance would not take the initiative to advance. As time passed, the Alliance troops would find it unsustainable. They would likely panic if the siege was prolonged. The timing wasn't right. Ouyang Shuo was still waiting for the Combat Logistics Division to build ladders and for the 3rd Regiment to finish clearing the east camps and training new troops. After the raider operation, his goal was to attack the mountain bandit stronghold to help the mountain barbarians and encourage more of them to move down the mountain. On the 29th day of the 8th month, in Yangye Town, the lord of Gushan Town said, Shanghai County has retreated. What should we do? Ruoshui Qianxin, the lord of Ishui, was panicking. It seems you've presented a scenario that is part of a story or a narrative, possibly from a novel or a creative writing piece. The dialogue involves several characters discussing a strategic dilemma, which seems to revolve around a potential threat from an opposing force and the consideration of seeking help from an alliance, which might have its own risks. To break down the key points. 1. Strategic position. The characters are in a position close to the east of Shanghai County. They are concerned about an attack from an enemy force, which has been described as having a famous army and heavy armored infantry. 2. Moral and tactical dilemma. There's a discussion about whether to stay and defend their position or to retreat. The character Xiaofeng Canue suggests that if they retreat, they will lose the advantage of the city wall, which could lead to a significant disadvantage. 3. Seeking alliance. The characters consider reaching out to the Yan Huang Alliance for assistance, particularly to get Di Chen to help them. This is seen as a potential solution to the threat posed by the enemy. 4. Risk of inviting allies. However, there is a concern that inviting the Yan Huang Alliance might be like inviting a wolf into the house, a metaphor suggesting that the allies might turn on them, or be hard to make leave once they've been invited in. 5. Character dynamics. The conversation includes different perspectives from characters like Ba Dao, Xiaofeng Canue, Ruoshui Sanqian, and Deng Tai Baijiang. There's also a mysterious and cruel character, Haisa Pifeng, who appears with a sinister look, suggesting he might have his own agenda or hostile intentions. If you need a deeper analysis of the character's motivations, the strategic implications, or the narrative direction, let me know, and I can provide more insights. The compelled his to make it. This can't be made. Rectification. Building. Built after. Can you provide a smooth, coherent English translation of the provided Chinese text? It seems to involve some kind of conflict or frustration, possibly with authorities or regulations. Given the authority was in danger, even if it meant inviting trouble, he would do so against the existing regulations, as he couldn't accept it if the alliance didn't push for it. Xiao Feng was frustrated. This can't go on. What can't be done, I've got to do it. If this can't be made, then what should we do in the current rectification of the office building, built after the regulations were established? After the discussion, the members of the Sky Blade Alliance all left unhappily and returned to their territories with their various troops. This result forced Haisa Pifeng up the cliff. With no other choice, he wrote directly to Di Chen, promising that as long as Di Chen was willing to help, Yangye Town would become a vassal of Handan. Handan County's lord. Di Chen forwarded Haisa Pifeng's letter to Fenghua Juedai and asked, "So, what do you think?" Fenghua Juedai took the letter and scanned through it. This lord's motives are clear. He wants to use us to protect his base. That's right, but this is also an opportunity for us. An opportunity to secure Shanghai County, isn't it? If we secure this foothold, we will have control over the future. Di Chen saw the bigger picture. But the situation isn't clear, and it isn't easy to make a move. If we provoke a lion, we must be confident in our ability to kill it. If not, it might retaliate and devour us. Di Chen frowned. Your idea is to join forces with the rest of the Yanhuang Alliance and act together? The military power of Handan County was not enough to contend with Shanghai County, let alone to destroy it. As for Yangye Town, it wasn't even part of the consideration. Fenghua Juedai shook her head and said, "No, if we use the strength of the Yanhuang Alliance, this could escalate into a full-scale war between their alliance and ours. Now is not the time for such a confrontation with the Shanghai Alliance. We should only fight when the time is right. If we fight now, only the smaller territories will benefit." Then, what is your idea? Di Chen was puzzled. It seems like you're sharing a narrative from what appears to be a story or a game scenario involving strategic planning and resource management. Here's a summary of the key points and continuation based on the provided text. ### story summary. characters and their plans asterisk. Fenghua Juede and Di Chen are plotting to use Haisa Pifeng to meet with Xia Pejuan, who has a deep hatred for Chiue Wui. Their goal is to use this encounter to either weaken Chiue Wui or gain insight into their strengths. Fenghua Juede's strategy involves using others to achieve their goals, which Di Chen finds impressive. Financial transactions asterisk. Shanghai County collected 8,500 gold in the latter half of the 8th month. The 1st Regiment acquired an additional 4,500 gold from raider camps. After deducting the costs for class changes, Shanghai County has a total of 11,500 gold. The financial department sent an official to bring 4,000 gold to Tianshuang Town to establish a Four Seas Bank branch. Ouyang Shua kept 1,000 gold and passed the remaining 6,500 gold to the financial department. With various projects nearing completion, there is a need for timely payment of construction costs, and the amount Ouyang Shua passed to the financial department is insufficient. Ouyang Shua is waiting for the results of the East Raider operation to acquire more gold to meet the financial needs. ### continuation. As the 30th day of the 8th month drew to a close, Ouyang Shua gathered his advisors to discuss the current financial situation and the upcoming East Raider operation. Ouyang Shua *, we need to ensure that the financial department has enough gold to complete the ongoing projects. The 6,500 gold we sent is not enough, and we need to secure additional funds quickly. Advisor 1 *, the East Raider operation is crucial. We estimate that a successful raid could bring in another 5,000 to 6,000 gold. We should focus on ensuring the operation's success. Based on the final calculations, building Sinan University cost 2,000 gold, the 5 bridges totaled 500 gold, and the inner city roads incurred a significant expense. Even though these roads were not completed, the invested amount was no less than 5,000 gold. The large bridge connecting Shanghai County, Chiushui County, and Friendship County cost 1,500 gold. As profits from the wine workshop and colored silkworms grew, the financial outlook became increasingly optimistic, with a monthly income of 500 gold. The Four Seas Bank's interest rates were also rising, reducing the need for monetary assistance. Otherwise, the profits from the mine and salt pans alone could not sustain the territory's expansion and growth. This round of Shanghai County's basic constructions cost over 10,000 gold in total. Ouyang Shua planned to start building the outer city roads after completing the inner city structures. Road construction was a bottomless pit, beyond the means of a typical territory. On the 1st day of the 9th month in the 1st year of Gaia, the school season began. World notification: the holidays are over, and classes are officially in session. Children of school age can choose whether to attend. They can freely select their grade level, timing, and subjects. Each subject will have tests and grades, which will affect their achievement value. For more details, players need to explore on their own. In reality, their bodies were frozen, similar to time being stopped. Even if players were unwilling to attend school, it would not affect their learning. It seems like you're describing a detailed scenario from a novel or a game, likely a role-playing or simulation game, where characters like Ouyang Shua and Song Jia are managing the education and development of a young character named Binger, as well as the establishment of a sect called the Dongli Sword Sect. Here's a breakdown and continuation of your story. ### Education and Development of Binger. Morning classes ** Binger focuses on science and cultural knowledge, which helps in broadening her understanding of the world and building a strong foundation of general knowledge. Afternoon classes with Mr. Yu ** These are more specialized, focusing on sinology, which includes the study of Chinese classics, history, and philosophy. This is aimed at shaping Binger into a culturally and morally grounded individual. Behavior management ** Ouyang Shua recognizes Binger's slightly rebellious nature and is taking steps to guide her positively, ensuring she does not grow worse over time. ### Establishment of the Dongli Sword Sect. Selection of disciples Song Jia has selected 500 out of 1,000 applicants to be the nominal disciples of the sect. This is a crucial step in building the foundation of the sect. Construction challenges the uneven mountain roads pose significant logistical challenges, and it's estimated that the construction will take at least a month to complete. Temporary arrangements in the meantime, the 500 disciples are housed in a large courtyard in the official residence area, where they begin their training in the sect's techniques. Leadership style of Song Jia When Song Jia is serious, she is quite formidable. She takes charge of all sect-related matters, ensuring everything is coordinated and efficient. Additional considerations for the sect. Sect ranks and standards establishing a clear hierarchy and setting standards is essential for the smooth functioning of the sect. This includes defining roles, responsibilities, and the criteria for advancement. Uniform design each rank will have a distinct uniform to signify their status within the sect. This helps in maintaining order and identity among the disciples. Weapons and equipment crafting a set of weapons, primarily swords and knives, along with hidden weapons, is necessary for the disciples. This ensures they are well equipped for their training and any potential conflicts. Continuation of the story. As the construction of the sect grounds progresses, it sounds like the Dongli sect is facing a significant financial challenge, especially when it comes to managing daily expenses, weapons, and uniforms. Given the constraints and the current situation, here are a few potential strategies that Song Jia could consider to secure a steady income for the sect. 1. Agricultural reclamation. Farmland development. While it's challenging to convince farmers to reclaim the land at the base of the peak, Song Jia could explore innovative agricultural techniques such as vertical farming or hydroponics, which require less land and can be more productive. These methods can be more appealing to younger or less traditional farmers. Community gardening. Encourage sect members to participate in community gardening projects. This can not only produce food for the sect, but also build a sense of unity and shared purpose. Herbal medicine and alchemy. Given the sect's potential in martial arts and alchemy, they could cultivate and sell rare herbs and medicinal plants, which can be valuable and command high prices. 2. Entrepreneurial ventures. Specialized services. Since the Dongli sect has martial arts expertise, they could offer training services, security, or bodyguard services to local merchants or important figures. This could provide a steady stream of income while also enhancing the sect's reputation. Craftsmanship and artisanal products. Utilize the skills of sect members to produce high-quality weapons, armor, and other artisanal goods. These can be sold at higher prices in the market, especially if they are known for their quality and craftsmanship. Inn and hospitality. While the local market is competitive, they could still run a specialized inn or lodge catering to specific groups, such as travelers, merchants, or martial artists. Offering unique services and amenities could attract a niche market. 3. Financial and investment strategies. Lending and interest. With the 1,000 gold, Song Jia could start a small lending business, offering loans to local farmers or merchants at a reasonable interest rate. This can provide a steady income stream and help the local economy grow. Invest in existing businesses. Use the 1,000 gold to invest in existing businesses that are performing well. This could include buying a small stake in a successful shop or partnering with an entrepreneur to expand their operations. Trade and commerce. Invest in trade goods that are in high demand. She knew she couldn't randomly spend the 1,000 gold, and she couldn't keep asking Ouyang Shua for money whenever she needed it. He had given her the secret manual, chosen the sect location, and even used the Lord's name for the recruitment of members. His city's construction division had built her sect, and he had paid the fees. Continuing in this way, she wouldn't be helping him. Instead, she would cause him problems. After some thought, Song Jia came up with a good idea. As the saying went, if you face a mountain, you depend on the mountain, if you face water, you depend on the water. To earn money, she had to make use of the Lone Peak. Other ideas were not dependable. The Lone Peak platform offered a pleasant environment for growing herbs, with suitable spots for both sun-loving and shade-loving herbs. Building a medicine garden could let the money roll in, and the medical department wouldn't reject the herbs. After hearing Song Jia's idea, Ouyang Shuo was very supportive. He personally introduced her to Dr. Song and the manager of the medicine garden. Then, he asked them to send people to guide them on how to build a medicine garden on the mountain. The existing medicine garden in the territory, built in the eastern suburbs, had a naturally poor environment, and the medicines didn't grow well, failing to meet the medical department's needs. This issue had troubled Dr. Song, who clearly supported the suggestion wholeheartedly. Additionally, Ouyang Shuo specifically approached Tian Wenjing to have him contact the mountain barbarians, tasking them with collecting seeds and seedlings. Then, they would pass the collected items to Song Jia and ask her to have the men plant them on the mountain. Ouyang Shuo moved a lot of resources to help Song Jia build a 1,000 mu medicine garden on the Lone Peak platform. It seems like you've provided a detailed scenario from what appears to be a strategy or role-playing game. This context involves several characters and their strategic alliances and movements. Let me break down the key points and then we can discuss potential next steps or any strategies that might be of interest. #### key points. 1. Characters and locations ****. Ouyang Shuo ** occupies Lord's Manor in Yongye Town and is tending to the medicine garden. Sha Pejuan ** has deep animosity towards Ouyang Shuo and has spent 2,000 gold to teleport an elite army of 2,000 troops. Haisa Pifeng * investigated and found that Shanhai County has a full regiment of 2,500 men on the west. Xiaofeng Kanyue and Changfeng Polong * members of the Sky Blade Alliance. Xiaofeng Kanyue is bringing 1,000 elite troops, and Changfeng Polong is bringing 500 troops. 2. Current situation ***. East of Yongye Town * Shanhai County has 2,500 troops. Alliance formation * Sha Pejuan and Haisa Pifeng have formed a temporary alliance to take down Ouyang Shuo. Support from Sky Blade Alliance * additional support is coming in the form of 1,500 troops, 1,000 from Xiaofeng Kanyue and 500 from Changfeng Polong. ### Strategic considerations. 1. Force comparison ***. Sha Pejuan and Haisa Pifeng * combined forces of 2,000 troops. Shanhai County * 2,500 troops on the west. Sky Blade Alliance * 1,500 troops, 1,000 from Xiaofeng Kanyue and 500 from Changfeng Polong. The combined forces of Sha Pejuan, Haisa Pifeng, and the Sky Blade Alliance total 3,500 troops, which is more than enough to match and potentially overwhelm the 2,500 troops from Shanhai County. 2. Timing and coordination ***. Timing * ensure that all allied forces arrive simultaneously to although Ba Dao didn't come, he promised to participate in the operation and attack from the east to tie up Shanhai County's military, forcing them to fight a war on two fronts. It was clear that this operation had to succeed. Failure would mean facing the wrath of Shanhai County without room for negotiation. Even Sha Pejuan lacked the ability to send a second reinforcement squad in a short time. His 2,000-strong army, with the teleportation cost already at 4,000 gold, was a significant expense for Azura County. Haisa Pifeng was also a ruthless individual, willing to drag down his allies to protect his own base. On the 9th month, second day in the afternoon, a 4,000-strong army secretly gathered at Yongye Town. This 4,000-strong army consisted of sword-shield soldiers, archers, and about 1,000 cavalries. In the early hours of the morning, they took advantage of the dark sky to sneak out of Yongye Town. Their target was the Shanhai County West Camp, only about 20 kilometers away. As darkness masked the troops, the soldiers lit torches to see their path. The firelight created the illusion of a fire dragon in the wilderness, scaring off the leopards and tigers that ventured out for food, causing them to rush into hiding. At 3 a.m., the troops reached the Shanghai County border. To avoid detection by the sentries, they extinguished the fires and utilized the minimal light to continue moving forward. Shanghai County had not yet established a settlement near the border, having only recently acquired this territory. On the way here, one could occasionally see empty towns or villages that Shanghai County had taken from the previous lord. However, Shanghai County hadn't sent any residents to live in them. When they saw these conquered territories, Haisapifeng and the others felt threatened. If they did not unite to fight together, the situation before them would likely be their future. Having just won a war, the county's west camp head, Muye, grew careless and didn't arrange any night patrols. In his mind, it would be enough if he didn't bully others. Who would have the courage to attack Shanghai County? At 5:30 a.m., an army of 4,000 soldiers appeared like a specter outside the city's west camp. The sky was slightly bright, and a red sun rose from the horizon. As an advance camp, the city's west camp was well protected, with thick wooden walls and arrow towers. The invading troops killed the tired and unfocused sentries on the tower before they could raise the alarm. The last sentry gave out a cry as the enemy shot him down. Ah! A loud scream broke the silence of the wilderness, sounding the horn of death. The noise threw the camp into chaos. The patrol within the camp reacted the fastest and rushed toward the gates. At the same time, a small squad broke off to awaken the soldiers of each unit. Pavillion, the commander of this operation, saw that they had alerted the enemy. He tossed aside his intentions of infiltration and shouted, "Kill!" The 2,000 sword and shield soldiers charged toward the camp gates like a pack of hungry wolves. Soldiers carrying huge logs rammed the gate. With no one defending the gate, it looked as though the soldiers could knock it down soon. Luckily, at this time, the patrolling squad had rushed over and used their bodies to block the gate. At the same time, they used a circular piece of wood to block the gate, trying to win time for the troops. Under the assault of 2,000 men, the less than 10-man squad could not prevent the destruction of the gate for more than a few minutes. The invaders demolished the gate and knocked the patrolling squad to the ground. The captain, a rank 8 elite, grabbed the spear in his hand and hollered, "Kill!" The enemies that broke in raised their blades and mercilessly chopped. The captain's spear stabbed into the stomach of one soldier. Unfortunately, the soldier's blade chopped down, instantly killing the captain. The other squad members didn't even have the chance to climb up, the enemy slashed, and none of them survived. The troops that followed stepped onto the bodies of the patrolling squad, turning them into meat paste. The sword-shield soldiers started to form squadrons. Like a pack of hungry wolves, they dashed toward the tents. The shouting and killing alerted the Shanghai army soldiers in the tents. Some had already dressed, while others just grabbed their weapons and directly engaged the enemy. The soldiers of the 1st Regiment were elites of the Shanghai army. Hundreds of battles had tempered each and every one of them. Even if they didn't wear armor, they weren't afraid, they weren't even at a disadvantage. They fought off the enemy troops and gathered together. Then, they dashed out of the tent to gather with the main troops. The enemy cavalry charged up under the command of Pavillion, weaving in and out between the tents, focusing on the groups that had formed. This action prevented the 1st Regiment soldiers from gathering, forcing them to fight alone. The archers at the back fired wave after wave of arrows at the various tents, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the Shanghai soldiers inside. At this moment, the enemy had thrown the 1st Regiment of Shanghai County into chaos, and the troops could not regroup. The battle cries, the whistling of arrows, the sounds of war horses, and the moans of the injured mingled into a despondent symphony. As a special rank general, Muye's instincts were sharp. When the patrolling squad discovered something amiss, he immediately woke up. With his vast experience, he didn't rush out to investigate. Instead, he began to don his armor. Once he was armored, he grabbed his spear and walked out of the tent. At that moment, the enemy was still attacking the camp's main gates. Facing this assault, he didn't ask why or who the enemy was. Instead, he began to gather his troops. Muye sent out his personal troops to sound the alert. He commanded the patrolling squads to wake up all the soldiers and order them to suit up and gather near him. While waiting for the troops to assemble, Muye instructed his personal guards to send the warning signal. When the sentries on the other end saw the signal, they immediately fired their own. One by one, they relayed the warning signal to the main base. The troops guarding the walls, the city protection unit, saw the warning and split into two groups. One group headed to the main camp of the city protection unit, while the other made their way to the Lord's Manor to inform Ouyang Shuo. The first unit was the quickest to gather. Hu brought 500 armored warriors and rushed to the scene. They were located behind the camp, so they had enough time to gather their troops. When he saw the first unit rushing toward him, Muye calmed down. He had confidence with the first unit there. As the sounds of battle grew louder, Muye decided to retaliate, gathering all the troops along the way. He ordered the first unit to form a defensive formation and slowly advanced toward the second unit. On the way, they encountered a group of enemy cavalry, but the cavalry couldn't break through their defensive line. The first unit cut them down. When the soldiers along the way saw the first unit, they rushed out to join them. Thus, Muye used the first unit to clear the road and gather more troops. As they advanced, fewer men dared to provoke them. When they reached the second unit, they had expanded to 1,000 men. Since the second unit was closer to the front, the difficulty of wearing the Burin armor caused issues. The mountain barbarians were forced to use their shields and tang blades, leading to significant losses. The sight of the reinforcements delighted the lucky survivors. The first unit pushed up the defense line to buy time for the second unit to don their armor. At that moment, Li Mingliang arrived with the third unit to reinforce them. Seeing that the enemy troops were about to form up, Pavillion didn't dare to hesitate. He gathered his troops to prevent them from being split off. Both sides began to gather their forces, awaiting the final battle. Muye made some calculations. In just 1 hour, the first regiment had lost 700 soldiers, which infuriated him. Such a significant loss had never befallen him. When he saw the enemy troops gather, he refrained from rash action. Instead, he ordered his guards to send a distress signal to the main camp. The clattering of rushing horseshoes shattered the peaceful morning in Shanghai County as two horses galloped down the Commerce Street. The troops reached the Black Tortoise Gate and shouted, "Open the gates. There's urgent military business." The defenders of the Black Tortoise Gate, members of the City Protection Unit, recognized the riders as their Northern Gate comrades and immediately ordered the gates to be opened. After passing through the Black Tortoise Gate, the cavalry split up. One group turned left toward the barracks, while the other continued straight to the Lord's Manor. Dismounting, one rider pounded on the door. "Open up. Open quickly." A guard opened the door. "Who's there?" "Quick, take me to the Lord, there's urgent military business," the cavalryman said anxiously. Without delay, the guard asked the cavalryman to wait in the hall before rushing to the backyard. Ouyang Shuo received the message and hurried to the meeting hall. "Lord, the city's western camp has sent a distress signal," the guard reported. Ouyang Shuo was taken aback and had a bad feeling. He didn't have time to dwell on it and gave orders, "Command all City Protection Unit members to take their posts. Order the northern and eastern camps to gather and await my command. Order the Beihai Naval Fleet's first unit to sail here, and place the territory under Level 2 emergency." "Yes, sire." At the same time, the guards at the Wuying courtyard were stunned. Captain Wang Feng quickly dressed and rushed to the meeting hall to receive his orders. Ouyang Shuo wasted no time and gave his instructions. "Gather your troops and follow me to assist the city's western camp. Yes, sire. Ouyang Shua returned to the main courtyard, donned his Mingguang armor, and took up his exquisite iron spear before returning to the front courtyard. In the Wuying courtyard, the guards had already gathered. Before they left, the director of military affairs, Gohong Liang, rushed over. Ouyang Shua, sitting on a Qingfu horse, ordered, "Director Gu, you are in charge of the main camp. Direct the northern and eastern camps as well as the Beihai naval fleet. Get ready to reinforce the city's western camp." Since he didn't understand much about the enemy, Ouyang Shua didn't dare to move large amounts of troops. "Yes, sire." Ouyang Shua stopped hesitating and hollered, "Guards, move out." The city's western camp was 60 kilometers away from Shanhai County. Ouyang Shua didn't dare to slack and ordered the guards to rush there. Breakfast was settled on horseback to try to reach the western city camp as quickly as possible. At the city's western camp, due to the limited space, Sha Pujuan, who had the numerical advantage, didn't want to engage in a mixed battle within the enemy camp. He ordered his troops to regroup and retreat from the camp. Shi Wanxue was busy gathering the wounded, and both sides maintained a distance, tacitly allowing each other to regroup. Once the enemy had backed out of the camp, the 1st Regiment had already formed up. "Major General, what should we do next?" Shi Hu, the major of the 1st Unit, asked. The other majors looked towards Shi Wanxue, waiting for his plan. Shi Wanxue remained silent, calmly analyzing the situation. "The enemy is twice our number, so we can only defend and wait for reinforcements," he said. Zhao Yan, the major of the 4th Unit, suddenly spoke up, "Major General, I've closely analyzed the battle and found that although they have many men, their strength isn't strong." The tension was palpable as the 1st Regiment prepared to face the enemy. Major General Shi Wanxue, known for his strategic acumen and the high morale of his troops, stood at the forefront, weighing his options carefully. The suggestion from Major Li Mingliang resonated with the soldiers, whose eagerness for battle was evident in their determined expressions. "All right, we'll go head-to-head with them," Shi Wanxue declared, his voice steady and commanding. "We cannot afford to lose the reputation of Shanhai County's military might. We must show them what true elites are made of." "Sir, yes sir." The officers responded in unison, their resolve unshaken. The 1st Regiment marched out of the camp in disciplined formation. The first to step out were the archers of the 1st Unit, ready to counter any long-range attacks from the enemy. Behind them, the 1st and 2nd Infantry Units followed closely, their shields and swords gleaming in the sunlight. On the left flank, the 3rd Cavalry Unit, mounted and ready to outmaneuver the enemy, while on the right, the Spearman Unit formed a sturdy line, prepared to hold the ground. As the two forces drew closer, the air crackled with anticipation. Neither side showed any signs of hesitation, and the battle commenced with a fierce clash. The 1st Regiment, with the camp at their back, seized the initiative, launching a coordinated attack aimed at overwhelming the enemy. The archers let loose a volley of arrows, piercing the sky and raining down on the enemy. The infantry units charged forward, their shields locking together to form an impenetrable wall. The cavalry unit, led by Major Li Mingliang, galloped around the flanks, seeking to disrupt the enemy's formation. The spearmen, under Major Zhou, held their ground, their spears at the ready, defending the vulnerable spots in the line. The battle was intense, each side pushing forward with all their might. The 1st Regiment, trained and led by Shi Wanxue, fought with a precision that spoke of their rigorous training and high morale. Despite the risks, they were determined to show the enemy the true strength of Shanhai County's forces. Shi Wanxue, from his vantage point, kept a keen eye on the battlefield, ready to adapt his once the enemies came into range. The 5th Unit fired wave after wave of arrows at them. Sha Pujuan's strategy was to use the cavalry to break the 1st Regiment's line of defense, while the sword and shield soldiers at the back advanced, and the archers provided cover fire from the rear. Facing the high-speed light cavalry, the 5th Unit could only afford to fire 2 waves before moving aside, opening up the middle and then moving to the back. The 1st and 2nd units moved forward, raising their shields to meet the cavalry charge. This was the battle between spear and shield. The light cavalry surged forward like a flood, crashing into the front lines. The mountain barbarians could clearly see the white steam from the warhorses' noses. The cavalry raised their spears, the spearheads gleaming in the light as if choosing their targets. Major Sherhu and Major Sherbao stood at the front of the forces and shouted, "Block!" The elite mountain barbarian soldiers responded with a series of shouts, using their shields to fend off the charging cavalry and hacking at the horses' legs with the tang blades in their left hands. It was like the cavalry was slamming into a steel wall. After penetrating the first layer, they faced a second and then a third. Those who were hit, like cans being forced open, had their shields shattered and their armor crushed, falling to the ground. As the cavalry trampled over them, they were pounded into meat paste, their blood staining the Burin armor, which slowly seeped onto the ground. The long spears, propelled by the charge, pierced through the Burin armor, taking life after life. This detailed and vivid passage describes a fierce battle scene from what appears to be a historical or fantasy military conflict. The narrative captures the chaos and brutality of medieval-style warfare, focusing on the dynamics between different types of troops and the outcomes of their engagements. 1. Initial engagement. The passage begins with the cavalry's inability to continue their charge. Exhausted and surrounded by the iron flood, likely referring to heavily armored infantry, the cavalry is overwhelmed. The sword-shield soldiers, likely a formation of infantry equipped with swords and shields for defense in close combat, exploit their numerical and defensive advantages, turning the tide of the battle against the cavalry. 2. Cavalry's desperate counterattack. As the cavalry falls back and is cut down, they attempt to retaliate using their spears. However, without the momentum of a charge, their weapons are ineffective against the well-armored infantry. This highlights the importance of momentum and positioning in medieval combat. 3. Infantry's dominance. With the cavalry neutralized, the infantry can focus on maintaining their defensive formation and gradually turning it into an offensive one. The description of the infantry as sword-shield soldiers suggests a well-trained and disciplined force capable of both defense and offense. 4. Li Mingliang's command. The narrative shifts to Li Mingliang, who, seeing the opportunity, orders his own cavalry to charge. The use of the tang blade, a type of sword, and the coordinated attack highlight the strategic and tactical elements of the battle. 5. Cavalry's decisive charge. Li Mingliang's cavalry unit charges from the left flank, bypassing the enemy's sword-shield line to reach the archers at the rear. The archers, lightly armored and unprepared for close combat, are quickly overwhelmed. The description of the cavalry as a high-efficiency harvester of life underscores the devastating impact of a well-executed cavalry charge, especially against unprepared or lightly armored opponents. 6. Graphic details. The passage includes graphic descriptions of the violence, such as heads being cut off and brains mixing with mud. These details serve to convey the brutal and chaotic nature of the battle, emphasizing the human cost of such conflicts. This passage is rich in imagery and action, effectively portraying the dynamic and horrific nature of medieval combat. It emphasizes the strategic importance of unit coordination, the effectiveness of different types of troops in various roles, and the scene described is a vivid portrayal of an intense and chaotic battle from what seems to be a historical or fantasy setting. Here's a breakdown of the key elements and the flow of the narrative. 1. Initial situation. Shah Pavillion, a military commander, is forced to order a portion of his sword-shield soldiers to fall back and assist when his forces are ambushed. The cavalry, described as a sharp knife, and the sword-shield soldiers, compared to fruit knives, are engaging the enemy. Despite the metaphor suggesting the sword-shield soldiers are less lethal, they are shown to have a significant impact on the battle. 2. Turning point. The heavy armored infantry, which had been cooped up by the cavalry, sees an opportunity to attack when the 1st and 2nd units are under pressure. This could have been a decisive moment for Shah Pavillion's forces, potentially leading to the annihilation of the 1st and 2nd units. However, the attack from the 3rd Unit forces a portion of Sha Pujuan's forces to retreat. 3. Stalemate. The 4th Unit, which had been standing by, enters the fray, using their spears to provide a defensive line that buys time for the 1st and 2nd Units to regroup. The battle enters a stalemate with both sides fully engaged and a race against time to achieve their objectives. For climax, the intensity of the battle is heightened, with both sides pushing to achieve a decisive advantage. The alliance aims to eliminate the 1st and 2nd Units to secure victory, while the 3rd Unit's attack on the archers and a potential flanking maneuver could spell doom for the alliance. 5. Commander's desperation. At the most critical moment, Shi Wanshu, a commander, personally joins the fray to buy time for his heavy armored soldiers, showing the dire straits of the situation. 6. Turning tide. The arrival of reinforcements is signaled by the sound of hooves and a flag with a golden dragon facing the sun, symbolizing the arrival of a significant force that could alter the course of the battle. This narrative effectively builds tension and showcases the complexity of battlefield dynamics, where decisions and the timing of reinforcements can drastically change the outcome. The imagery and metaphors used enrich the scene, making it more engaging and vivid. The orderly clatter of the horseshoes startled both sides, bringing the battle to a halt. The Lord flag, it's the Lord. The Lord has personally brought the Guards unit to assist us. The 1st Regiment soldiers were overjoyed. On the opposite side, the enemy's morale plummeted. Sha Pujuan and the others muttered, "How? How did they arrive so quickly? It's not possible, no." The Guards unit had traveled 60 kilometers in just 2 hours, from Shanhai County to the city's western camp. Ouyang Shua stepped to the front of the group. After analyzing the situation, he didn't hesitate or take a rest, and immediately led the Guards unit to charge toward the sword-shield soldiers. Sha Pujuan did not give up and made one final effort. He ordered the sword-shield soldiers to stop targeting the enemy and raise their shields to fend off the cavalry's charge. The Guards unit, the elite of the elite, were the sharpest weapons in the arsenal. Each was equipped with Mingguang armor and rode Qingfu horses. They carried lances, tang blades, strong bows, and other top-tier equipment. Their average rank was a terrifying 8th rank, with some even reaching the 10th rank of war elite. Such formidable warriors, how could anyone stop their charge? The seemingly impenetrable sword-shield formation crumbled like paper, as the Guards surged through, tearing it apart from one end to the other. Their shining lances, driven by immense momentum, easily pierced through armor, sending fresh blood spraying into the air. A long trail of emptiness, strewn with many corpses, marked the path through the sword-shield formation. After charging, the Guards took their lances and turned their horses around, pulling out their exquisitely crafted tang blades. They were soldiers who had been through hundreds of wars and were riding the finest horses. Before the enemy could react, just as they were about to cut at the horses' legs, the Guards' tang blades had already landed on their heads. This was the same tactic the 1st Regiment had used successfully against the light-armored cavalry, but light infantry attempting it on heavy armored cavalry was like throwing an egg at a rock. The reinforcements from the Guards unit helped raise the morale of the 1st Regiment, especially with Lord Ouyang Shua fighting by their side. How could they not fight with all their might, knowing they had to answer to the Lord? The middle troops and the remaining 1st and 2nd units, led by Major Sherhu and Major Sherbao, focused on eliminating the trapped cavalry. The 4th unit, which had been pulled back from the front line under Shi Wanshue's orders, dove into the central troops to assist the 1st and 2nd units in their assault against the cavalry. The Guards unit took over the defensive line and began attacking the sword and shield soldiers of the Alliance as if they were raiders, splitting them up and isolating them. In the rear line, the 3rd unit had mostly eliminated the archers. The few sword and shield soldiers who came to support were too few in number and, with low morale, could only eat dust at the back. The Alliance had a large army, but it was being cut off piece by piece, unable to form a cohesive force. At that moment, even if Sha Pujuan wanted to reorganize the troops, it was too late. The situation in Shanhai County was indeed precarious, but Erlai was not one to underestimate. Despite the unexpected arrival of the Eastern Alliance force, he had a plan to handle the situation effectively. #Erlai's plan. 1. Intelligence and preparation *. Scouting team * Erlai had already dispatched a scouting team to the eastern border to gather intelligence. This proactive measure allowed him to quickly respond to the threat. Raiding operation *. The 3rd Regiment, though new and inexperienced, was already engaged in a raiding operation. This provided Erlai with additional eyes and ears on the ground. 2. Luring the enemy *. Feigned weakness * Erlai knew that the 3rd Regiment's inexperience could be seen as a weakness. He ordered them to continue their raiding operation but to appear more vulnerable than they actually were. This was to lure the Eastern Alliance force deeper into Shanghai County's territory. Concentration of forces * While the 3rd Regiment was acting as bait, Erlai gathered the main force of Shanghai County, including his elite troops, to set up an ambush along the main road the Eastern Alliance force would have to pass. 3. Ambush and surprise attack *. Ambush points * Erlai chose several strategic ambush points along the road, where his troops could hide and strike at the most opportune moments. He positioned his elite troops at the most critical points to maximize their effectiveness. Element of surprise *. The element of surprise was crucial. The Eastern Alliance force, underestimating Shanghai County's defenses, would be caught off guard, making it easier to overwhelm them. 4. Execution and follow-up *. Initial strike *. Once the Eastern Alliance force was deep enough into the ambush zone, Erlai would signal the attack. The 3rd Regiment, now better prepared, would lead the initial strikes to disorient the enemy. Main attack * Following the initial strikes, the main force of Shanghai County would move in, encircling the Eastern Alliance force and cutting off their escape routes. Cleanup * After the main attack, Erlai would ensure that any remaining forces were eliminated or captured, securing the eastern border and dealing a significant blow to the Eastern Alliance. Especially the 1st and 2nd units of mountain barbarian warriors were not only not equipped with Burin armor, but they had not engaged in a single hard-fought battle. Hence, even though the 3rd Regiment had more men, Erlai wasn't foolish enough to engage in a direct fight. At the same time, he reported the intelligence back to the main camp. The main camp was headed by Military Affairs Director Gu Hongliang, who first received the intelligence from the eastern camp and then the distress signal from the western camp. After confirming that the plains were quiet, Gu Hongliang ordered the 1st Unit of the 2nd Regiment to assist the western camp and the 2nd Unit to aid the eastern camp. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th Units were to remain in place and focus on the plains. The reinforcements from the 2nd Unit boosted Erlai's confidence to rout the Eastern Alliance troops. Under Erlai's leadership, the 3rd Regiment was ready to ambush the Eastern Alliance troops. The battle at the city's western camp had already reached a critical stage. The stalemate was first broken by the 3rd Unit of the 1st Regiment, as the cavalry used their tang blades to uphold the honor of the Shanghai County military, cutting down the remaining archers. More than half of the archers were killed, and the soldiers lost their courage to resist, turning to run. Even the reinforcement sword-shield soldiers lost their morale and began to scatter. Major Li Mingliang of the 3rd Unit wasn't about to let them escape. The cavalry pursued them closely, allowing no one to get away. Every cavalryman in the Shanghai County Army was armed with horned arrows. As they rode, they used their bows to mercilessly claim more enemy lives. The arrows shot from the bow made a clear, air-breaking sound, piercing the leather armor and penetrating the skin, spinning into the bone and intestines. In the endless wilderness, there was nowhere to hide. The short, wild grasses could not obstruct the view of the cavalry as they chased their prey like hunting dogs. Nothing was more terrifying than watching your friends die one after another. Their arrows were like a magician's tricks, both accurate and endless. In the end, the deserters could no longer run. High amounts of adrenaline had squeezed out all of their stamina. The soldiers were already desperate and stopped, raising their hands to surrender. The surrender was like a plague, once it began, it spread and wouldn't stop. After the third unit, the first and second units took the stage. They were the trump card units of Shanhai County, equipped with Burin armor and hailing from various mountainous barbarian tribes. They treated their honor as their life and would never take a loss. However, today, due to the sneak attack, the soldiers of the second unit were convincingly defeated. If it weren't for the help of the first unit, the second unit would have been decimated. Losing their honor and being insulted, one could only use the enemy's fresh blood to wash it away. The warriors of the first and second units were as close as brothers. They had an understanding, two surrounding one cavalryman, one cutting the leg, the other killing the soldier that fell. Since the start, the Alliance cavalries hadn't faced such tough opposition. It was as though they had fallen into an iron barrel in a quagmire, and no matter how they tried to turn left or right, they encountered metal. Once the metal barrel began to spin at high speed, they would be ground and smashed by it. What was worse was that there were a bunch of spear-wielding fools ambushing them from behind. These shameless soldiers used their advantage to pierce the horses instead of the riders, which was truly despicable. They didn't even consider victory, only falling into the trap and wanting to escape from this nightmare. The cavalry tried to flee, but the mountain barbarians wouldn't let them. Their bodies were not yet drenched in the enemy's blood, and the ground was not yet covered with the enemy's dead. This wasn't enough to cleanse their shame or enhance their honor. The warriors wore heavy, 30 kilograms Burin armor, and the intense battle had left them exhausted. But they refused to rest, squeezing out every last bit of energy to deliver the final blows to the enemy. The tang blades in their hands remained sharp, and the shields they raised were still unbreakable. Ah, the mountain barbarians roared, issuing a death proclamation to their prey, just as they did when hunting in their tribes. Today, this proclamation was directed at the enemy cavalry. The shouts echoed across the wilderness, striking fear into the hearts of all. Sha Pijuan felt as though he were in a nightmare he desperately wanted to wake from. When Di Qin told him that he had a chance to launch a surprise attack on Chiue Wui, Sha Pijuan was overjoyed. He couldn't forget how Chiue Wui had humiliated him during the Battle of Zhualu, calling him Di Chen's dog. Such an insult was worse than death. Anger can cloud a person's judgment, and Sha Pijuan was no exception, consumed by a thirst for revenge. He never paused to consider why Di Qin didn't take the matter into his own hands or why Di Qin came to him. He didn't even consult his family, immediately gathering 2,000 elite soldiers to teleport to Yongye town. He was determined to let his burning desire for revenge light the way. At first, the mission went smoothly. They traveled under the cover of darkness and remained undetected, even when they were right in front of the enemy. Even when a minor incident occurred, the battle still favored them. The Alliance charged into the enemy camp and began their slaughter. As the Shanhai County soldiers fell into pools of blood, Sha Pijuan reveled in the moment, enjoying every second. He began to imagine that after destroying the subcamp, he might lead the Alliance to attack the main camp of Shanhai County, forcing Chiue Wui to bow before him. He wanted Chiue Wui to beg him to reveal who was whose dog. But when did it all start to go wrong? When did the tide turn? The enemy's mobilization was far faster than the Alliance had anticipated, and their strength far greater. Those mountain barbarians, even without armor, could actually fight head-to-head with the elite of the Alliance. Victory was so short-lived, and the slaughter could not continue. When the enemy's heavy armored infantry gathered, Sha Pijuan knew their time to pick them off had ended, and the real hard battle was starting. Even at that moment, Sha Pijuan still thought victory was within his grasp. After entering the camp, he realized the Alliance forces were twice those of the enemy. If they commanded with proper strategy, there was no way they would lose. Sha Pijuan's alliance formed outside the camp, taking the initiative to launch an assault on the enemy. For this, Sha Pijuan didn't hesitate to bring his elite cavalry to the front line, armed with sharp blades. Unfortunately, the enemy's heavy armored infantry was too strong, delivering a significant blow to Sha Pijuan. Without delay, Shanghai County sent the heavy armored infantry that Ouyang Shua had invested much in. How could the lightly armored infantry stand against such a formidable heavy armored force? The enemy's cavalry unit then delivered another devastating blow to Sha Pajuan. Despite this, Sha Pajuan remained undeterred. He still believed victory would be his. He calmed himself and urged his forces forward, ordering a portion of the sword and shield soldiers to fall back in defense while the rest pushed forward to try to break the enemy's heavy armored infantry. Sha Pajuan saw victory was near, but then Chiue Wui brought forth a horde of terrifying heavy armored infantry. The enemy, relying on just 500 heavy armored soldiers, managed to hold off 3 to 4 times the number of the alliance's troops, annihilating their sword and shield soldiers. What followed was Sha Pajuan's worst nightmare. First, the alliance's archer forces were nearly decimated, and they started running for their lives. Following this, the cavalry forces, which Sha Pajuan was so proud of, were also consumed piece by the enemy's steel beasts, with only 100 to 200 lucky members managing to escape. Lastly, the total destruction of the alliance forces was witnessed. Facing the enemy's heavy armored infantry and heavy armored cavalry attacks, the sword-shield soldiers, who were struggling to hold on, finally surrendered, raising their hands in defeat. The infantry knew they couldn't escape the enemy cavalry's pursuit, with the archers who attempted to flee serving as the best example. The lords were despondent, and after their cavalry was destroyed, they immediately took their bodyguards and fled. All their courage and faith crumbled at that instant, with nothing left to rely on. They had bet everything on this, and what they received in return was the complete destruction of their troops. The lords were like birds to a gunshot. They even forgot to warn the Eastern Alliance soldiers still advancing through the Alliance Channel, leading to their ambush by the 3rd Regiment. Sha Pajuan, who was about to look down on and despise this group of cowards, turned to find himself part of the larger group escaping. The cavalry who escaped found their lord and together they fled toward Yangye town. Ouyang Shua was enraged. The poisonous bugs he had bred for over 6 months retaliated and bit him instead. The thought of letting these lords return never crossed his mind. When he saw Sha Pajuan in the alliance, he knew the Yenhu alliance and himself would have an irreparable relationship. It's either you die or I live. Ouyang Shua instructed Shi Wanshui to remain behind, placing him in charge of rounding up the prisoners, tending to the wounded, and repairing the camp. He personally led the Guards unit and the 3rd unit from the 1st Regiment to pursue the enemy. 15 kilometers east of Chirshui County, at the edge of the border, there was a small mountain. Apart from wild grass, there wasn't a single tree on its summit. Ali had chosen this spot for the ambush. The 3rd Regiment and the 2nd Regiment's 2nd Unit were all concealed behind the hill, waiting for their prey. Ba Dao, the Lord of Broken Blade Town, led an alliance force of 2,000. His journey was uneventful at first, encountering only a few raider camps, which quickly retreated at the sight of such a large army. As the journey remained peaceful, Ba Dao began to lower his guard, even neglecting to send a vanguard squad to scout ahead. Brother Dao, don't you think it's strange? We've been traveling for so long and haven't seen a single patrolling soldier. Could there be a trap? Dengtai Baijiang, the lord of Gushan Town, felt uneasy. Ba Dao shook his head. You're overthinking it. Notice that there are still raiders in this area? What does that tell you? It means Shanghai County hasn't cleared this region. Naturally, there wouldn't be soldiers patrolling here. Otherwise, they would be easy prey for the raiders. Ba Dao's explanation made sense. Dengtai Baijiang pondered it and decided not to worry any further. Behind the hill, the 3rd Regiment's 3rd Unit Major, Zhang Liaokai, walked in front of Ali and said, Colonel, they're here. Ali was riding the domineering Nian beast, Luosha. Get ready to move. Yes. As the Eastern Alliance forces reached the central section of the hill, the 2 cavalry units, each with 1,000 riders, emerged like ghostly specters, suddenly charging down the hill without hesitation. Immediately following the cavalry, the 3rd Regiment's archer unit unleashed a rain of arrows, suppressing the Alliance archers and providing cover for the advancing cavalry. The arrows arced beautifully through the air, landing precisely on the archer forces of the Alliance troops. When the arrows struck the soldiers, they pierced their shoulders and heads. Those hit in the head died instantly, while those pierced in the shoulder screamed in pain. If not treated promptly, the latter risked being paralyzed from the waist down. The sudden attack threw the Alliance forces into panic. They had never expected to be ambushed at such a time and place. Ba Dao was flustered, shouting, "Get into formation, get into formation." The sword and shield soldiers in the center turned to build up the defensive line on the wings. However, it was too late. Before they could change formations and raise their shields, the cavalry, utilizing the downhill momentum, crashed through. The high-speed charge of the wide-ranging cavalry force instantly disrupted the Alliance forces. The frontline soldiers, terrified, began to retreat, while those at the back were still struggling to get into position. The two parts collided, sending the military into chaos. At that moment, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th units formed a loop around the back of the hill, appearing behind the Alliance forces and attacking them from the rear. The mountain barbarian soldiers, along with the spearmen, launched an assault on the enemy. The Alliance forces, now in disarray, were unable to coordinate effectively. The command system had failed, and the soldiers began fighting on their own. On the other hand, the 3rd Regiment remained united, and their movements were well coordinated. With the cavalry charging freely through the enemy lines, they gained the upper hand, seizing the enemy troops. The Alliance forces' cavalry, originally positioned at the front, were now rendered useless. Charging forward, there was no one in front. Charging backward, they were blocked by the sword-shield soldiers. Suddenly, the cavalry commander had an idea and ordered his men to charge up the mountain to attack the archer unit. It was easier to descend the mountain than to ascend it, and the archers at the top were unafraid, firing arrows continuously. The archer captain ordered the soldiers to target the horses. Those struck fell to the ground, hindering the advance of the cavalry behind them. On the narrow mountain path, the archers managed to release 3 volleys of arrows, severely wounding the cavalry. Of the original 500 cavalry, fewer than 200 remained. Struggling to reach the top of the mountain, they were just about to strike the archers when a general riding a green-scaled beast suddenly appeared in front of the archer unit. Naturally, the general leading the archer unit was the 3rd Regiment Colonel, Erlai. His mount, Luosha, was entering its first battle. Despite this, it did not feel out of place. Instead, it excitedly roared, "Nyan." The beast's roar intimidated the Alliance troops, causing them to panic and prevent their advance. Erlai stood at the forefront, holding his halberd and serving as a shield for his troops. "Face your death," Erlai yelled, fearlessly charging alone into 200 cavalries. He wielded his halberd with flawless precision, effortlessly flourishing the 20-kilogram weapon. It was like a hook from hell. Each swing claimed a life and sent the enemy recoiling in fear. Erlai's strikes were highly efficient and lethal. In a short moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The Nyan beast followed its master, unleashing its bloodthirst and charge abilities. It exuded an aura of ferocity that terrified all the mounts, causing some to fall to the ground. Luosha's powerful charge knocked several soldiers off their horses. Its horns, sharp weapons, easily pierced through the warhorse's armor, painting a truly gruesome scene. The Alliance cavalry surrounded Erlai, but they could not get close to him. Even if they managed to land a spear on him, it barely scratched his burin armor, failing to cause significant harm. The same went for the iron armor covering Luosha's body, head, and joints. The other areas were protected by scales as strong as the burin armor. A strong attack combined with an unbreakable defense, and the addition of a ferocious beast, made them unstoppable. The man and his mount turned the small mountaintop into hell on earth. Fresh blood flowed down the hill, gradually forming a stream that trickled downward. Among the green hill, a striking line of red emerged. This stunning sight invigorated the soldiers of the 3rd Regiment. Their majestic general had ignited their blood, and they charged toward the enemy. On the other side, the alliance troops were in disarray, their morale at rock bottom, and they were on the verge of collapse. The commander of the alliance forces, Ba Dao, wore a look of despair as he witnessed the slaughter of his troops. He saw no way to turn the tide. At the critical moment, he abandoned his troops and fled the battlefield with 10 of his guards, heading east. Ba Dao's escape marked the final collapse of the alliance forces. Seeing their commander flee, the soldiers lost their will to fight and followed behind. Deng Tai Baijiang gaped, watching Ba Dao's retreating figure in disbelief. He couldn't understand how the usually righteous Ba Dao could be such a coward and make such a grave mistake. Deng Tai Baijiang let out a long sigh and fell back. At least he retained a gentlemanly air. He covered Ruosha Sanqian and her troops before following behind. People only reveal their true colors when forced into desperate straits. Ba Dao was such a person. He only realized he wasn't as courageous as he seemed when the situation turned dire. After fleeing 4 kilometers, he finally understood the extent of the disaster he had caused. He wanted to rush back to reorganize the forces, but it was already too late. The Shanhai County cavalry relentlessly pursued them. When the alliance forces saw their efforts were futile, they decided to surrender. After all, their lord had abandoned them, and the warriors no longer felt a psychological burden. While rounding up the prisoners, they missed the best time to chase, allowing Ba Dao to escape from death. The other 2 lords, Ruosha Sanqian and Deng Tian Baijiang, were not as fortunate. The 2nd unit of the 2nd Regiment caught and killed them. In total, the 3rd Regiment and the 2nd unit of the 2nd Regiment had killed 820 men and captured 1,180. Meanwhile, they had lost fewer than 200 men, a decisive victory. On the east side, Ba Dao had escaped, but the few lords on the left were not so lucky. Ouyang Shua, his guards unit, and the 3rd unit of the 1st Regiment surrounded Pavillion and the rest. The alliance had not even managed to escape the Shanhai County border. Pavillion, why are you here? Ouyang Shua questioned. Pavillion retorted defiantly, is it your business? Ouyang Shua shook his head and laughed coldly, it's not my business, but I'm afraid someone is being used without realizing it. If Haisa Pifeng needed reinforcements, he would have asked Di Chen or Chen Xinjun. Why turn to Pavillion? Ouyang Shua suspected that someone had orchestrated this, intending to use Pavillion's expression changed, and he seemed uneasy. However, he forced himself to calm down and said, bullshit, I find you an eyesore, and I want to destroy you. It's that simple. Good. You have balls. I'll fulfill your desire for death. Ouyang Shua didn't chatter on any longer and ordered, kill him. Yes, Lord. There were no challenges in this war. The Shanhai forces had surrounded over 200 troops and did not allow any of them to escape. They destroyed all of these troops on the border of Shanhai County. Before Pavillion died, he looked at Chiue Wui with anger. Over 2,000 elite troops had died. He did not know how he would explain this to his family. The only consolation was that he didn't need to pay the teleportation fee. He could only comfort himself this way to find a positive outcome in such a dire situation. Chiue Wui's words left a seed of doubt in his head. After Pavillion thought hard, Di Chen's actions did seem a bit suspicious. Haisa Pifeng could already imagine the outcome that awaited his territory. When he reflected on the past year of running the territory, he couldn't control his emotions, realizing that Shanhai County would conquer it. He cursed, Chiue Wui, you coward, you're a butcher. You don't deserve to represent the common players. Ouyang Shua kept silent. In truth, he didn't have any anger toward Haisa Pifeng's actions. If it were him, he could also only take a risk when forced onto such a path. The winner is king, you die, and I live. The war between territories was just that cruel. After they destroyed the remaining enemies, Ouyang Shua recalled the troops and returned to the city's west camp. When he returned, everything was mostly back in order. The first unit of the 2nd Regiment, under the leadership of Sun Tingfei, had rushed to assist. However, they were too late and didn't arrive in time for the final battle. In the tent, Ouyang Shua called the generals for a simple military meeting. Shi Wanshue reported the casualties and said painfully, "My lord, a total of 1,100 troops from the 1st Regiment died, nearly half of the regiment. The 2nd unit is even worse, only 100 men are left. It will need to be rebuilt." After finishing his report, Shi Wanshue stepped out and kneeled. "The 1st Regiment has lost many troops. As the commander of the city's west camp, I have not done my job. Please give me my punishment, my lord." The 5 other majors all stepped up and knelt behind Shi Wanshue. "Please give me my punishment, my lord." They had suffered heavy casualties due to their lax defense, which allowed the enemy to launch a sneak attack. Such a mistake, the generals predicted, would result in a death sentence. Ouyang Shua, expressionless, said, "Come up." They all looked at each other, remaining on their knees, afraid to stand up. "What is this? Do you need me to personally help you all up?" Ouyang Shua's words confused them. "The losses in this battle were not entirely your fault. Even I didn't expect the enemy to rush over, so I can't blame you for not expecting the same," Ouyang Shua said. However, his tone changed, "But to suffer such heavy casualties, you all are to be blamed. The enemy reached the camp and you didn't notice it. Isn't that too slow? The whole regiment must reflect. We cannot be too arrogant and think that just because we are within the border, nothing will happen to us." "Yes, my lord," the various generals said, all looking ashamed. "In the military, we are very fair. If you do well, we will reward you. But if you fail, we will punish you." Shi Wanshue's wages are docked for half a year, and the 5 majors for 3 months, Ouyang Shua announced their punishments. "We thank the Lord for your leniency." After this, Shi Wanshue started to discuss the hostage situation. "My lord, we have captured 320 archers, 1,260 sword-shield soldiers, and 54 cavalry, a total of 1,634 people." Ouyang Shua nodded. "Pass them all over to the Military Affairs Department and temporarily send them to the reserve force. As for the 1st Regiment, after this operation ends, we will fortify the forces." "Operation?" Shi Wanshue didn't understand. "That's right. The enemy dares to challenge us, so they will have to pay a price in blood. I'll return to the main camp and gather the City Protection Unit and the God Machine Unit to help the 1st Regiment destroy Yangye Town and Guangshui Town." "How is it? Do you have confidence?" Ouyang Shua announced his plan for revenge. Since Yangye Town and Guangshui Town had exhausted many troops, it was the best time to attack. Ouyang Shua didn't want to give them any time to recover or to recruit and train new forces. When they heard about the plan for revenge, the blood of the generals boiled. Then, he said emotionally, "Lord, don't worry, we won't let you down." Although the 1st Regiment had lost half of its troops, with the help of the City Protection Unit and the God Machine Unit, he had absolute confidence in taking down the 2 empty towns. As it was wartime, the meeting ended quickly. Ouyang Shua temporarily stationed the Guards Unit and the 1st Unit of the 2nd Regiment at the city's west camp, and he brought 10 of his guards to hurriedly return to Shanhai County. By the time he returned to Shanhai County, it was already 4 p.m. He didn't rush straight back to the Lord's Manor but headed to the Military Affairs Department to listen to the Military Affairs Director, Go Hongliang's report. When he heard that the 3rd Regiment had achieved stellar results, his heart, which had been heavy, felt a bit relieved. General Erlai hadn't let him down. With this victory alone, he would gain a foothold in the military, garnering respect and reputation within the 3rd Regiment. With him at the helm of the 3rd Regiment, Ouyang Shua had nothing to worry about. Ouyang Shuo instructed Gu Hongliang to place all the prisoners in the reserve force. The prisoners from both the eastern and western fronts totaled 2,800 soldiers, all proper soldiers who didn't need a class change. Ouyang Shuo wouldn't waste them. At the right time, he would integrate all of them into his army. Ouyang Shuo briefed Gu Hongliang on the City West camp operation and requested assistance from the Military Affairs Department. Director Gu, pass down my orders, he commanded. Order the 2nd Unit of the 2nd Regiment to rush to the main camp. Order the Chioshui Town City Protection Unit to assist the 3rd Regiment in destroying Ishui Town and Gushan Town. The God Machine Unit shall split into 2, with one part aiding the City West Camp and the other part aiding the City East Camp to complete this operation. This time, Ouyang Shuo was truly enraged and didn't want to give his enemies any chance. Yes, my lord. After leaving the Military Affairs Department, Ouyang Shuo didn't stop but rushed to the inner city barracks. He found God Machine Unit Major Wang Yuanfeng. After giving the major some instructions, Ouyang Shuo returned to the Lord's manor. The news of the war had spread throughout the territory. When Ouyang Shuo returned, the manor was bustling. Song Jia and Ningyu heaved a sigh of relief when they saw him come back. Ouyang Shuo's safety had been a worry for them. Ouyang Shuo sent a message about the ambush he faced in Shanhai County in the Alliance Channel. He warned his allies to pay attention to their territory's borders to avoid similar situations. From this battle, Ouyang Shuo realized that the border warning system was far from adequate. After the territory expanded, they hadn't set up sentry towers at the borders, which gave the enemy an opportunity. Sha Pejuan is so shameless. Gong Chengshi scolded. Wui, is this Sha Pejuan's own act, or is the Yanhuang Alliance playing tricks? Bai Hua asked. Ouyang Shuo shook his head and said, baseless guesses are meaningless. Let's wait and see. Ouyang Shuo shared similar concerns with Fenghua Jueidai. He didn't want to start a war between the two alliances so soon. Bai Hua was quick to understand Ouyang Shuo's meaning and said, understood. On the 4th day of the 9th month of the Gaia 1st year, in Shanhai County, at 6 a.m., Ouyang Shuo, along with his guards, Military Affairs Secretary Song San, God Machine Unit Major Wang Yuanfeng, and the 2nd Unit of the 2nd Regiment, exited the city and headed straight for the city's western camp. At the city's western camp, Ouyang Shuo stopped briefly to meet up with the Guards Unit and the 1st Unit of the 2nd Regiment, which was resting. This time, they set off toward Tianfeng Town, located at the westernmost edge of the Lianzhou Basin. According to the military secretary's introduction, Tianfeng Town was 300 kilometers away from Shanhai County and 240 kilometers from the city's western camp, near Shila Lake. Ouyang Shuo's strategic motives were simple: to completely eliminate the threat to the west. He aimed to root out the 3 main lords on the western side of the Lianzhou Basin. For this, he had to lead his troops on a long journey. Tianfeng Town's lord, Xiaofeng Canyue, certainly wouldn't expect such a move. Therefore, Shanhai County only brought cavalry, planning to attack before the enemy could react. The sun blazed high in the sky. Under the guidance of the military spy, a 1,500-strong elite cavalry force ventured deep into the wilderness, heading down the path of revenge. To increase their speed, they took shorter breaks. Ouyang Shuo had also taken 1,500 Qingfu horses from the city's western stables, ensuring each cavalryman had 2 horses to alternate between during the journey. The Military Affairs Division intentionally chose a route that avoided Yangye Town and Guangshui Town to prevent stirring up additional complications. In the afternoon, the force smoothly passed Yangye Town and entered the deepest part of the wilderness. For this long mission, Ouyang Shuo had made thorough preparations. Not only did he bring enough Xingjuan tents, but he also brought military grain pills and the 2 triple-bow arqueballistas, which filled his storage bag to the brim. On the 5th day of the 9th month, a series of simple notifications appeared in his ear. System notification: congratulations to player Chiue Wui for conquering Yangye Town, rewarded 200 merit points. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for conquering Ishui Town, rewarded 200 merit points. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for conquering Guangshui Town, rewarded 200 merit points. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for conquering Gushan Town, rewarded 200 merit points. Ouyang Shua had conquered the territories of 4 members of the Sky Blade Alliance one after another, causing Xiaofeng Canue and Ba Dao to panic. The only consolation was that their territories were too far away, giving them a temporary reprieve from pressure. The loss of the Western Alliance troops proved one thing: even with outside help, they couldn't oppose Shanhai County. If they took action, they would only invite Chiue Wui's relentless vengeance. Yongye Town thought they could survive for a while, but now Chiue Wui had forcibly evicted them. On the night of the 6th day of the 9th month, the troops reached Tianfeng Town. Ouyang Shua planned to use their tactic against them and attack at dawn the next morning. At 5 a.m. the following day, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and the fog had not yet dispersed. The air was still humid, causing water droplets to form on the shirts. The Tianfeng Town suburbs were quiet, and even the hardest-working farmers were asleep. Suddenly, the sound of horseshoes shattered the silence. The galloping sounds woke the farmers who lived outside the city. A middle-aged man muttered as he opened the door. But when he saw the cavalry, his mouth gaped open, and he ran back into his room in fear. "Who's outside?" a woman asked from inside the house. "Hush, don't make a sound," said the frightened farmer. "Military troops, an endless amount. It seems we have to fend for our lives again. Hayes, it was so hard to settle down. Why must we face such a situation? Let's leave matters of war to the Lord to worry about. Do you think he can win? You're a woman, what do you know? The kid from the neighboring house went to war for the Lord, but he didn't return. I heard that none of the people who joined the Lord's army came back." The farmer was less optimistic than his wife. "Then, what should we do?" the wife asked, panicking. "What can we do? Pack up our things and run." At 6 a.m., an orange-red sun slowly rose from the east, and the sleeping town gradually woke up. At this moment, the Shanhai troops were only 2 kilometers from Tianfeng Town's wall. When the patrolling troops saw the large force, they panicked and immediately sounded the alarm. The resounding alarm broke the peaceful atmosphere, and soldiers rushed out of the camps inside the city to the top of the city gate. A fast horse galloped through the streets of the small town, the rider shouting, "Give way! Quick, make way!" The rider stopped in front of the Lord's manor. He didn't tend to his horse and rushed into the manor. As he ran in, he shouted, "Emergency military news! Emergency military news!" The Lord of Tianfeng Town, Xiaofeng Canue, hurried into the meeting hall and asked, "What's the situation?" "Sire, more than 1,000 cavalries have appeared outside the town, and they don't look friendly." "What? Can you repeat that?" Xiaofeng Canue was so frightened that he dropped the teacup in his hand, shattering it on the ground. The rider, not daring to delay, described the entire situation. Xiaofeng Canue sat on the chair, looking dejected, as if he had lost his soul. He muttered, "Chiue Wui, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, to actually chase all the way here." "Sire, what should we do?" Xiaofeng Canue froze. When he regained his composure, he said, "Order the troops on the walls to defend. They are cavalry, so they aren't good at sieges. We still have a chance." "Yes, sire." After the rider withdrew, Xiaofeng Canue couldn't remain calm. He knew very well that the 300 guards he had put together wouldn't be able to defend the wall. He opened the alliance channel and contacted Ba Dao, the last remaining ally of the Skyblade Alliance. "Brother Dao, Chiue Wui is a devil. He has already attacked here, so I hope you can send some troops to help me." Ba Dao freaked out. His first reaction wasn't to send help to Tianfeng Town. Instead, he ordered troops to patrol and check if there were any Shanghai forces around his territory. Brother Xiaofeng, you know very well. The main forces of Broken Blade Town were destroyed. I want to help, but I can't. What a joke, Ba Dao would definitely not help at such a time. Ba Dao's attitude infuriated Xiaofeng Canue, and he said ruthlessly, Brother Dao, if the lips are gone, the teeth will feel the cold. You don't need me to explain this to you, right? Qiue Wui has already killed Haisa Pifeng and the rest. Now, we can only rely on each other. If you don't help me, Shanghai County's next target will be Brother Dao. Ba Dao clearly understood this point. However, everyone had their own troubles. He gritted his teeth and said, Brother Xiaofeng, don't panic. Once I confirm there aren't any Shanghai County troops here, I will assist you immediately. How about that? Xiaofeng Canwei knew this was the best he could get. I'll wait for you, he said, then closed the alliance channel to prepare for battle. Xiaofeng Canwei knew the city wall wouldn't hold. To avoid being conquered, he had to defend the Lord's Manor and buy time for Ba Dao's troops to arrive. Outside Tianfeng town, seeing the heavily guarded city wall, Ouyang Shuo laughed coldly and ordered his troops to advance. They advanced until they were about 500 meters from the city wall. Ouyang Shuo calmly took out the 2 triple-bow arqueballistas from his storage bag. Under the guidance of Major Wang Yuanfeng, the guard soldiers began to set up and calibrate the arqueballistas. Once ready, they immediately started firing at the walls, forming steps with their arrows. Rows of arrows successfully pinned to the city wall, turning it into an arrow forest, similar to rock climbing walls. The first and second squadrons of the guards, already prepared and waiting, dismounted their horses under the lead of Major Wang Feng and ran to the base of the wall. They then used the step arrows to climb the wall. The cavalry continued to advance and entered the range of their horn bows. They fired towards the city wall, suppressing the city's defenders and covering the advance of the guards. Tianfeng town, having just lost over 1,000 men and left with only about 300, was no match for the cavalry. Any who showed themselves were shot and instantly killed. The sporadic tossing of rocks was unable to threaten the forces. One after another, they successfully climbed the city wall. Once up, they drew their tang blades and engaged the city's defenders. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Shuo ordered the 3rd, 4th, and 5th squadrons of the guards to lift the battering rams and charge the gate to breach the city. On the city walls, it often ended with an enemy's death. Although Ouyang Shuo's troops didn't have a significant numerical advantage, they possessed an absolute skill advantage, crushing their enemies and forcing them into retreat. In less than 20 minutes, the city gates were breached, and the 3rd, 4th, and 5th squadrons of the guard units scaled the walls to provide assistance. Ouyang Shuo retained the 2 sets of 3-bow arqueballistas and ordered his troops to enter the city, preparing to claim their rewards. The troops marched through the city gates, effortlessly dispatching any resistance. The entire operation, from start to finish, took less than an hour. After the cavalry entered the city, the town's residents were in a panic, hiding in their homes. Ouyang Shuo paid no attention to these civilians and rushed straight for the Lord's Manor, intent on conquering it. Town Lord Xiaofeng Canue of Tianfeng Town rallied his remaining guard and all his reserve forces, a total of 500 men, to defend the Lord's Manor. The only bright spot for him was that 10 minutes earlier, Ba Dao had finally brought the last 300 elite troops from Broken Blade Town to join the defense of the Lord's Manor. All the streets leading to the Lord's Manor were barricaded. They utilized the city wall protection soldiers to buy time while the civilians piled wood and stones to further obstruct the roads. Seeing this setup, Ouyang Shuo ordered his troops to dismount and prepare for infantry combat. He left the 3 squadrons of the 2nd unit of the 2nd Regiment to tend to the horses, while the rest pushed past the barricades and resolutely advanced into the Lord's Manor. Within the Lord's Manor, there were 2 hastily constructed archer towers. Xiaofeng Canue, under the protection of his guard, stood on one of the towers. Chiua, Wui, you are ruthless, Ouyang Shua said, shaking his head in amusement. Since you dare to provoke me, you must expect your territory to be buried. I won't let you succeed. Ouyang Shua didn't want to waste any more time, turning to Ba Dao, who stood by Xiaofeng Canue, and coldly smiled. You are Ba Dao, from Broken Blade Town? Your courage is commendable. Faced with the threats, Ba Dao remained unperturbed. Today, either you die, or I live. Great. Ouyang Shu shouted, attack. Ouyang Shua took out the three-bow arqueballista once again. Under the command of Wang Feng, it aimed at the two arrow towers, ready to eliminate the height disadvantage. The one-shot three-sword arrows flew like cannonballs, striking the arrow towers with lethal accuracy and slamming into the soldiers atop them. The towers themselves lost large chunks and began to tremble. If Xiaofeng Canue had not reacted swiftly, jumping down before the shot, he would have probably met his demise. Wang Yuanfeng commanded another 2 rounds, and the arrow towers, unable to withstand the assault, finally split in half and crumbled to the ground. The soldiers beneath the towers panicked and retreated, their mouths agape. The might of the three-bow arqueballista left an indelible impression on their minds. After the destruction of the arrow towers, Ouyang Shuo ordered his troops to advance. Fire the arrows. The cavalry transformed into archers, forming up outside the Lord's manor and unleashing a rain of arrows upon its interior. The guards used their sharp knives and charged toward the manor's doors. Inside the Lord's manor, screams echoed. Without a doubt, they were hit by arrows, forcing them to retreat from the patio to the walkways. No matter how much Ba Dao and Xiaofeng Canue ordered them, they didn't dare to stand out. What a joke! Standing in such an open courtyard under an arrow rain would make anyone a living target. Behind the door, rocks were stacked, making it hard to break through for a while. Ouyang Shua decided to reuse his plans, ordering Wang Yuanfeng to shoot step arrows at the walls. The guards used these arrows to climb the walls and, with jumps, entered the Lord's manor, engaging with the enemy. The 500 guards were like 500 lions, starting a slaughter inside the manor. Ouyang Shua, unsatisfied, ordered a portion of the cavalry to climb the walls, shooting downwards to gain a height advantage. The remaining men focused their energies on charging the manor. Xiaofeng Canue's roadblocks were used by the cavalry as battering rams. In the Lord's manor, the arrow rain ceased. Under the leadership of the 2 lords, the soldiers rushed out of the walkways and began fighting the guards. Despite their numerical advantage, they were pushed back. The reserve force soldiers, who were rookies, were intimidated by the war elite soldiers and didn't dare to advance. Ba Dao was ruthless, bringing his elites to the front to engage the guards. The cavalry archers on the walls continued to fire arrows, aiding their attack. Ba Dao's forces became the primary targets for these archers. The poor Ba Dao didn't defend himself well and was shot, causing him to kneel on the ground in pain. The soldiers of Broken Blade Town, seeing their lord injured on the ground, gathered around and tried to drag him away. How could the guard units let them have such a chance? They charged forward ferociously. In a moment, it turned into another bloodbath. The soldiers who could not focus on their defense paid a heavy price to save Ba Dao. At that point, the outcome of the battle was decided. The cavalry on the walls leaped down onto the patio. A portion of them charged towards the Lord's manor door, removing the stone from it. Helplessly, Xiaofeng Canue could only gather his remaining troops to abandon the patio and retreat into the meeting hall. Inside, the territory stone steel had slowly risen up, awaiting its uncertain fate. The guard units did not immediately assault the meeting hall, instead, they assisted the cavalry in opening the main door. After opening it, Ouyang Shua led the rest of the forces into the Lord's manor. Due to the limited space in the Lord's manor, a large portion of the cavalry remained outside, surrounding the manor to prevent anyone from escaping, especially the Lord, Xiaofeng Canue. Simultaneously, they were tasked with surveying the territory to prevent other forces from assisting through the teleportation formation. After the Shanghai County troops entered the patio, they formed up and prepared for the final battle. Inside the hall, the Alliance troops, seeing the enemy forces pour in like fish into the sea, had looks of despair on their faces. The Guard unit troops were still at the forefront, leading the charge into the hall. The Alliance troops, with their backs against the wall and no way out, could only hope for a better life next time. In the narrow meeting hall, this became the last battleground for the two sides. The soldiers from the Guards unit possessed a steel-like mental strength and an unbreakable spirit. They charged forward, unafraid of death, treating honor as their lives. Attack and killing were their instincts. The soldiers were a highly efficient killing machine, proceeding quickly and eliminating anyone who stood in their way. Death was the best gift they could give their enemy, and blood was the best present. This atmosphere and scene made the enemy give up and stop struggling. Xiaofeng Canue and Ba Dao continued to try to raise the morale of their troops for a final stand. The slaughter continued, fresh blood stained the gaps in the rocky floor, flowing everywhere. Bloody footprints, left by the soldiers, covered the ground like a cultivation ground of an azura. The light of the blades flashed, and blood splattered everywhere. The wounded let out screams of pain, drowned in the shadows of the blades. Ouyang Shua stood outside the hall, motionlessly watching the slaughter. As blood stained the earth and allies fell one after another, their blades broken in half, and their vision blurred by their allies' blood, the Alliance troops lost their courage and tried to escape. They fled through the back door, hoping to escape through the back courtyard. Xiaofeng Canue laughed. Unlike Ba Dao, who retreated, he drew the sword at his waist and faced the guards alone, shouting, "Kill!" This was his final battle cry as the guards charged forward and cut him down. On the 9th day of the 9th month in the first year of Gaia, at 9:20 a.m., Xiaofeng Canue, the lord of Tianfeng Town, died in battle. Xiaofeng Canue's grim smile became Ouyang Shua's deepest memory of the entire conflict. Ouyang Shua fully understood the deep connection a lord feels toward his territory. Xiaofeng Canue did not choose to flee. In his final moments, he decided to die alongside his land. In territory warfare, there was no question of righteousness or justice, good or bad. It was solely about survival, the strong live and the weak perish. Ouyang Shua entered the meeting hall, ordering his guards unit to clear the remaining soldiers. He approached the Tianfeng Town stone steel, retrieved his tang blade, and channeled his golden internal strength into the blade before striking. Lacking any blade techniques, Ouyang Shua relied solely on brute strength to destroy the stone steel. The territory steel had a certain degree of defense and durability, which were related to the territory's grade and the grade of the village creation token. For a grade 1 village built using the lowest copper village creation token, the durability was 100, and the defense was 10. Each upgrade in the token's grade increased the initial stats by 20%, each upgrade in the territory's grade doubled the stats, and each major upgrade multiplied the stats by 5. Tianfeng Town was a grade 3 town built with a copper creation token. Its durability was 8,000, and its defense was 800. Each attack on the steel reduced its durability. If the combat power was lower than the defense of the stone steel, one would be unable to break through but would lose durability points. Ouyang Shua's knife deducted only 12 durability points. Helplessly, he could only ask his guards to attack the stone steel. Half an hour later, the stone steel was finally destroyed. The moment it happened, a notification sounded in his ear. System notification: Player Chiue Wui has conquered Tianfeng Town. Please choose whether to conquer, hand over to another player, or destroy. I choose to conquer. Tianfeng Town's strategic location made it obvious that Ouyang Shua would conquer it. Not only Tianfeng Town but also the 4 other territories. System notification: after conquering, you may rename the territory. Would you choose to do so? No. Ouyang Shua had no interest in or inclination to think of another name. After conquering the territory, Ouyang Shua finally had time to deal with the aftermath. The battle in the back courtyard of the Lord's Manor had ended, and with Xiaofeng Sanyue's death, the remaining soldiers surrendered. As for Ba Dao and the others, they were all killed, and no one was left alive. Ouyang Shua sat in the Lord's Manor, taking control of Tianfeng town and issuing a series of commands. He ordered the 2nd Unit of the 2nd Regiment to remove the military power from the affiliate territories of Tianfeng town and informed the residents that Tianfeng town was under the rule of Shanghai City. He also ordered the Guards Unit to maintain law and order in the city to prevent looting. He instructed some residents to clean the Lord's Manor, restoring law and order. By the afternoon, Tianfeng town had mostly returned to normal. Ouyang Shua ordered the 1st and 2nd Units of the 2nd Regiment to return to Shanghai town and bring back his instructions. He directed the 1st Unit of the Beihai Naval Fleet to navigate the Friendship River and rush to Shila Lake for defense. He appointed Construction Division Secretary Zhao Duong as the head of Tianfeng town, selecting a group of elite workers and officials to accompany the naval fleet. He also ordered the shipyard to send a batch of shipmakers to Tianfeng town to establish a shipyard. After they left, Ouyang Shua began to meet with all the officials in Tianfeng town. The Lord's Manor was cleaned, the bodies removed and buried in a mass grave outside the city, and the bloodstains cleaned up, leaving only a thick smell of blood in the air. Tianfeng town, a grade 3 town, likely ranks among the top 300 among players. Xiaofeng Canyue had been a capable leader, managing the territory well. The town had a total of 23 officials, 11 black iron, 2 silver, 1 gold, and no historical figures. After 2 battles, the Tianfeng town army was nearly decimated, causing the town's population to drop significantly to only 7,000. Following the conquest of Tianfeng town, it would no longer generate refugees. Ouyang Shua preferred to relocate all the people from the affiliated territories to the main city to help it surpass 10,000 residents. As Tianfeng town was outside Shanghai County's territory, it couldn't be considered part of Shanghai County unless Ouyang Shua moved everyone to Shanghai to live. Ouyang Shua obviously wouldn't do that, as he had big plans for Tianfeng town. He began to restructure the town's administrative system, similar to that of an affiliate territory of Shanghai County, with 23 officials as the foundation. This included establishing an administration department, an internal affairs department, a financial department, and a material reserves department. Once Zhao Duong brought the elite officials over, Tianfeng town could start running smoothly again. Among the officials, the only gold-level talent was Pu Zhidao, who had passed the imperial exams. He was 42 years old and had been an important assistant to Xiaofeng Canyue. Ouyang Shua met with Pu Zhidao alone in the Lord's office. Civil servants often have a strong sense of loyalty and are hesitant to serve a new master, especially soon after their previous one died. When Pu Zhidao entered, he was cold and unwilling to engage in conversation with Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua smiled and remained unperturbed, inviting Pu Zhidao to sit down before saying, Tianfeng town and Shanghai County do have some conflicts. I'm sure you are aware, but I hope you can assess who started it. Pu Zhidao was a bit emotional. As Xiaofeng Sanyue's assistant, he knew that Tianfeng town had provoked the conflict, leading to the current disaster. Since they had lost, they had little to say in the matter. Unraveling the situation wasn't easy, as their perspectives were different. In his mind, Tianfeng town's actions were justified, but they simply lacked the strength to prevail. Ouyang Shua clearly didn't expect it to be so easy to convince him. A good official learns and improves. I hope you can consider the well-being of the residents. If you let your pride and backbone stop you from acting, they will lose a good official. Why would you do that? Pu Zhidao let out a long sigh and bowed. I greet my lord. Ouyang Shua helped him up and said, with your help, Tianfeng town will have no worries. Ouyang Shua appointed him as the administration director. With someone familiar with the workings of Tianfeng Town, it would be easier for him to adapt. The next day, the guard units left the city and began to clear out the raider camps along the border. Ouyang Shua gave specific instructions that they were not only to clear those around Tianfeng Town but also all those in the Shila Lake region. The goal was first to ensure that all residents could live in peace at night and to prove that their ruler had the power to protect their safety. Second, it was to gather a group of prisoners to build the city protection unit of Tianfeng Town. The guard units couldn't be stationed here for long periods, so before leaving, Ouyang Shua had to ensure that they could defend themselves. Tianfeng Town's recruitment ability was completely overshadowed by Xiaofeng Canyue, so the only method was to use the raiders. Ouyang Shua brought 4 guards and, after leaving the city, headed towards Shila Lake. As the brightest pearl to the west of the Lianzhou Basin, Shila Lake spans 3,150 square kilometers, much larger than a first-grade county. Its deepest point is 35 meters, with an average depth of 25 meters. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. The temperature was perfect, and there was an abundance of fish and grass. Many birds rested around the lake, depending on it for survival. On the lake's surface, fishermen were rowing their boats and casting fishing nets. Shila Lake was a treasure trove, but Ouyang Shua had no immediate plans to utilize it. As he looked at the water, his heart instantly felt happier. During the following week, the guards ventured out in all directions to clear raider camps. Within a 5,000 square kilometer radius, they cleared many camps of varying sizes. This operation earned them 4,100 gold, 1,020 combat prisoners, 2,250 non-combat prisoners, and numerous resources, filling the arsenal and warehouse of Tianfeng Town. The battle successes of the guards amazed the residents of Tianfeng Town. Whenever Tianfeng Town tried to clear raiders, they were very cautious and well prepared, unlike these guards who accomplished the task effortlessly. Such a strong army brought the residents a sense of security. The significant addition of prisoners increased Tianfeng Town's population, prompting Ouyang Shua to upgrade it to a county, making it the 4th county-grade affiliate territory of Shanhai County. Using the funds he gained, Ouyang Shua selected a group of elites from the combat prisoners and the prisoners from Tianfeng County to form Tianfeng County's City Protection Unit. The unit comprised a sword-shield soldier unit and an archer unit, totaling 1,000 men. Ouyang Shua chose a few key men from the guards to stay behind and serve as major and sergeants. The City Protection Unit's job, apart from protecting the city, was also to continue clearing raider camps. Based on his thinking, since no more refugees were spawning, they had to use wild raiders to increase the population. After the City Protection Squad's class change, Ouyang Shua kept 1,000 gold for himself and used the remaining 2,700 gold to build a branch of the Four Seas Bank to boost Tianfeng County's economy. A week after conquering Tianfeng County, Ouyang Shua's many plans and solutions had breathed new life into the area. Gaia, 1st year, 9th month, 15th day. The first unit of the Beihai Naval Fleet reached Shila Lake. In Tianfeng County, at the meeting hall, Ouyang Shua gathered all the important officials and generals. He appointed Zhao Duong as the county magistrate and also designated the Internal Affairs Director, the Financial Director, and the Material Reserves Director. The first unit of the Beihai Naval Fleet broke away from the main fleet and became known as the Shila Sailor Unit, under the jurisdiction of Tianfeng Town. The former commander, Zhou Feng, retained his position in the unit. According to the introduction by the administration director, Pu Zhidao, there were water strongholds in the lake where water bandits frequently entered and exited. Thus, their first mission was to clear the lake of these bandits. Shila Lake was vast, and the bandits were familiar with the terrain, making the task challenging. Zhao Duwang's first task as the newly appointed county magistrate was to establish a naval port and a shipyard. Additionally, he faced the more daunting task of constructing a road from Tianfeng County to Shanhai County. Ouyang Shua wanted to name this road Tianhai Road. The 300-kilometer-long Tianhai Road would require the largest investment and consume the most time of any project in Shanghai County to date. To expedite construction, both cities began building simultaneously, meeting in the middle to join the road. A significant portion of the road traversed the wilderness, where conditions were harsh, and workers had to defend against wild beasts and raiders. Therefore, troops were necessary to protect the workers. The City Protection Unit of Tianfeng County conducted reconnaissance operations to select the route for the Tianhai Road. The construction of this road had strategic significance. By building relays along the route and displaying the Shanghai County Lord's flag, they aimed to strengthen Shanghai County's power and prestige in the western region of the Lianzhou Basin. Tianfeng County, Yangye Town, and Guangzhou Town formed a triangular area. Once connected by the Tianhai Road, it would be sufficient to control the west. Even if other territories requested reinforcements, Shanghai County would have time to respond and deploy military forces for attack or defense. After conquering the three key territories in the west, Ouyang Shua began to adopt a more conciliatory approach toward the other territories. The specific policies, however, would need to be set upon his return to Shanghai County. After a conversation with Zhao Duong, Ouyang Shua embarked on his return trip to Shanghai County in the afternoon. On the way back, he also visited Yangye Town and Guangzhou Town with his guard units. Shanghai County had already sent officials to take charge and reorganize the structure of Yangye Town and the other Grade 2 towns. They had to establish a city protection unit, open a 4 Cs bank branch, and implement policies. The back of Yangye Town faced Yangye Forest, so Ouyang Shua named it Forestry Town. Guangshui Town and Ishui Town were near the river, making it easy to reclaim fertile land, so they were designated as agricultural towns. Gushan Town, with its back to the mountains, was set to become the second settlement location. On the 18th day of the 9th month, in the afternoon, Ouyang Shua and his group returned to Shanghai County. Upon arrival, he immediately went to the market to check the price of grain. On the market, the price of grain had risen. Each unit was now 20 copper coins, the price had doubled. As the price of grain continued to increase, some lord players rashly used their gold to buy the grain. Those with foresight had long since sold their wood and other resources to obtain gold to buy grain, ensuring they had enough to last them until the 11th month. This scramble for grain further pushed up the prices. Now, the price of grain was sky-high. The main sellers of grain were the various chambers of commerce in the imperial capital. These entities bought the grain from the farmers on the outskirts of the imperial city. When the prices rose, they started to accumulate grain to prepare for selling at a profit. Hence, this whole situation worsened, everyone got involved in it. In this storm, Shanghai County also felt the side effects. The 4 Cs bank branches in the Allied territories increased in loans, and their gold supplies were about to run out. Ouyang Shua immediately decided to harvest all the profits from the first half of the month to distribute to the branches. Mulan Town, Black Lion Town, and Tianchuang Town each received 2,000 gold, while Xuanlong Town and Fallen Phoenix Town both received 2,000 gold. Unfortunately, this sum of money was only a temporary solution for the territories. The lords had to take risks and start raiding to earn money. However, the limited amount of raiders posed a problem for them. Unlike Shanghai County, which had a harvest every time they upgraded. While Ouyang Shua was away, the city's eastern camp had obtained 4,200 gold after temporarily halting their raider operations due to the alliance's attack. After the joint operations on both the eastern and western sides, along with clearing the territories, 15,200 prisoners were sent to Shanghai County. During this period, many worker occupation players were relocated to Shanghai County. The Fallen Moon Guild had reached the 71,000-member upper limit but was still some time away from upgrading. In the meantime, Old Sun continued to contact scientists and invited them to reside in Shanghai County. Since then, the mercenary group had expanded to 45 and continued to grow. They had started setting up offices for Shanghai County in various imperial cities. Once these offices began to function, Shanghai County saw a significant increase in the number of people who wished to reside in their city. They had reformed the 1st Regiment, selecting the 3rd, 4th, and 5th unit members from the prisoners. As for the 1st and 2nd units, they still entirely consisted of elite mountain bandits. The 2 large-scale recruitments had nearly used up the tribe's fighting ability. According to the plan, he had postponed the destruction of the mountain stronghold to nearly a month away. To gain the trust and understanding of the tribes, Tian Wenjing once again increased the grain supply to them. Upon Ouyang Shua's return, he immediately initiated the operation against the mountain stronghold. He codenamed it Bobcat. As this was forest warfare, apart from the Guards unit and the God Machine unit, there were also 8 other units, including cavalry units from the 1st and 3rd regiments. The Deputy Secretary of Military Intelligence, Ling Qian, had led a group of spies to investigate the stronghold situation. Attacking it proved much harder than expected. The stronghold was situated in Ayrshire Ridge, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Its population had reached 14,000, including 8,000 mountain thieves. Many of these were elite mountain thieves. The only road up had 3 roadblocks set up by the mountain thieves. Attacking all the way up would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Is there really no other way up? Ouyang Shua was unwilling to accept this. Lung Qian shook his head and said, "The back of the stronghold is a cliff. Attacking from behind is nearly impossible, unless..." "Unless what?" 1,000 meters away from the cliff, there is a mountain peak that is easy to climb. The only issue is how to cover this 1,000 meters. Even if we use a zip line, we can't secure it to the cliff. Lung Qian was very pessimistic. An idea popped into Ouyang Shua's mind, and he said, "I have a way to solve the problem of securing the rope." Ouyang Shua thought about Binger's pet, Shuer. She was a high-grade smart pet. Although she was only an ornamental pet in the game, she was strong and could fly. Therefore, she would be the perfect candidate to tie the rope to the other side. Although he knew Ouyang Shua wouldn't lie, Ling Qian was still shocked by his lord's words. Ouyang Shua waved him off and said, "Have the Military Intelligence Division survey the mountain and find a suitable route. Our troops will move out tomorrow." "Yes, my lord." After Ling Qian left, Ouyang Shua instructed Director Gu Hongliang to have the Combat Logistics Division prepare sufficient zipline rope, oil, and other necessary supplies to ensure the smooth operation of the mission. Additionally, to prevent casualties, Ouyang Shua ordered the formation of 2 sword shield units and 1 archer unit from the reserve force to join the attack. This made the 6,500 soldier assault on Ayrshire Ridge the largest operation to date. After discussing the details, it was already 5:30 p.m. He had just returned to the Lord's Manor, yet now he needed to leave at first light tomorrow due to the operation, living a life that was both tough and restless. As they ate dinner, Ouyang Shua looked at Shuer, who was perched on Binger's shoulder. "Shuer, tomorrow, I'll take you out to play, okay?" Her eyes lit up, and she flew around Ouyang Shua's head. Go out and play, la la la." Binger's eyes also sparkled. "Brother, can Binger come too?" Ouyang Shua shook his head firmly. "No, you have to go to school tomorrow." Binger's face fell, and she angrily stirred the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks. Bad brother, bias." Ouyang Shua laughed and explained, "Tomorrow, brother has to do something important, so it isn't just for fun." "Really?" Binger didn't believe him. Ouyang Shua looked her in the eye. "When have I ever lied to you?" "Okay, Binger forgives you." This little brat's mood really changed quickly. At night, Ouyang Shua brought Song Jia to the patio to talk. "How's it going with the sect? Is everything running smoothly?" "It's basically on the right track. However, you just returned, and now you have to leave tomorrow." "I have no choice." Right now is a crucial time. Haisa Pifeng's ambitions and Sha Pujuan's interference had affected Ouyang Shuo's plans and the poison insect rearing project. It wasn't easy for him to calm everything down, so he had to prepare a series of plans to make up for the losses. This operation involved not only Ayrshire Ridge but also the Uer Island that Pei Donglai had always eyed. The Beihai Naval Fleet, which had just become a regiment, had a unit taken away and needed to be rebuilt. A good man conquers all four directions. Blockhead, it seems like you are becoming more and more like a hero, Song Jia teased. Ouyang Shuo nodded, thinking of something. Sect leader Song, the Dongli Sword sect can consider recruiting some players. You can contact Little Ant and ask her to help you out. I was thinking the same thing. Having a sect full of NPCs is so boring. Song Jia nodded in agreement. Oh, right. Binger has been bugging me for a while. She wants me to accept her as a disciple. When that little brat saw our uniform, she became envious. The uniform she referred to was the sect uniform of the Dongli Sword sect, which Qinger had personally designed. The designs on the uniform robe featured patterns of clouds and dragons, giving the wearer an elegant and otherworldly air. Did you agree? Of course not. How would I dare unless I got the permission of a certain control freak? Ouyang Shuo shook his head, amused. He didn't bother to respond to her teasing. Binger is still young, so it's better if she focuses on her studies. Besides, the Nining technique isn't suitable for her to train at her age. I'll listen to you. The next afternoon, the troops gathered at Qiushui County. They had long since fixed the road from Qiushui County to Suanio tribe, making it their best path into the forest. The troops would spend a night in Suanio tribe before venturing deep into the forest. When the mountain barbarian tribes in the middle region found out that Shanhai County had finally sent their army to help them clean out the mountain bandits, they were naturally happy. To avoid alerting the enemy, Ouyang Shuo rejected the mountain barbarians' offer to help. Apart from the Suanio tribe, the military didn't enter any other tribes. They did this to avoid all the areas where the mountain bandits operated and directly charged toward the Ayrshire Bridge. On the 21st day of the 9th month, in the afternoon, the forces arrived near Ayrshire Ridge. Zhao Sihu was in charge of leading 2 sword shield units and 1 archer unit to attack the ridge head-on to draw attention. Meanwhile, the main force circled around the ridge and sneaked into the mountain peak at the back of the ridge. At the mountain bandit stronghold, in the Hall of Brotherhood. Boss, when we went down the hill recently, our brothers found many random people sneaking around. It seems like someone is planning something at the mountain stronghold, said the military advisor, Gutu. The boss was tall and well-built, with a rough look, thick eyebrows, and a full beard. He looked somewhat similar to a chimpanzee. He was topless, openly showing his chest covered in hair. The captured mountain barbarian tribe ladies knelt on either side, helping to massage him. Military advisor, you think too much. Who could actually attack our Ayrshire Ridge? Although the boss appeared rough and unkempt, he spoke fluently, entirely contrary to his appearance. The unique environment of Ayrshire Ridge allowed them to live comfortably, and the square was vast. If they continued to develop, they would become one of the rulers of the mountains. The military advisor was just reminding him, but he didn't believe it either. Seeing that the boss wasn't paying much attention, the military advisor retreated from the Hall of Brotherhood. He had taken only a few steps when he heard the sounds of a moaning woman behind him. In the early morning, a thick fog enveloped the forest, and the sun rose above the peak, casting an orange-red glow through the mist. However, it failed to warm anyone. Shuer perched on Ouyang Shuo's shoulder, her little face filled with excitement. This little creature had an unusual fondness for forests. Ouyang Shuo took out a zipline from his storage bag and handed one end to Shuer. Good Shuer, do you see that cliff over there? Ouyang Shuo pointed to a cliff 1,000 meters away. Yes, I see it. Now, I have a mission for you. Tie the rope to the cliff. Can you do it? Schwer tilted her head and said cutely, I'll try. Good luck, Schwer. Schwer picked up the rope and effortlessly flew toward the cliff on the opposite side. As she flew farther away, Schwer's tiny body became a small black dot. If someone only saw the rope flying in the sky, they would think it was a supernatural phenomenon. This 1,000-meter-long rope, aside from being oiled to prevent friction, was super heavy. Carrying it through the air was especially exhausting. Though Schwer was special, she slowly felt fatigued, and beads of sweat started to form on her forehead. This little one was just like her master. They both had stubbornness in their bones. Despite her tiredness, she continued to fly. During the final stretch before the cliff, her body shook from left to right, clearly in real pain and exhaustion. Ouyang Shua, who stood on the other end of the rope, had to watch it swing. He felt pained but also nervous. When she finally reached the other side, Schwer was so tired that she was going to collapse. She stopped on a rock to rest and regain some energy. After resting, she followed Ouyang Shua's orders and found a huge tree to tie the rope around it. Once the rope was fixed, as long as one pulled hard from the other end, they would secure the rope. After that, Schwer nodded, pleased with herself. She turned around and flew back. When he saw her coming back, Ouyang Shua took out his handkerchief and helped her wipe off the sweat. Clearly, she was not used to this, and she giggled. When he saw her in such a good mood, Ouyang Shua could finally relax. First, Ouyang Shua prepared to act as a guard to test the reliability of the zipline. He didn't hesitate and instantly zipped toward the other side. The whole journey was very smooth. After he reached the other end, the guard checked the rope on the tree to ensure everything was fine. Then, he took out a red flag and waved it. After confirming it was safe, everyone started to zipline across. Concerning the upcoming war, Ouyang Shua didn't want Schwer to follow them, so he arranged for 2 guards to protect her on the mountain peak. Once the operation ended, they would meet up with the rest. After the troops gathered at Ayrshire Ridge, the military intelligence spies released the Fongbirds to inform Zhao Sihu's troops, who were hiding at the bottom of the mountain. The spies told them to launch their attack immediately. A 5,000-man army was hiding in the back mountains. Ouyang Shua couldn't help but worry about the possibility of a mountain bandit spotting them. At that moment, they heard the sounds of chatter ahead. "Ah man, did that chimpanzee bully you again yesterday?" a voice asked. "Living like this, I'd rather die," a woman cried. "Ah man, trust me. I'll get you out and save you from this hell," another voice reassured her. Ouyang Shua shook his head. He hadn't expected to meet a pair of sad mandarin ducks. He signaled to Wang Feng to take them down without harming them. Wang Feng understood and brought 2 guards to sneak up. "Ah, who are you?" The woman was about to scream, but a guard covered her mouth and knocked her out. They tied the pair with ropes, stuffed their mouths with cloths, and dragged them behind a huge rock. After this small interference, the back mountains were calm once again. At the front, Zhao Sihu's forces were ready. After the Military Intelligence Division spy received the message from the Fongbird, he interpreted the order and reported to Zhao Sihu. Next, Zhao Sihu hollered, "Heed my orders, attack." "Yes." The closely packed troops emerged from the forest and charged toward the first roadblock. The first people they encountered were some patrolling soldiers sent down by the mountain stronghold. "Who are you?" the unsuspecting patrolling soldier asked, still unaware of the situation. "We are the ones who will take your life," Zhao Sihu said as he strode to the forefront and thrust his spear. His move was as quick as lightning, and he pierced the mountain bandit's stomach, causing the bandit to fall to the ground in pain. After they cleanly dealt with the patrolling squad, the forces advanced. The first roadblock was set at the foot of the mountain and served as a front sentry. It was very dilapidated and had a wooden wall, similar to that of a camp. When the mountain bandits patrolling the wall saw the enemies emerge from nowhere, they panicked. Immediately, they sounded the alarm and some lit fires to warn the roadblocks behind. Zhao Sihu knew that he was in charge of a diversionary attack, but if he could attract more mountain bandits, it could reduce the pressure on the rear forces. Hence, his goal was to at least destroy one roadblock. After Ouyang Shua criticized the military intelligence division, the three heads trained a batch of elite spies. These spies thoroughly investigated the details of the roadblocks. To take them down, Zhao Sihu requisitioned a batch of alchemical fire oil from the Combat Logistics Division. After reorganizing the archer unit, they soaked the arrows in the oil, lit them, and fired them toward the roadblock. Wave after wave of fire arrows ignited and quickly spread. In an instant, it became an ocean of fire. The massive blaze was visible from all the subsequent roadblocks. The mountain bandits at the second roadblock rang the bell 7 times, signaling an enemy attack, an emergency requiring reinforcements. They then lit the beacon to alert the third roadblock. The message spread until it reached the boss, who had a long night and hadn't yet woken up. Upon hearing the reports, he disregarded the girls he had been with and hurriedly dressed, rushing to the Hall of Brotherhood. Ayrshire Ridge, a mountain bandit stronghold, Hall of Brotherhood. "What's the situation?" the boss questioned. The forceful and angry aura he emitted choked everyone. "Who has the courage to attack our mountain stronghold?" "It's a proper army, with more than 1,500 men. They used fire arrows to burn our first roadblock," Gudu had received first-hand information. "Heh, such nerve." The boss became furious when he heard that the enemy had less than 2,000, order the brothers to kill them at the second roadblock. "Yes." The military advisor ran down to send the orders. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Sihu looked at the burning roadblock and didn't move. Inside the roadblock, the mountain bandits couldn't escape in time, let out screams of pain as the fire burned them alive. Although some escaped, their backs had caught on fire. They tumbled around on the ground, asking their allies for help. The burning roadblock similarly stopped Zhao Sihu and his forces from attacking. The fire burned for a whole hour before it slowly stopped. Zhao Sihu ordered his men to obtain twigs to extinguish the fire, which would clear a road for them to enter. 20 minutes later, the force continued their advance. On the way, they didn't see a single mountain bandit. They had all retreated to the second roadblock. Zhao Sihu knew that the real test was going to come. He looked at this roadblock built out of rock, and recognized that the fire attack wouldn't be as effective anymore. This roadblock was harder to attack, but easy to defend. With his current troops, breaching this place was harder than ascending the heavens. The mountain bandit chieftain stood on the wall and shouted, "Who are you, to dare break my roadblock and attack my stronghold? I'm the one who's going to take your life. You are all shameless and lack conscience. You steal from the mountain barbarians, you don't deserve to live." Haha, the mountain bandit laughed as if he had heard a joke. "With only you want to do the work of the heavens? Haha, it's better if you go home and feed your kids." Ha 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 ha, a group of mountain bandits also laughed loudly, mocking the troops. Zhao Sihu didn't move but shouted back, "Cowardly tortoises, what's there to be proud of? Do you dare to come out and fight with your grandpa?" The soldiers supported their major and mocked the bandits, hurling abuse at them. They threw out every insult they could think of. "You!" The mountain barbarian chieftain was furious. "Shoot the arrows, shoot them, kill them." When the archers received the order, they started raining arrows at the enemy troops. Zhao Sihu had prepared for this, and the sword-shield soldiers raised their shields to block the arrow rain. They slowly backed off until they were out of range. Haha, the chieftain grew complacent. Now, who's the coward? As a general that Ouyang Shua had placed his faith in, Zhao Sihu wasn't simple. When he saw the mountain barbarians not falling for it, he took a look at the wind direction and thought of a plan. He ordered his troops to cut down wet twigs and douse them in alchemical fire oil. The sword-shield soldiers braved the arrow rain to pile the twigs under the roadblock. The mountain bandits didn't recognize the alchemical fire oil. When they saw these actions, they didn't know what their enemy was trying to do. After his soldiers returned, Zhao Sihu ordered the archers to fire and ignite the twigs. In a moment, smoke rose from the twig mountain. The wind was blowing nicely toward the roadblock, which blew the smoke into it, fogging everything up. The chieftain finally realized that the enemy had tricked them. Despicable, it's this method again. The thick smoke covered the entire roadblock. The mountain bandits found it hard to bear, and breathing became very difficult. They had no choice but to leave the wall and back off. Zhao Siha seized the chance to order the troops to attack the roadblock. Before they attacked, he ordered the troops to wet a cloth and cover their noses and mouths. The mountain bandits were busy taking care of themselves. Without the interference of the archers, the Shanghai troops quickly took the gate down. Zhao Sihu ordered the archers to remove the twigs, and the sword-shield soldiers charged in. The mountain bandits were like headless flies in the smoke. When they saw the enemy charging in, they became like birds fleeing from a bullet, as the sword-shield soldiers chased them around as they ran. The thick smoke slowly faded away. Zhao Sihu had successfully taken down the second roadblock. In the mountain stronghold, Hall of Brotherhood, a messenger ran inside. "Report," he shouted. "Boss, the enemy has taken down the second roadblock and is advancing toward the third one." "What?" The boss stood up, shaking the floor. "Hypey, that useless junk. How did he lose a roadblock so quickly?" "Boss, it seems the enemy general isn't simple," military advisor Gutu noted. The boss finally paid attention. "Come, follow me to the final roadblock. I want to see who is coming." "Yes." The boss personally led 4,000 elite troops and rushed to the third and strongest roadblock. It was like an iron fortress placed on the path, an indestructible castle. Zhao Sihu looked at the third roadblock. He knew that it was impossible for him to take it no matter what he did. The boss appeared on top of the castle and shouted down, "Who are you? Say your name, and I won't kill you." Zhao Sihu laughed. Such a small mountain bandit leader, yet he still dared to talk about the rules of Jianghu, truly amusing. Zhao Sihu wasn't fazed. "Listen up, we are from the Shanghai County Army. It's time for you to surrender." "Huh? Shanghai County? What's that, such nerve?" The boss had never heard of any Shanghai County. Heh, what an idiot. When Zhao Sihu saw that even the boss had appeared, he knew that he had completed his mission. So, he fired the signal bullet. When it reached the sky, it burst open in mid-air. What are they doing? Are they calling for reinforcements? The mountain bandits didn't understand. At Ayrshire Ridge, at the back of the mountain, the main force had waited in the back mountain for 2 hours. Finally, they saw the signal and stood up. Attack. Kill. The troops came out from their hiding spots and charged into the mountain stronghold. Before they left, Ouyang Shuo ordered the guards to wake up and untie the unlucky couple. When the man woke up, he looked at Ouyang Shuo, shocked beyond words. Then, he stammered, "You, who are you? How did you get here?" Ouyang Shuo asked, shaking his head in disappointment. On the other hand, the girl remained calm and inquired, "Are you here to destroy the mountain stronghold?" "That's correct. I am the Lord of Shanghai County, and the mountain tribes have requested my assistance to dismantle this stronghold. Can you lead the way?" Ouyang Shuo explained the situation. Upon hearing they were saviors, she smiled and said, "I know the route, follow me." Under her guidance, everything proceeded smoothly, and they directly penetrated into the core area of the mountain stronghold. At that point, the enemy had relocated more than half of the mountain bandits to the roadblock. When they saw the remaining troops, they were taken aback. Aside from the guards, many didn't bear arms. They would only retrieve weapons from the arsenal for operations. Thus, the elite soldiers of Shanghai County faced a group of unarmed mountain bandits. The battle that followed was nothing short of a massacre. Among the participants, there were 2,000 mountain bandits. The bandits had misled a large portion of them before. It's said that when one sees their foe, their eyes turn red. At that instant, all the mountain bandits were enraged, slaying anyone within their sights, be it combat or non-combat bandits. They savagely murdered anyone seeking to escape. When Ouyang Shua learned this, he commanded the troops to avert the slaughter. Time was of the essence, and they needed to clear out all the combat mountain bandits before those at the roadblock could respond. There was no time to concern the non-combat ones. Moreover, the soldiers weren't executioners. Unless forced, he didn't want them to act against innocent people. After entering the mountain stronghold, Ouyang Shua directly ordered the guards unit to take control of the main gate. The archers took over the archer towers to prevent reinforcements. Blood rained on the mountain stronghold. Some of the mountain bandits hobbled to the roadblock. Boss. It's bad, very bad. The boss found Zhao Sihu's lack of movement very strange. After hearing this report, he had a bad premonition. He quickly ran up and grabbed the collar of the mountain bandit, furiously asking, "Speak. What happened in the stronghold?" He nearly strangled the mountain bandit. Cough. The mountain bandit was half scared to death. "Boss, a large army has appeared in the mountain stronghold." "How? Where did they come from? How many people?" "Many. We couldn't count, they came from the back mountain. The mountain bandits had rushed here, so they hadn't bothered to count." Back mountain? The boss had experienced more surprises today than ever before in his life. He muttered, "The back mountain is a cliff. How did they come up?" The military advisor remained calm and reminded, "Boss, what we need to do now is make a choice. We must decide whether to assist the mountain stronghold or go down the mountain directly." "Right." The boss calmed himself, "Going down isn't an option. The road is too small, so if the enemy blocks it, we're dead." The boss felt frustrated. The advantages of the ridge had become their greatest disadvantage at this crucial moment. "Let's return and fight them." The boss made the choice to launch a final fight. The mountain bandits decided to throw everything in. They rushed to reinforce the mountain stronghold. When they arrived, Ouyang Shua had already taken control of the entire stronghold. They had either killed or forced all the combat bandits to surrender. Then, they locked the bandits up. When the boss saw the closed stronghold doors, he became so angry he wanted to vomit blood. He hadn't expected the enemy to move so quickly. This time, he had completely failed. Ouyang Shua stood on the arrow tower with his guards by his side. "Those outside, listen up. I have taken over your stronghold. It's not too late for you to surrender. You have the guts to say that? Why don't you come out for a battle to the death?" shouted the furious boss. Ouyang Shua knew that if he didn't kill the boss, he wouldn't be able to recruit the bandits. "Fine, I, the Lord, will do as you wish." He turned around. "Which one of you wants to fight and slay him?" "Lord, send me." Erlai and Sher Wanshue both wished to battle. Both of them wanted to fight the bandit leader, as the mountain barbarian leader wasn't their match. Ouyang Shua didn't know which one to choose. At that moment, Wang Feng stepped forward. "To kill a chicken, you don't need to use a butcher's knife." "Lord, send me." Ouyang Shua paused. "Good, I'll send you out." "Thank you, Lord." Wang Feng turned and walked down the arrow tower. Erlai and Sher Wanshue were both pleased with this decision and naturally didn't oppose it. The stronghold doors opened, and Wang Feng walked out under the protection of the guards. Then, he pointed his spear at the bandit boss. "Shanghai County Wang Feng. I'm here to spar." When he saw that his opponent had sent out such a young general, the boss grew even more furious. "A stupid kid that has just finished sucking milk? Eat a knife from your grandfather." He raised his knife and charged at Wang Feng. Wang Feng remained unfazed. He rushed forward and with a shake of his spear, he caught the knife. Both weapons were made of exquisite iron, both of the same quality. Bajiquan and spears were the best combination. Wang Feng imbued the essence of the Bajiquan into each stroke of his spear. Every time the spear struck the knife, a power surged through it. This impressed the bandit boss, and he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent anymore. Since he could lead a whole mountain of bandits, he naturally had strength. His strokes were heavy and powerful. Coupled with his vast experience, they fought evenly. On the arrow tower, Erlai and Shi Wanshui watched on. Wang Feng's performance pleased these two experts, and they would comment a few words from time to time. When the guard unit soldiers saw their major's stout stuff, they started to cheer for him. The mountain bandits didn't back down and started to cheer their boss on. Both sides ended up in a war of voices. The atmosphere made everyone's blood boil, and the battle instantly entered a white-hot stage. Ouyang Shua knew that it was hard for Wang Feng to chance upon such a battle. He might even break the bottleneck and become an intermediate general. Ouyang Shua was not a gentleman. To ensure Wang Feng's safety, he ordered Shi Wanshui to shoot an arrow and kill the boss if Wang Feng found himself in peril. Fortunately, it never came to that. The pressure from the mountain bandit boss ignited Wang Feng's potential. He moved closer to his opponent, shook his spear, and used the ultimate technique of Bajiquan, cling to the mountain. The spear, like a poisonous snake, stuck to the knife and slid down, pushing the boss away. The spear, like a shadow, continued to stick, forcing the bandit boss to release his knife and drop it to the ground. As the bandit boss dropped his weapon, his face turned pale, and he muttered, "My life ends here. Carry on." With victory in sight, Wang Feng waved his spear and charged forward with lightning speed. He thrust the spear into the bandit boss's chest. The bandit boss's screams gradually faded. Wang Feng pulled the spear out, and fresh blood spurted everywhere. The boss's eyes remained wide open in disbelief as he fell to the ground. After killing his opponent, Wang Feng closed his eyes, as if reflecting on the battle. In front of the stronghold, the mountain bandits were frozen, not daring to move as they faced Wang Feng, standing with his eyes closed. "Kill him, take revenge for the boss," one bandit finally shouted. "Protect the general," the guard unit soldiers rushed forward to shield Wang Feng. Ouyang Shua, standing on the arrow tower, ordered the archers to shoot. Wave after wave of arrows pierced the mountain bandit group, causing numerous casualties. Then, the bandits regained their senses. The enemy had already taken the stronghold and had all the advantages. Instantly, they all backed off like rats. Ouyang Shua knew the situation was settled. He smiled at Erlai and Shi Wanshui, "Let's go out." "Yes, my lord." After Ouyang Shua exited the mountain stronghold, he looked at the mountain bandits. "Aren't you going to surrender? If not, don't blame me for what comes next." The bandits knew it was over and immediately split into two groups. One group laid down their weapons and surrendered while the others chose to run. Those who wanted to escape were the ruthless ones. They knew they had performed too much evil. Even if they did surrender, they wouldn't be spared. For these people, Ouyang Shua wouldn't give them a chance, and he ordered his men to give chase. The Ayrshire Ridge was treacherous. Apart from the one way down, every other spot was a peak, so jumping down would only lead to death. The bandits knew their road had been blocked. Their only choice was to jump and hope for the best. Unfortunately, the archers blocked this last chance of survival. The archers lined up closely by the cliff and shot down at the feet. The bandits that were not far away were hit and tumbled down. Only a few escaped, but they were unable to pose a threat. Still, Ouyang Shua didn't want to let them off. He ordered Zhao Sihu and his men to search for them and clean them out. After they cleaned up the mountain bandits, Ouyang Shua returned to the mountain bandit boss's body. He found a dropped item under the body. As expected, it was a token. After he took it out and looked at it, he was delighted. It was actually a rare summoning token. Summoning token, King Grade randomly summons a King Grade historical figure to work for you. Ouyang Shua kept it in his storage bag, planning to use it when he returned. After dealing with all the mountain bandits, he ordered his men to clear out the stronghold and gather all movable resources. At that moment, the mountain barbarian teenager ran out. "Savior, the boss has a secret room. I can guide you there." Ouyang Shua was delighted. "Great, let's go." He left a squadron of guards to protect Wang Feng and brought the remaining guards with him, following the barbarian teenager. The secret room was inside the bedroom, with a hidden passageway under the floor. The guards were concerned about his safety, so they led the way. In a short while, they emerged, their faces pale. Some of them looked furious. "My lord, there are many girls locked up in the secret room." Ouyang Shua was stunned and turned to the mountain barbarian teenager. "You brought us here to save them?" She was not nervous and spoke the truth. "I don't dare to hide it from you, Savior. I have such intentions." "But I didn't lie, his treasures are hidden there too." Ouyang Shua nodded. "All right, let's go down together." Torchlight lined both sides of the passage, so it wasn't as dark as he had expected. Following the wet steps, they walked down. He counted approximately 70 to 80 steps before arriving at a well-lit hall. Glancing around, the floor was paved with thick animal hides, while some who were treated poorly had only dried grass beneath them. More than 100 girls, dressed in tattered clothes, lay on the animal hides or dried grass, staring apathetically into the void. When they saw someone come in, they didn't panic or show any happiness, they were already numb. In the corner, Ouyang Shua also noticed several girls huddled there. Their condition was terrible. They were as thin as bones, and their bodies emitted a deathly smell. Even though Ouyang Shua was usually heartless, he grew furious at the sight. The bandit boss had toyed with and tortured these girls. When the barbarian teen walked in front of them, she cried and laughed, "Sisters, we are saved." She pointed at Ouyang Shua and said, "This prince is the lord of Shanghai County. He is here to save us. They have killed the evil man, I saw it with my own eyes." Hearing this, the girls regained their senses. A flash of happiness and life appeared in their eyes, and tears flowed down their cheeks. They thought they had cried all their tears, but they never expected someone would come to rescue them from this place. "Thank you, Savior." Some of the girls, now regaining their senses, walked up to him and knelt down. Ouyang Shua personally helped all of them up and said, "Stand up, there's no need to thank me. From today onward, you are free and can return to your tribes and families." Ouyang Shua waved them off and turned around, ordering the guards to find some clothes for the locked-up girls to wear before sending them back up. After settling these matters, Ouyang Shua, guided by the mountain barbarian teen, entered the secret room. A mountain bandit leader's secret room clearly didn't have any hidden weapons, it was just a thick wooden door that the guards broke down with force. Inside the secret room were rows of large boxes. Upon opening them, they found gold and jewels, sparkling in the light and catching everyone's eyes. Ouyang Shua counted, there were 2 gold boxes, 5 silver cases, and 1 box of gems and jewels. Apart from 2 silver cases, the rest were stored in Ouyang Shua's bag. He found it odd that as the secret room of a mountain bandit leader, it should not contain such basic wealth alone. "Are there other secret rooms?" Ouyang Shua asked the mountain barbarian teen. She shook her head, "This is the only one I know of." Ouyang Shua didn't believe her and ordered the guards to search again for any hidden doors or similar items. He even joined in, knocking on the walls and floors. Suddenly, he noticed an oil lamp hanging on one side of the wall. The secret room didn't have a torch and relied on light from the hall, making it very dark. Thus, the oil lamp seemed out of place. Ouyang Shua calmed himself and walked over, trying to turn and fiddle with the oil lamp. With a click, the lamp turned easily, and a rumbling sound echoed through the chamber. The inner wall of the secret room suddenly sank in, creating a small opening through which only one person could pass. Ouyang Shuo instructed the guards to secure the entrance while he entered alone. The space was very narrow, barely enough for 2 people to stand. In the middle stood a wooden stand with 3 boxes on it. Ouyang Shuo opened the first box. A gentle glow emanated from within. It contained a bead the size of a goose egg, which felt cold in his hands. The cool bead helps focus and reduces heat, aiding in cultivation. It was a valuable support item, but Ouyang Shuo did not understand how it could enhance his cultivation speed. The second box he opened contained a manual titled Wuhu Saber Manual, a prestigious cultivation technique. Ouyang Shuo deduced this to be the knife technique used by the mountain stronghold's leader. However, although the items in the first 2 boxes were valuable, they offered little benefit to Ouyang Shuo, leaving him somewhat disappointed. He opened the final box, hoping for a particular treasure. This box was significantly larger than the others. Inside, a green sword lay quietly in its scabbard. Name: Qingfeng Sword, Platinum Rank. Hardness: 55. Sharpness: 70. Toughness: 55. Specialty: Bladebreaker. When an opponent's weapon's hardness is lower than the Qingfeng sword's, it can break it immediately. Evaluation: the Qingfeng sword was part of a pair known as the Qingfeng twin swords, a weapon Liu Bei used during the Three Kingdoms era. Liu Bei used it to avenge Guan Yu's death at the hands of Sun Quan. In the end, Sun Quan ordered them to burn down Dongwu, forcing Liu Bei to escape. During the escape, he lost one of his swords, a true treasure, an absolute treasure. This was the first platinum-grade weapon Ouyang Shuo had obtained since the servers opened, and it was the only platinum-grade weapon in the game so far. Apart from the standard hardness and toughness stats, it had an additional sharpness stat. Most importantly, it possessed the Bladebreaker specialty. Based on its hardness, as long as the enemy weapon wasn't some divine instrument, there was a high chance of the specialty effect activating. This made it incredibly formidable. Imagine, your opponent could destroy your weapon at any moment during battle. How could you concentrate on fighting? It was a remarkable sword. Sadly, Ouyang Shuo knew no sword techniques. A player's time and effort were limited. Since Ouyang Shuo had chosen a spear as his primary weapon, he couldn't afford to be distracted. Ouyang Shuo covered the 3 boxes and stored them in his storage bag before walking out. When he reappeared, he didn't stop but ordered the guards to carry the 2 boxes filled with silver. As they walked out of the secret room, Wang Feng rushed up, his face brimming with uncontrollable joy. Ouyang Shuo asked, "Did you level up?" Wang Feng nodded, "I didn't let you down, I'm now an intermediate general." "Great, now I have another capable general," Ouyang Shuo said, elated. Ouyang Shuo then took a look at his stats. Name: Wang Feng, Gold Rank. Identity: Shanghai County Guards Unit Major. Occupation: Intermediate General. Loyalty: 95. Command: 55. Force: 75. Intelligence: 40. Politics: 35. Specialty: Fight to the death, raises troops' morale by 20%, charging, raises forces' movement speed by 20%. Cultivation technique, Bajiquan. Equipment, Soldier Mingguang armor, exquisite iron sword. Evaluation, core disciple of Master Lin Yu, direct and righteous personality, very loyal. After Wang Feng returned to the troops, he led the guards unit to sweep the mountain stronghold once again. By 11 a.m., their work was nearly complete. Ouyang Shuo announced that he would reward the soldiers from this operation with 2 cases of silver, which elicited cheers and applause. From the operation, they gained a total of 10,850 prisoners, 4,750 combat bandits, and a total of 5,800 gold, excluding the treasures. Ouyang Shuo kept the most important items but left the grain and other basic resources. He ordered the Military Intelligence Division to inform the mountain barbarian tribes to collect this batch of resources. He did this primarily because it was difficult to transport and secondly to use it as a gesture of thanks. The mountain barbarian tribes continued to work with them despite Shanhai County's delay in fulfilling their promise. As for the equipment and military resources, they were naturally brought back to Shanhai County. The mountain bandit stronghold was well equipped with weapons, including spears, swords, and even specialized weapons suitable for their use. These could not be given to the regular army and were to be sold by the Snow War Rose mercenary group. After everything was settled, Ouyang Shua gathered the forces and prepared to bring the prisoners back to the city. Just at that moment, the barbarian teen brought about 120 rescued girls to Ouyang Shua, kneeling down and crying, "Please, Lord, accept us." During this short period, they had learned about Ouyang Shua's identity. Ouyang Shua frowned. "Don't you want to return to your tribes?" The mountain barbarian teen, acting as their representative, her eyes filled with sadness, held back her tears. "Lord, we are all impure. How can we return to our parents? Even if we do, we would only bring them shame. Being saved by you, our only wish is to go to a new place and wait for the day our lives come to an end. Please, Lord, accept us. Please, Lord, accept us," the girls echoed. Ouyang Shua remained silent. The scene before him reminded him of the girls he had saved from the raider camp. Their situations were similar, rescued from hell, but, due to traditional rules, they felt insecure and lowly. "What is your name? Wasn't there another man who wanted to save you? Do you want to live in Shanhai County too?" Ouyang Shua asked the barbarian teen. His words touched a sad spot, and the tears she had been holding back overflowed. The guards beside Ouyang Shua told him that the man was not there. Upon seeing that she was no longer a virgin, he looked down on her and left, running back to his tribe. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he shook his head. Such cruelty, but it was the truth. In such a society, a girl's purity was very important, and women were born into the weaker sex. Ouyang Shua didn't know how to console them, so he simply ordered the guards to bring them back together. The huge army rushed down the mountain with the prisoners and resources to meet Zhao Sihu and his group. At the foot of the mountain, they received news that Shuer and the guards protecting her had also rushed over. Upon seeing him, she flew up happily and landed on his shoulder. "Good Shuer, you have done well. What reward do you want?" Her eyes brightened. Sweets, sweets. As she said this, she placed her fingers in her mouth and started sucking. Ouyang Shua shook his head in amusement. It seemed she had been influenced by Binger. "All right, when we return, I'll prepare a huge box for you." The sweets she referred to were the malt candies made by the residents. They were very sweet, no wonder she liked to eat them. Shuer's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly flew up and nibbled on Ouyang Shua's face. Then, she flew around his head, appearing very happy. After the greetings, Zhao Sihu reported, "Lord, all the mountain bandits who tried to escape have been killed." Ouyang Shua nodded. "General Zhao, you have done a good job this time. Breaking through 2 roadblocks and luring out half of their forces, you deserve a reward." "This is my duty, I shouldn't be rewarded." Zhao Sihu was a little emotional. Ouyang Shua waved him off, taking out the Wu-Hu saber manual he had just acquired and passing it to Zhao Sihu. "I'll reward you with this manual. I hope you will train well and become a tiger for our army." Zhao Sihu took the manual, his emotions running high, and knelt with 1 foot. "Thank you, Lord." Ouyang Shua then took out a box of silver from his storage bag and said, "Share this with your soldiers, they deserve it." "Yes, my lord." After the rewards were distributed, they made their way back. On the 25th day of the 9th month of Gaia, in the afternoon, Ouyang Shua and his troops returned to Shanhai County. Upon his return, he handed over all the prisoners and resources to the Military Affairs Department and the Internal Affairs Department for handling. The Military Affairs Department was responsible for trying the prisoners and executing the wicked ones, while the Household Registration Division temporarily housed the remaining bandits outside the city. Ouyang Shua had other plans for this group of mountain bandits. Returning to the Lord's manor, he gave Zisou 2 boxes of silver and a box of gems, and she would be in charge of placing them in the internal storage of the Lord's manor. Of course, he also asked her to prepare a box of malt candy for Schwer. As for the 2 boxes of gold, Ouyang Shua took them temporarily. Adding the gold they had taken from the mountain bandits, Ouyang Shua now had a total of 31,000 gold in his storage bag. After handling the minor matters, Ouyang Shua took out the biggest reward from the raid, which was a king rank summoning token. Ouyang Shua tore the token, and with a burst of white light, a young general riding a white horse appeared. System notification. Congratulations player Chiyue Wui for successfully summoning the king rank historical figure Luosha, awarded 50 reputation points. Upon seeing Ouyang Shua, the young man immediately dismounted, knelt on the ground, and said solemnly, "General Luosha greets my lord." Luosha was an official under Zhang Shutua during the Sui dynasty, entering the military during the peasant uprising and joining the Wugang army. He was appointed as a supervisor but was captured when they fought against Wang Shizong. After losing to Wang Shizong, he took his troops and surrendered to the Tang dynasty, where he was appointed as the supervisor of the Xiazhou Daoheng army. He used his spear to stab Wang Xianin, taking over Tianjin Castle, and helped Li Shimin bring peace to Luoyang. For his efforts, he was appointed as the supervisor of Jiangzhou and the Lord Protector. Compared to other historical figures, his specialty was his age. He joined the military at 14 and was captured at 19. When he was killed by Lu Haida, he was only 23. He was a prodigious talent, unfortunately cut down too soon. Had he lived longer, he could have become a renowned general of his generation. Ouyang Shua was delighted. He took a step forward and helped Luosha up. "General, please stand up." After getting up, Ouyang Shua took a look at his stats. Name, Luosha, King Grade. Dynasty, Sui Tang. Identity, Shanghai County General. Occupation, Advanced General. Loyalty, 80. Command, 70. Force, 85. Intelligence, 50. Politics, 35. Specialty, Courage, raises troops' combat power by 20%, Charging, raises troops' movement speed by 20%. Cultivation Technique, Overlord Spear Manual. Equipment, Fine Iron Overlord Spear. Evaluation, Shirshin can be used as a vanguard or a protector. Strictly follows the law, has no relatives, and is not attached to anything. Luosha's arrival was a saving grace for Ouyang Shua. He had been worrying about not having good generals, which were essential for expanding the army. With Luosha, the problem was half solved. As it was already late, they couldn't have a deep conversation. Ouyang Shua introduced him to Gu Hongliang and asked Gu Hongliang to welcome him. The specific role and arrangements would be discussed the next day. During dinner, Ouyang Shua asked Song Jua a question. "How's the construction of Dongli Sword Sect coming along?" "It's nearly finished. We will have our opening ceremony on the first day of the 10th month, Song Jia said, very excited. Ouyang Shua nodded and laughed. "Wow, I really have to start calling you sect leader Song. During the ceremony, I'll give you a big gift." Her eyes brightened. Given Ouyang Shua's position and rank, his gift would definitely be significant. She asked curiously, "What gift?" "You'll find out when the time comes," Ouyang Shua replied, keeping it a secret. "Hen, it's okay, don't tell me." 9th month, 26th day, 10 a.m. As the 1st and 3rd regiments hadn't returned, Ouyang Shua held a Shanghai County military governance meeting. This was the first time Shanghai County had held such a meeting since military affairs and governance became separate, thus, it was of high importance. Everyone who was a secretary and above was here, and for the military, everyone major and above was here. Additionally, Ouyang Shuo also invited the professionals to attend the meeting. During the 9th month, Ouyang Shuo spent most of his time outside and didn't have time for territorial matters. Luckily, with the directors there, not much happened. When in the army division, apart from the battles, Ouyang Shuo spent the rest of his time thinking about his plans for the future and strategic settings for the territory. As the territory continued to expand, and more player groups joined, Shanghai County looked prosperous, but internally, there were many problems. The biggest problem would be the loss of direction without a strategic goal. For this reason, Ouyang Shuo wanted to have a military governance meeting to get ideas. Ouyang Shuo said, "Fan Zhongyin, tell us the basic situation of the territory." "Yes, Lord." Fan Zhongyin got up. To date, apart from Shanghai County, we have 8 affiliated territories, 4 cities, and 4 towns. We occupy half of the Lianzhou Basin, covering mostly the eastern and western areas. Population-wise, Shanghai County has just broken 80,000, and our total territory population has broken 240,000. Financially, Beihai County, Chiaoshui County, and Friendship County have all achieved self-sufficiency, with stable income levels. The 5 new affiliate territories require government assistance, particularly Tianfeng Town, which needs significant financial support to cover half of the Tianhai Road. After Fan Zhongyin stepped down, Gu Hongliang, the military representative, addressed Ouyang Shuo, Lord, with Shanghai County as the core, including Chiaoshui County, Beihai County, and Friendship County. The central region has a population of over 200,000. However, we have only 15,000 troops. I recommend expanding our military. Gu Hongliang's suggestion aligned perfectly with Ouyang Shuo's thoughts. Ouyang Shuo nodded. Your recommendation is excellent. Now is the time to expand. Zhao Sihu. I'm here. Zhao Sihu stepped forward. Form a city protection regiment based on the city protection unit, 2 sword shield soldier units, and 1 archer unit. You will serve as deputy colonel and, upon official promotion, will be elevated to a higher rank. Thank you, my lord. Zhao Sihu was deeply moved and excited. As the city's western and eastern camps have moved outward, it has become challenging for them to protect the city. Therefore, the City Protection Regiment, compared to the City Protection Unit, has a more critical role. Besides defending the city walls and gates, you will be responsible for securing the borders near Shanghai County. The regiment will consist of 2 sword shield soldier units, 2 archer units, and 1 cavalry unit. The original crossbowman squadron will be removed and placed back under the God Machine Unit's command. This change in duty means that it will go from a second-rate unit in the army to a first-rate one, becoming of the utmost importance. Yes, my lord. Zhao Sihu suddenly felt the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. Zhang Daniu, Hui Biao. Present. Both of them stepped out simultaneously. The city protection units of Chiaoshui and Friendship County will both become regiments, with both of you as deputy colonels. Ouyang Shuo reorganized the military system comprehensively. Thank you, my lord. After dealing with the city protection forces, Ouyang Shuo shouted, Wang Feng. Yes, my lord. The guards unit is now a guards regiment, with you as the colonel. Remember, there's no rush in building the regiment. Wait until all the regiments are formed and their combat strengths are established before holding the trials. Wang Feng, who leveled up during the Ayrshire Ridge battle, had solved a significant problem for Ouyang Shuo. Yes, my lord. Shanghai County now had a city protection regiment and a guards regiment. With the support of the God Machine Unit, it had nothing to worry about. Ouyang Shuo looked at Luo Shixin, who was sitting beside Zhu Hongliang. Luo Shixin. Yes, my lord. Yesterday, Luo Shixin became familiar with the structure of Shanghai County and was very confident. You will be in charge of the 4th Regiment, which will be a light armored regiment. You will be given Qingfu horses and will be stationed at the city's western camp. You will serve as the deputy chief of the camp and the colonel of the 4th Regiment. Thank you, Lord. Shi Wanshui. Yes, Lord. Shi Wanshui stood out. Once the 4th Regiment is finished, the city's western camp will be up and running. Bring the 2 regiments along the Tianhai Road and clear all neighboring raiders. Yes, my lord. Hearing there would be more action, Shi Wanshui was very excited. Since he had decided to end the peace and start to show his might, Ouyang Shuo would naturally take the initiative to strike. Based on his plan, the first step will be to clear the western area of the Lianzhou Basin to create peace and safety for the development of the territory. Ouyang Shuo added 5 regiments, totaling 18 units and 9,000 soldiers, effectively using up all the reserve forces they had acquired from the raiders' city attack. He estimated that the class changes for this expansion would cost 10,000 gold. While he had earned money at a faster rate than other lords, he was now spending it at an even faster pace. When he first entered the game, 100 gold was considered a large sum. In just a year, he was handling thousands of gold. As the military rapidly expanded, the average strength of the soldiers decreased, and the provision of weapons couldn't keep up with the expansion rate. According to the standards of the Shanghai City Army, achieving 100% provision of bows was impossible. Additionally, the weapons workshop couldn't keep up with the demand for the Tang sword, the primary weapon of the sword-shield soldiers and cavalry. The 3,000 Qingfu horses kept at the city's western stables were all used up, but it still wasn't enough for the entire Guards Regiment and the 4th Regiment, leaving a shortfall of 1,500 horses. Providing Qingfu horses to the 3 city protection regiments seemed like a distant dream. Such a large army also imposed a significant financial burden on the territory. Based on military salary standards, a unit with an average grade 4 soldier cost 275 gold, a regiment cost 1,375 gold, and a division cost 8,250 gold, excluding the major general and colonel's pay. The general's salary accounted for 35% of the total. With such high military spending, Ouyang Shuo did not touch the profits from the Langshan minefields or the northern salt pans. Instead, he directly passed them to the financial department. As a result, this was the strongest but also the weakest the Shanghai City Army had ever been. Military matters were only the first item on the agenda for this military governance meeting. Ouyang Shuo looked around and said, "It has been 4 months since we last organized the Lord's Manor at the Grade 1 city level. With the increasing number of officials and civil servants, the Mandarin courtyard is becoming a bit cramped. Thus, I have decided to activate the plan to develop the western area of the Lord's Manor as a district for officials. Each division will have its own courtyard, and each department will form a cluster. This includes the Military Affairs Department. Everyone will move to this new district. The front courtyard of the Lord's Manor will be transformed into a purely meeting area. Besides the meeting hall, there will be additional halls on both sides. The main hall will be used for the monthly military and governance meetings, while the smaller halls will be used for daily meetings. All offices in the front courtyard will be relocated to the Mandarin courtyard. The reorganization of the Lord's Manor was, in essence, a shift in its meaning and status. After establishing the district for officials, the Lord's Manor would transform into a core area of power. This meant that Ouyang Shuo would officially delegate the responsibilities of secretaries and below, focusing only on higher-level control and the overall situation. With so many external matters to consider, Ouyang Shuo did not have the energy to manage the specifics and micromanage the territory. Hence, he used the argument that the Mandarin courtyard was too small to justify changing the territory's structure and organization. This change was not as clear-cut as setting up a new division or department, but its influence was far greater. This internal transformation was difficult for many to understand. To them, having their own courtyard and not working under the Lord's direct supervision was a cause for celebration. Understanding the deeper implications, however, was probably limited to Su Shuda and Su Zhencheng. Fan Zhengyan and Tian Wenjing exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting uncertainty. Ouyang Shua, unperturbed by their thoughts, said, "As the territory's affairs increase and we become busier, we will receive more official letters. Relying on a single clerk will soon become impractical. I have decided to establish a clerk office to handle these letters. The head of this office will have responsibilities similar to a secretary. Bai Nanpu will take this position and will be assisted by 4 to 5 additional clerks." "Thank you, my lord," Bai Nanpu exclaimed, having finally secured an official position. Ouyang Shua also announced that Deputy Secretary Jiancheng would take over the construction division from Zhao Duong. Ouyang Shua had initially considered Sun Xiaya for the role, but she was only interested in architecture, not construction matters. Thus, he had to reconsider. After the reorganization, Ouyang Shua began to outline his plans for the territory. Annexing 5 territories simultaneously is a significant achievement. Next, we need to focus on integrating these territories into the Shanghai city system. We must have a clear plan and set subsequent goals. The main goal is the construction of Tianfeng City. It has a strategic location and is of utmost importance, as it will serve as the central city for the western region. To support the building of Tianfeng City, I have decided to send the prisoners from Ayrshire Ridge there, except for those already selected for the reserve force. What for? We have already missed the opportunity for land reclamation and the second rice planting season. The answer is to build a city wall. The current wall is too small and can only accommodate a limited number of people. The new outer wall must meet the standards of a prefecture-level city, stretching 10 kilometers in length, 10 meters in height, and 30 meters in thickness. The core projects for Tianfeng City will be the completion of this outer city wall and the official channel, both of which are large-scale endeavors. Ouyang Shua appointed Zhao Duong as the city magistrate based on these considerations. Ouyang Shua's reasoning was straightforward. Before the construction of Tianhai Road, Tianfeng City was isolated and far from other settlements, making expansion difficult. Therefore, he decided to start with building the city walls and other basic structures. Apart from Tianfeng City, the second priority is Gushan Town. It is near the mountain barbarian tribes in the central region and holds a strategic location. I have decided to relocate all residents to Ishui Town and also encourage the mountain barbarians to come down and manage Gushan Town themselves. As he spoke, he turned to Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing, you will oversee its construction. Yes, my lord. Tian Wenjing agreed. Compared to the settlements at Chirshui City, Gushan Town has an advantage. Its facilities are intact and do not need rebuilding. It could accommodate 10 to 20 tribes. Gushan Town maintained contact with the mountain barbarian tribes, so persuading them shouldn't be too difficult. The only regret would be missing the second rice planting season. When the mountain barbarians descend, Shanghai City would need to provide them with half a year's worth of grain. If one is unwilling to pay the bait, they won't catch the fish. Ouyang Shua understood this logic. After the original residents of Gushan Town moved to Ishui Town, it could help promote growth and aid in Ishui Town's upgrade to Ishui City. Before the takeover of Broken Blade Town, Ishui Town would serve as the eastern outpost for Shanghai City, making it crucial. Therefore, after initiating the construction of Shanghai Road, Ouyang Shua needed to build channels and roads between Chirshui City and Ishui Town, including the route to Gushan Town. Since the mountain barbarians couldn't cultivate crops, using them to build official roads and pathways was the best option. It wouldn't exhaust too much labor. Regarding the clearance of raider camps along the path, he naturally assigned this task to the city's eastern camp. Ouyang Shua swiftly settled the plans for the 5 affiliate territories and provided direction to the departments and divisions. As the territory expanded, a significant issue for Shanghai City emerged: a shortage of talent. The 5 affiliate territories, much like Shanghai Town at that stage, lacked skilled individuals. Shanghai City had no choice but to send some high-level civil servants and officials. This led to a shortage in the main camp. If it were merely a shortage of government-level officials, Ouyang Shua wouldn't be concerned. After all, he had Sinan University, and with a little training, they could take on various roles. The main issue, however, was that outside the government system, they lacked specialized talent. Apart from Fan Jingyin and Tian Wenjing, they had no other high-ranking officials, which worried him. All 5 affiliated territories were struggling in this area, unable to find and develop talent. The lack of talent constrained the growth and development of Shanghai City. Sinan University was a long-term plan, similar to the Shanghai City offices in the imperial cities, and wouldn't have an immediate impact. Historical figures were also hard to come by. With the end of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties approaching, there were no famous ministers available. Ouyang Shua was eager to recruit Yi Yun from the early Shang dynasty, but unfortunately, half a month had passed since the Battle of Mai, and no one had seen Yi Yun. Shanghai City had an advantage in attracting famous Shang dynasty ministers. They not only had the renowned General Erlai but also a gift from the Shang king, which strengthened their relationship with the Shang dynasty. Additionally, the Mazu Temple, the Recruitment Hall, and the Yellow Emperor Temple boosted Shanghai City's reputation, giving it a significant edge in attracting historical figures. Despite this, they had yet to secure any major talents, leaving Ouyang Shua anxious and helpless. Ouyang Shua curbed his thirst for talents and continued to plan and organize the territory. The finance problem in our territory is largely due to our excessive reliance on the Langshan minefields and the northern salt fields. We've lost the motivation to expand and find new industries because we have funds that stream in from these 2 places. As both the territory and the military expand, the gold from these 2 sources will not suffice, and we need more. Both the Langshan minefields and the northern salt fields have peaked in scale and profits, leaving no room for further growth. For the long-term future, we need to find other industries beyond our core. The territory has also produced local products with high profit margins, such as the 3 Flowers wine and rainbow-colored silk. In truth, the potential of these local products is far higher than that of the mines and salt pans, as they have infinite possibilities. Ouyang Shua's words were a form of self-criticism and criticism toward the work of the financial department. With regard to the 3 Flowers wine and the rainbow-colored silk, Ouyang Shua had passed them to the financial department and offered advice. Unfortunately, they only made small steps, and they weren't adventurous enough. Ouyang Shua looked at Yu with a glance, silently urging her not to apologize. Then, he declared, I've decided to establish an industry division. I'll place them in charge of the 3 Flowers wine, the rainbow-colored silk, and the white tea. At the same time, I'll be allocating 5,000 gold to support its development. The specific plans include constructing a large-scale wine workshop in the west suburbs. Let's call it the 3 Flowers Wine Factory, with a monthly production that must exceed 500,000 units. Additionally, expand the production of the mulberry gardens to at least 10,000 mu. Geography significantly affects the quality of white tea, introducing a high degree of uncertainty. As the 3 Flowers wine gained popularity, the wine industry in Dali flourished. They could sell each unit of wine for 2 silver, resulting in a profit of 150 copper per unit. If the factory met its production target, it could generate a monthly profit of 7,500 gold. Furthermore, expanding the factory in the future would increase these profits. After establishing the 3 Flowers Wine Factory, they would also create numerous jobs. According to the president of the Textile Association, the Lianzhou Basin can rear silkworms 4 times a year. 1 mu of mulberry garden can produce 90 units of silkworms, with 3 units yielding 1 unit of silk, and 5 units of silk producing 1 silk cloth. This means that 1 mu can produce 6 colored silk cloths per season. On the market, 1 colored silk cloth costs 1 gold. After deducting 10% tax and production costs, a profit of 4 gold per cloth is earned. If the mulberry garden expands to 10,000 mu, they could earn 40,000 gold per season and 160,000 gold annually. Based on his plan, the Three Flowers Factory and the mulberry gardens could yield profits similar to those of another Langshan minefield and the northern salt fields, effectively doubling their earnings. Ouyang Shuo's proposed plan was very exciting and invigorated everyone. Despite this, Ouyang Shuo remained unsatisfied and turned his attention to the core industry, the military. After resolving the iron supply issues, the production in the 3 military workshops increased, but this was still insufficient. If weapon production was not self-sufficient, how could they engage in firearm deals? Ouyang Shuo looked at the head of Fallen Moon Guild, Sun Xiaya, and said, "We will open the 3 military workshops in the East region to the tailors, blacksmiths, and carpenters from the guild. However, this is on the condition that they sign a non-disclosure agreement. I hope the guild will act as the leading force for this task." Sun Xiaye had been invited to the meeting as an advisor, so it wasn't convenient for her to speak much. She simply nodded in agreement. After 3 months of hard work, the Fallen Moon Guild had upgraded its guild token to silver rank. This allowed them to have a new upper limit of 10,000 members and granted them an additional guild specialty. When Ouyang Shuo learned of this news, he immediately contacted his aunt. He then teleported over all the work occupation players that the Snow War Rose mercenary group had gathered for Shanghai County. Within a short time, the number of members in Fallen Moon Guild broke 2,000 and continued to rise. The number of player groups in Shanghai County continued to grow. To ensure a more balanced development, Ouyang Shuo had no choice but to send some work occupation players to Chirshui County and Friendship County. Beihai County, however, had not yet been open to other players. Work occupation players often brought their families with them, so they all lived in Shanghai County. This had both advantages and disadvantages. The players were mostly young people, while their family members included elders, those of the same generation, and younger relatives. The elders, typically parents or even grandparents, had a wealth of experience and often chose to fish or cook, enjoying a leisurely life. If someone had a skill, Sinan University would hire them as basic-level teachers. They were the most stable and settled group. Those of the same generation would be the players' brothers and sisters, all young people. This batch also included work occupation players. However, their talents weren't distinct, and most were still adventure mode players, belonging to the most unstable group. For this reason, Ouyang Shuo issued orders to open the Procuratorate Division to Bailiff players, the Medical Division to Healer-type players, and Songjia's Dongli Sword Sect to Chivalrous experts. Alchemist-type players could also go to Qingyang Temple in the western suburbs. As for advisor and general-type players, they were the saddest group because the Shanghai County military was temporarily not open to players, so they were unable to join. The last group was the younger generation, the kids. Like Binger, they just needed to go to virtual school every day. When they weren't in school, they would play around in the territory, adding some fun and noise to it. As Shanghai County became more open, player groups started to trust and gain a sense of belonging toward Shanghai County. After Ouyang Shuo made final arrangements and plans for the military affiliate territories, territory structure, and industries, he finally said, "I hope you can all work hard to ensure the success of these plans." "Yes, my lord." The officials all bowed together. With that, the military and governance meeting that Ouyang Shuo conducted alone officially ended. Just as Ouyang Shuo was organizing and planning the territory layout blueprints, an event occurred at Broken Blade Town, located east of Shila Lake. This event would affect the future of Lianzhou Basin. At Broken Blade Town, Lord's Manor, Ba Dao couldn't believe what he was hearing. "What did you say? Can you repeat it?" "Sire, this is 100% true. The mountain barbarian tribes that work with us have found a gold mine in the forest. They don't know how to mine and extract the gold, so they want to work with us." "Great." Ba Dao slammed the table and stood up. Then, he paced up and down the meeting hall, trying his best to calm down. The heavens have not forsaken me. During the territory war, Broken Blade Town had suffered a heavy defeat. Their military had nearly been reduced to zero, and they had used up all the territory funds after the 3 teleportations. To raise funds to rebuild the army, Ba Dao had nearly sold all his resources. During this time, Ba Dao couldn't sleep, fearing that Shanhai County would attack when he woke up. Fortunately, Tianfeng County had expended all their efforts and had no time to think about expanding eastward, so they temporarily let Broken Blade Town off the hook. Just then, the rise in grain prices had thrown Broken Blade Town into a state of emergency. On the verge of death, he became desperate. When he thought everything was lost, hope appeared. The gold mine was undoubtedly a gift from the heavens, giving him a road to survival. Chiue Wui, I'll never forgive you. Ba Dao vowed viciously. In the afternoon, Ouyang Shua walked out of the Lord's manor and entered the worship area. It was very spacious, with the square in the north taking up 2/3 of the worship area. The square had a green stone floor and was surrounded by intricate fences carved from Dali stone. In the middle stood a raised platform with a copper cauldron on it. Apart from this, there were no other decorations in the square. The 3 temples stood at the back of the square. The middle was naturally the Yellow Emperor Temple. Beside it were the basic buildings of a Grade 3 county, the Confucius Temple and the Martial Temple. When one walked into the Confucius Temple, they would see 5 courtyards from front to back. The temple featured red walls, yellow tiles, the Wanrun Wall, the Lingxing Gate, Pan Lake, the Desheng Gate, the Desheng Hall, the Mingluan Hall, and the Zhuanjin Pavilion, among others. The Confucius Temple paid respect to Confucius, his eldest disciple Yanyan, the 10 sages, the 72 worthy people, and the 22 wise people. Apart from the 22 wise people, the rest were Confucius's disciples. The 10 sages all had statues, the 72 worthy people were represented by pictures, and all accepted incense and worship. In the game, Gaia made some changes to the Confucius Temple. Apart from keeping Confucius's position, it changed the 10 sages and 72 worthy people into ministers and historical figures. Fan Zhongyan from Shanhai County was among these figures, listed as one of the 72 worthy people. If a person listed here died in the game, they could be revived. This positive aspect made such a person virtually immortal, like the players. Ouyang Shua took out the incense pill, and a system notification appeared in his ear. System notification found that player Chiue Wui has an incense pill. Will you use it? Use it. With a swishing sound, the incense pill turned into a white light and entered the minister statue. System notification: the incense pill has enriched the minister statue, and the Confucius Temple has given birth to a new building specialty. Political achievement raises the chance of civil servants breaking through by 30%. As expected from the Confucius Temple, its specialty is tailored for civil servants. Ouyang Shua walked out of the Confucius Temple and entered the Martial Temple at the other end. The design of the Martial Temple was similar to that of the Confucius Temple. It paid respects to martial artists and generals, with Jiang Xia as the saint, Zhang Liang as the secondary saint, along with 10 sages and 72 generals. Shanhai County Shi Wanshui was included among the 72 generals. As Erlai was from a dynasty too long ago, he wasn't included, which was a pity. Ouyang Shua took out his last incense pill. A system notification sounded in his ear. System notification found that player Chiue Wui has an incense pill. Will you use it? Use it. With a swish sound, the pill transformed into a white light and entered the general's statue. System notification: incense pill has enriched the general statue. The Martial Temple has birthed a specialty in the martial arts, raises the chance of generals breaking bottlenecks by 30%. This new specialty was a significant blessing for generals like Sun Tenjiao and Zhao Sihu, who were stuck at the basic general level. Ouyang Shua looked forward to them breaking their bottlenecks one by one. Ouyang Shuo hadn't expected that the 5 incense pills DXAN gave him would be so effective, and it made him feel very grateful. After dinner, he called all the girls in the back courtyard, including Sichin and Siki. He looked at Yu and said, after the financial department sets up the industry division, the shops and inns under it will be moved to the Lord's Manor. The shops and inns were all money-losing businesses, and Ouyang Shuo taking them over helped to showcase the Lord's Manor's magnanimity. Although Yu found it strange, she nodded in response. She still felt bad about Ouyang Shuo's criticism during the military and governance meeting. She wanted to do a good job with the industrial businesses. Naturally, not having to manage the shops and inns was a relief. Ouyang Shuo then looked at all the girls and said, as the businesses under the Lord's Manor grow and the internal storeroom becomes fuller, things will get busier. Therefore, we need to establish rules to regulate these matters. I've decided to set up the housekeeping division, which will be solely responsible for the internal affairs of the Lord's Manor. This idea naturally received everyone's agreement. As the organizational structure of Shanghai County matured, the internal affairs of the Lord's Manor seemed unstructured. Yu had previously raised this issue with Ouyang Shuo. Ouyang Shuo then turned to Song Jua with a smile and asked, the housekeeping division will be its own entity, focusing solely on the Lord's Manor. What do you think of taking the position of secretary? Song Jia blushed, hearing the underlying meaning in his words. By asking her to be the housekeeping secretary, he was essentially acknowledging her as the female head of the Lord's Manor. While these matters were usually kept quiet, Ouyang Shuo had now put them out in the open, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Okay. Song Jia didn't hesitate and agreed. Ouyang Shuo nodded, admiring this part of Song Jia. Once she regarded Ouyang Shuo as her husband, she wasn't afraid of others gossiping. Apart from the secretary, there will be a manager and 2 assistants. The manager will be Zissou, while Sichin and Siki will be the assistants. Thank you, my lord. Zissou and the other 2 kneeled and thanked Ouyang Shuo. Having just established the Dongli sword sect, Song Jia didn't have much time to deal with the Lord's Manor duties, so the manager would handle most of the work. Zissou felt deeply emotional and grateful to receive such an important role. Banksia, standing behind Song Jia, observed her few sisters gain these important positions. If she hadn't chosen to practice martial arts, she would also have a place in the housekeeping division. My lord, there's still a week until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Do you have any plans? Zissou asked, seizing the opportunity. Ouyang Shuo froze, not expecting the Mid-Autumn Festival to approach so quickly. As a traditional Chinese festival, it was very important, a time for family reunions. I don't have any specific requests, just proceed as usual, Ouyang Shuo replied, feeling a bit downhearted. Yes, my lord. Zissou nodded. Disperse. Everyone went off to do their own tasks, while Ouyang Shuo returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the cooling bead, placed it in his palm, and closed his eyes, beginning his cultivation. He activated the internal strength in his meridians and rotated them in accordance with the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique. He started to slowly rotate it. At that moment, cooling jets of air spread from the palm of his hand, flowing into his meridians. After the stimulation of the cold air from the bead, the golden internal strength seemed to rotate much faster. Additionally, the calming effect of the cold air seemed to subdue the devil bloodline, allowing it to not interfere with his rotations any longer. A full 2 months had passed since he had cultivated the technique to the 3rd layer. The upper limit of the 3rd layer was 5,000 points, 5 times that of the 2nd layer. During this time, Ouyang Shuo had diligently read the Buddhist scriptures. Thus, cultivation had become much easier for him. The scriptures helped and made the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique clearer to him, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding. Initially, when he had started cultivating this technique, he had relied entirely on the cultivation knowledge Gaia had implanted in his head. As he learned more about Taoism, he tried to view the cultivation technique from a new perspective. Gradually, he formed his own understandings, which changed how he cultivated. In his dantian, the strands of internal strength had coiled up together, flowing everywhere in a misty haze. It looked very illusory. To date, Ouyang Shua could rotate for 9 cycles. Each cycle gave him 8 points of internal strength. After acquiring the cooling bead, his cultivation became faster. The bead allowed him to rotate for 9 cycles, letting him gain 72 internal strength points a day. At this rate, he could soon train the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique to the 4th layer. From this, one could see the importance of the cultivation path. External tools to aid in cultivation were also important. One small cooling bead could help him a lot. However, one could only come across such a treasure by chance. Early in the morning, Ouyang Shua began to practice. To not disturb Binger's sleep, Ouyang Shua changed his practice area to an empty space in the backyard garden. To assist in his Bajiquan practice, he placed some dummies there. Ever since Song Jia arrived, the two would practice in the back garden. Song Jia was a real-life princess, but there was a deep ambition and determination within her. Unlike others, her motivation to practice was not less than Ouyang Shua's. The back garden in the early morning was a place filled with birds and the scent of flowers. When one stepped on the ground, the fresh scent of the grass and flowers would fill one's nose. One had to say, Song Jia was amazing. This virtual environment was as authentic as real life. The two of them greeted each other and walked alongside one another before they started their practice. As he delved deeper into the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique, internal strength would spur external strength. His physical condition improved day after day, whether it be boxing or spearmanship, they all grew increasingly better. Ouyang Shua's rapid learning ability started to show in his training. Whether it be Bajiquan or the Yang family spearmanship, they all progressed at an accelerated speed. His Bajiquan had already reached the perform with ease level, and the Yang family spearmanship had reached the become proficient level. Ouyang Shua's current strength was on par with Lin Yi's. The only regret would be that he hadn't found a suitable spear yet. The elite iron spear felt light in his hands. He felt like he couldn't exert any power with it, especially with the normal wooden pole. It lacked the complicated craftsmanship needed to withstand Ouyang Shua's internal strength rotation. If he imbued his internal strength into the spear, there would be an obvious buzzing noise. Then, the wood patterns and structure would break. Helplessly, Ouyang Shua had to give up using his internal strength on the spear for now, as he couldn't change his spear every time he trained. Even though Shanghai County was prosperous, it couldn't afford such expenses. After he finished training, Ouyang Shua was sweaty, and his shirt was soaked. He took a towel from the wooden rack and wiped the sweat off his face. On the other side, Song Jia was still practicing her sword. She was getting better and better with the Yuanu sword technique. A breeze blew past, lifting a small leaf into the air, where it struck the sword in Song Jia's hand. The exquisite iron sword seemed to merge with the air itself, facing no restrictions as it moved. Looking at the leaf again, her sword had already sliced it in two as if it were originally 2 pieces. On closer inspection, the cut was covered in frost, an effect derived from the Nine scripture. Both males and females could cultivate this technique, but different sexes led to different outcomes. Song Jia's internal strength had an ice effect. If she trained it to an extreme, the ice could penetrate her heart and bones. Compared to the iron spear, the iron sword in her hand could handle much more internal strength. Therefore, Song Jia could use it without hesitation. Pa pa pa. Ouyang Shua clapped in awe. Good sword skill. Song Jia sheathed her sword and laughed, how is it? I'm good, right? Sect leader Song's sword technique is incredible. I'm envious, Ouyang Shua praised. Song Jia, like a proud peacock, giggled as she sheathed her sword. She nodded to Ouyang Shua, then turned around with the grace and aura of a heroine. Ouyang Shua shook his head, amused. He picked up his spear and returned to the back courtyard. Zissou had ordered someone to prepare cold water for Ouyang Shua to bathe and wash up. Gaia, 1st year, 9th month, 27th day, morning. Ouyang Shua led 4 guards out of the city. His destination was the military factory built in the stone caves in the western suburbs, managed by the Military Affairs Department. 3 months had passed since the factory's construction. It was responsible for producing military grain pills, military tents, and scaling ladders. Upon passing through the city's west gate, one could see masons working on the official path not far from the gate. The starting point of Tianhai Road was not the current city's west gate, but the planned west gate of the 3rd city wall. Although the official road was not made from the green stone used in the inner city, it was still a challenging project. Wild grasses grew abundantly in the wilderness. The masons had to first remove these grasses and their roots to prevent regrowth. The dirt road was composed of 3 main ingredients: limestone, dirt, and sand. These materials were compacted to prevent the growth of wild grasses and to ensure the road did not become muddy during rain. Hui Tuban, the designer of Tianhai Road, specifically created a roller that was pulled by horses. He instructed the blacksmith shop to produce a circular iron tube, which was then pulled by 8 horses. This significantly reduced the required manpower. Given the road's crucial role in facilitating military movement and resource transportation, it was designed to be 20 meters wide with an efficient drainage system. Trees were also planted along the sides. The route included several streams from the Friendship River and various hills, requiring the construction of bridges and the excavation of paths. The complexity of the project far surpassed that of the inner city construction. Lastly, there was an important relay system, which included the relay path and the relay station. The relay station allowed officials to stay overnight. Relay stations were spaced a day's journey apart, about 30 kilometers. Between the relays, there were simple shops to provide food and rest. Normally, there was one shop every 5 kilometers. After he left the city, Ouyang Shua took a left. After just 10 kilometers, he arrived at the rock cave where the military factory was situated. The cave entrance featured a large steel door that, unless in an emergency, remained closed. On the side was a smaller door that people could pass through, serving as the usual route to the cave. The area was heavily guarded with a restricted area warning sign, and a squad of soldiers stood guard next to it. Seeing the level of secrecy and importance placed on this area, Ouyang Shua nodded his head in agreement. After dismounting his horse, Ouyang Shua handed the reins to a guard and walked toward the big gate alone. The soldier on duty, upon recognizing him, bowed and said, "My lord." Upon this, Ouyang Shua said, "There's no need to open the steel gate. I'll just go in from the small door." The soldier looked troubled. "My lord, this." Ouyang Shua interjected, "Don't say any more. I came here unexpectedly, so I don't wish to cause a commotion." The soldier, not wishing to argue, respectfully opened the small door. Upon closer inspection, the cave's interior was not as dark as he had expected, with pieces of white stone lining the sides and the ceiling, casting a gentle white light. Upon closer examination, these were not artificial lights but natural ones, reflecting the design of the cave. Ouyang Shua knew that these small rocks were a type of fluorite, natural sources of light. As he raised his head, he saw that the cave was over 10 meters high and 150 meters wide. And the area in front of him was boundless. Such a cave wouldn't cause one to feel locked up and restricted. Ouyang Shua's arrival shocked the manager of the factory, a middle-aged man who looked very steady and calm. When he received the news, he rushed over. "My lord, welcome." "Sorry I didn't welcome you better." Ouyang Shua waved him off. "I came here without telling anyone. Just show me around." "Yes, my lord." The manager nodded and led the way. The military factory is split into 3 regions, which mainly focus on the production of different resources. He pointed at the nearest region and said, the most outer region is the one that makes the scaling ladders. Ouyang Shua looked in the direction he pointed, only to see a 10-meter pathway in the middle, with a wooden wall boxing up the sides. On top of the 4-meter-high wooden wall, one could see set after set of scaling ladders stacked up. How is the building progress of the scaling ladders? Ouyang Shua asked. My lord, based on the speed, we can build one every day, the manager replied. Ouyang Shua nodded. After the scaling ladder region was the military tent region. Every day, they could make 20 tents. Finally, it was the military grain pill region. The ingredients for the pills were just grain, some other secondary food products, and some seasoning. However, the process was very troublesome. On average, every pill used up 3 to 4 units of grain. The efficiency of the military grain pill workers was quite high. They could produce over 1,000 pills in a day. There was a little river stream behind the military grain pill area, with the workers' living quarters situated around it. Following his tour, Ouyang Shua departed from the stone cave. Upon his return, Ouyang Shua used the trading platform to contact Cui Shorin from the Cui Chamber of Commerce. The Dali court bestowed upon Ouyang Shua the rank of Marquis. The authorities acknowledged his title, making it effective among all citizens. Consequently, the attitude of the Cui Chamber of Commerce towards him changed significantly. Despite being a prominent business family, their social rank was not particularly high. To a noble like Ouyang Shua, they naturally felt the need to show respect. Naturally, when it came to business, they would usually act in a typical manner. Marquis. Cui Shorin greeted first. After Ouyang Shua gave instructions, the Cui Chamber of Commerce gathered a large amount of grain. At this time, Cui Shorin did not dare to display any arrogance or superiority. Ouyang Shua nodded. Brother Shorin, I have a matter to discuss with the Chamber of Commerce. Please do proceed. The merchants disliked owing favors, and the Cui Chamber of Commerce owed Ouyang Shua a considerable debt. They were concerned about how to repay it. Since Ouyang Shua had a request, Cui Shorin was of course delighted. Your Chamber of Commerce has a good reputation in Dali. Can you help Shanghai County recruit a group of talents? Ouyang Shua shifted his attention to the Cui Chamber of Commerce. In comparison to the Snowy Rose merchants, the Cui Chambers had a significant impact on non-player characters, NPCs. Cui Shorin was surprised. Can you be more specific? I need many talented individuals. Unfortunately, I haven't found a solution yet. There must be many talented people in Dali County who have nowhere to showcase their skills. This includes officials who are underutilized, discontented generals, or skilled artisans. Shanghai County aims to recruit all these people, Ouyang Shua explained his reasoning. Although Shanghai County is far away, we can provide a platform for them to demonstrate their talents. The salary we offer will also be on par with or better than what they receive in the imperial city. Ouyang Shua was confident. His confidence stemmed not only from his nobility but also from the positive influence his reputation as a patriot had on NPCs, particularly in Dali County. Cui Shorin understood Ouyang Shua's intentions. Relying solely on the Cui Chamber of Commerce or his nobility might make this plan challenging to implement, but together, they would be highly persuasive and attract many individuals. Dali had a vast pool of talent. Even if only a few accepted, it would suffice for Shanghai County's needs for a long time. This strategy of recruiting key talents was indeed clever. Since it is your wish, the Cui family will do our best to assist, Cui Shorin agreed directly. Ouyang Shua nodded. To reassure them and show our sincerity, I am willing to provide a settlement sum for each talent and their family. The exact amount can be negotiated with the Chamber of Commerce. Based on Ouyang Shua's considerations, they would not expect much if the individuals were already struggling. Marquis had thought things through thoroughly. Cui Shorin nodded in agreement. Don't worry, we will treat this matter seriously. I won't let you down. Thank you, sorry for the trouble. Ouyang Shua said. No worries. Cui Shoren kept his promise. After their conversation, he immediately went to see the family head. After listening to his report, the Cui family head remained silent for a while before saying, the Lianzhou Lord has long-term goals and has planned meticulously. He has a strong desire for talent. With such vision and ambition, we can't miss this opportunity. Keep the promise. Yes. I allow you to use our family's resources to recruit talent for the Lianzhou Lord. If our Cui family members and children are interested, recommend them to him. At the right time, the Cui Chamber of Commerce can also consider setting up a branch in Shanhai County. Cui Shoren was astonished, having never expected the family head to place so much importance on this matter. He had faith in the family head's foresight and said, yes. After Cui Shoren left, the family head sat in the hall and muttered, the Cui family will restore its honor. At least, I didn't let down our ancestors. Once the power of the Cui Chamber of Commerce started working, the results were quite impressive. On the roads and streets of Dali County, Cui family members fanned out, bringing letters and specially prepared gifts to every door to greet students, officials, and generals. Some were surprised by these sudden visitors, while others welcomed them. Some treated them calmly, and others rejected them outright. There were many different reactions. The cooperation between the Lianzhou Lord and the Cui Chamber of Commerce proved to be highly effective. A large portion of them said they would consider it before giving the Cui family a definite answer. As for the artisans, the Cui family easily recruited them. The main ones were the blacksmiths, tailors, and carpenters. Gaia, 1st year, 10th month, 1st day, Dongli Sword Sect Bes. Lone Peak, Cloud Platform. The previously empty cloud platform now housed many courtyards, with patios and pavilions that looked very majestic. To the west of the cloud platform was a 1,000 mu medicine garden known as the 100-grass garden, exuding the unique sense of medicinal plants. A little stream ran through the cloud platform, with an arch bridge spanning it. Under the cover of the rainbow, it gave off a different aura and looked very mystical. Far away, at the bottom of the waterfall by the lake, stood a wooden hut blending in with the surroundings. It was the sect leader's secret room. This room could only be entered upon invitation and was the safest place in the complex. In front of the cloud platform was a green stone-tiled square where 800 nominal disciples, dressed in the same sect uniform, stood in neat rows. Song Jia, wearing a sky-blue robe, stood before all the disciples. Behind her were her 2 core disciples, Bankxia and Cui Tianqi. One held a sword, and the other held a book. The sword was the Qingfeng sword given to her by Ouyang Shua, and the book was the Taoist scripture that Song Jia would read. Song Jia wore a solemn expression as she interacted with the system interface. A system notification sounded in her ear. System notification * congratulations, player Jiechi Rumeng, for applying to create a sect. Automatically checking if she has met the requirements. Requirement 1 * sect funds not less than 200 gold. Requirement met. Requirement 2 * must have more than 500 disciples. Requirement met. Requirement 3 * cultivation technique must be at least emperor rank. The Nining scripture meets the requirement. Requirement 4 * must have its own sect base. Requirement met. System notification * congratulations, player Jiechi Rumeng, for fulfilling all the requirements. You are allowed to create a sect. Please name your sect. Dongli Sword Sect. Song Jia said without hesitation. In the sect leader's secret room, a stone stele slowly rose from the ground, the sect stone stele. If this stele were destroyed and 80% of the disciples were killed, the sect would be destroyed. System notification * congratulations, player Jiechi Rumeng, for building the martial arts sect, Dongli Sword Sect. You are rewarded with 5,000 reputation points. Since the sect is within Shanhai County, Shanghai County has obtained the title Home of Martial Arts. As the system notification sounded, Song Jia instantly became famous in the China region. She no longer needed to live in Ouyang Shua's shadow. Now, she had a bright path ahead of her. Song Wen directly congratulated in the Country Channel, "Good job, sister." Ouyang Shua didn't lag behind, "Congratulations, sect leader Song." The world was in an uproar. His influence and words had made many player groups very interested in Dongli Sword sect and Song Jia. Players who thought about it might have noticed something. Since Jiechi Ruming was Song Wen's sister, why didn't she set up her sect in Song Wen's Tianshang town? Instead, she set it up in Chiue Wui's Shanghai County. Gossip. Sky-breaking gossip. The Country Channel erupted with activity as players started to throw out conjectures. Chiue Wui versus Jiechi Ruming, big reveal, friends, a couple, or... They are definitely a couple. Don't tell me such pure friendships actually exist. Couple plus one. Io, another dream shattered, brother Wui fan club, demands a battle. Little sister above, don't forget that Jiechi Ruming is the sect leader of a sect. She has many admirers. Woo, this girl is crying. Nearby brothers, please help her. Is Dongli Sword sect accepting disciples? At this point, Song Jia had dispersed her disciples. She held the Qingfeng sword and walked toward Ouyang Shua. Blockhead, tell me the truth. What's the Brother Wui fan club? When he saw this beauty emit such a killing aura, he knew he had to give a serious answer, though he was giggling inside. As a man, having so many girls idolize him felt good. Jia, I swear I really don't know. Humph. Her man being so capable was something to be proud of. However, in this case, Song Jia wasn't so pleased. It wasn't easy for her to become famous, but this blockhead had stolen half of her fame. It was also very busy in the Alliance channel. Whether it was Sun Xiaya or Song Jia, they were all added to make it convenient for everyone to communicate. Sister-in-law is so amazing. Gong Chengshi was playing around again. Ever since he saw Ouyang Shua and Song Jia acting intimately during the Battle of Mai, he would tease them about it. The others all sent their congratulations. After founding the Dongli Sword sect, Song Jia finally had the ability to stand on the same level as Bai Hua and Feng Qiuhuang. She no longer felt so pitiful and lowly. Ouyang Shua took the chance to check the stats of the new title. Home of Martial Arts, increases the body quality of residents by 20%. Ouyang Shua nodded, it was as he had expected. Although they had the same title, Ouyang Shua guessed that the buff of the Swordsman County would be stronger, being the first territory to set up a sect. After founding the sect, there were many things she needed to do. Before settling everything, most of her time would be spent in the sect, which meant less time with Ouyang Shua, making him feel a bit melancholic. After congratulating her, Ouyang Shua didn't stay longer and went down the mountain. Instead of returning to the main camp, he headed to the foot of the mountain, where a squadron of guards awaited him. Ouyang Shua planned to visit Ishui town and Gushan town. It had been a month since he conquered them, and as the Lord, he hadn't visited even once, which was somewhat negligent. Ishui town, built beside the Qiushui River, had a population that surpassed 10,000 after the residents of Gushan town moved there. Upon reaching Ishui town, Ouyang Shua officially renamed it Ishui County. As for the position of county magistrate, he wasn't in a rush to appoint someone. For now, he allowed the current head to manage the daily duties. The merger of Ishui town and Gushan town also consolidated the administrative personnel, making the political structure more robust. The current head of Ishui town was a regular official in the past, so Ouyang Shua was uneasy about leaving this person in charge. Previously, he might have appointed someone from the main county to give them an opportunity. However, now that the Chui Chamber of Commerce had reported that recruitment was going well, it wouldn't be long before they could send a batch of people to Shanghai County. According to Ouyang Shua's plan, he naturally wanted to select an official from this batch to take up the position of county magistrate. This plan also applied to Yongye Town and Guangshui Town in the west. As the eastern stronghold, Ishui Town was responsible for monitoring the player territories on the east side, so its defense could not be neglected. After the merger of both towns, Ishui City followed standard procedures and established a city protection unit. Ouyang Shua's visit was to inspect the training of this unit. What he saw disappointed him. The soldiers were mostly new recruits from both towns. Even with their affiliated territories, they barely managed to form a unit. To boost their combat effectiveness, Ouyang Shua selected 10 elite soldiers from the Guards Squadron to join the Ishui City Protection Unit. These 10 elites would serve as lieutenants and majors, while the original ones were demoted to sergeants. He set them a goal, to eliminate the raider camps and improve their combat capabilities. Apart from the City Protection Unit, he couldn't overlook the city protection facilities either. Compared to Tianfeng City, Ishui County's city wall was really pathetic. It was just a mud wall. After Ouyang Shua saw it, he decided it was necessary to initiate a city wall building project. Based on his long-term plan, the future Ishui County would be a second-grade city. Thus, its walls must meet the standards of a city and be 5 kilometers long. After he made these changes to Ishui County, Ouyang Shua spent the night there. The next morning, Ouyang Shua left with the guards. They rushed to Gushan Town, which was a bit further away. Due to the resources he had given them, which had helped to solve many of their problems, the mountain barbarian tribes held Ouyang Shua in high esteem. After the mountain tribes took the resources, they dismantled the mountain stronghold. From this, one could see how deeply their feelings for the mountain barbarians had changed. The mountain barbarians were a group that could easily distinguish friend from foe. They harbored a grudge towards those who wronged them, while they esteemed those who aided them. With the previous instances of mountain barbarian soldiers joining the military and the establishment of a mountain barbarian settlement in Shushui City as examples, Tian Wenjing swiftly convinced a major tribe, 3 medium-sized tribes, and 7 smaller tribes to descend the mountain. These tribes comprised all the groups in the region and would settle down in Gushan Town. They would create a small, self-sustaining community. Based on Ouyang Shua's promise, apart from the Four Seas Bank branch, the officials in Gushan Town would all be converted to mountain branch officials. The only thing that Shanghai City would involve in would be the construction of the city defense unit.